Good morning. How are we, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. Like Sarah P says, welcome everyone and thanks for joining. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe, and hit the notification bell on the way in so you get notifications for this bad boy stream. How are we doing, Sarah? Hope you're doing well, my darling. There you go. For support the channel. Andriel, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Jersey Jen, good morning, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Rhonda, how are you, my darling? It was nice to see you and your husband and your son fishing. I saw that. Ice fishing. I've heard about ice fishing. It looks amazing. Hope you're doing well. Hope you, Chris, and the family doing well. Excuse me, sorry. We got some riff-raff in the chat. We got Bad Dazzler in the chat. How are you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Hope everything's well. And I can smell we got a bitch in the chat. We got Lady Di. How are you, my darling?
Guess what? You're a bitch.
Dave will come in here bragging soon. I won't be surprised if we don't see Dave today. I will not be surprised if we don't see Dave today. Two of his teams lost. So, two big teams, Oregon and Green Bay Packers. Those are his teams. He's big fans of them. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him today. I hope we do, but we may not see him today because he is not going to be happy. He is crying in the corner. He's pissed right now. That's his life revolves around the Oregon Ducks and Green Bay Packers, and both lost this weekend. So both are out. Poor Dave. Poor Dave. Anyway, it is what it is. Nothing you can do about it. So hope you all your weekend. Hope you all had a good weekend, or as good as you could. I had a really good weekend. I've been going to bed like 4 or 5 a.m. every morning watching football. So lovely Sarah P and Josie both happy because bang bang, Niners gang, they're through. They won last night. And obviously the Patriots, let's fucking go. They won last night. Happy days. Robin G will be happy. There's a few. Sherry Berry will also be happy because the Chicago Bears, they won. So, yes, there's a few people happy. So I'm staying up again tonight to watch the Steelers against Houston Texans. So I might be tired today. I am tired today, but, it is what it is. Marilyn, morning, Just Jugs. Jersey Jen has now turned into Just Jugs. Patriots. Oh, they did lose. I was looking at it. Yes, they did lose. He's not going to be a happy bunny. Hey, she is, Sherry Berry. See? I spoke your name into existence. Hope your husband and his brother had a great time at the game. What a great... wow. It's all I can say about that game. Caleb Williams made that shot. I don't know how he did it. Throw on the fourth down. I'm just going to check something here. Let me just check. Okay, I thought Cole was back. They're not back, so you're so damn happy. Happy days. And your husband will be happy. Your son will be happy. Josie's son will be happy. Everyone's happy. It's literally Dave that's not happy, I think. Dave is literally the only person that's not happy. And he's a grumpy guy anyway, so all the games were so good. They were good. I enjoyed them. Panthers Rams were fantastic. Every game was great. The playoffs were the playoffs. Good morning, afternoon. Hello to you, Yaya Trucker. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's good for you, my darling. There you go, Sarah P. So as you can hear, eventful weekend, football related. I loved every second of it. Tonight's the last game, playoffs, then back at it again next week. So I know that San Francisco 49ers are not happy, Sarapi, because they're going to play Saturday and they would rather play Sunday. And we got another. Hang on. The streets are empty. Hang on. Hippie chick, lady die, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. Next Monday night, college football national championship. We got Hippie Chick. Hoosiers. They play Miami, so I'll be up watching that as well. I do hope Indiana win. That would be great. I'm looking forward to that game, so I will be in support of Indiana. Oh, hang on, I'm drinking my Dunkins from my Indiana mug. This is one of several mugs that Hippie Chick bought me. So my Indianapolis mug is on today. I have not got my Patriots mug today. I have my nosy bitch tumbler today. I'm a nosy bitch. But it is what it is. The main thing is we're back, bitches. So where's Dave? I know. He's not gonna be. I think he's the only loser this weekend. His college team and his NFL team both lost. He's the biggest loser this weekend, and he's the one that gives it to everybody. So I hope he's here to take it as well. So I'm sure he will be. But yeah, other than that, I hope you all had a good weekend. Interestingly enough, I was saying to the mods over the weekend as well. If you were here on Friday, I played a video on Friday about the dentist and his wife who got murdered, and they were showing a law crime, a clip of a guy walking and saying this is the killer and stuff. Well, allegedly, it turns out that he was the killer. It's what they're alleging now. But I still stand by my point of it, just because someone shows a video, you shouldn't come to the conclusion that they are the killer. But anyway, that's another discussion for another time. But yeah, so there was an arrest there. So I was listening to some bits about this trial as well. Prospective jurors, a lot of jurors that were not selected, their pushbacks or questions to the attorneys were anyone else been arrested and stuff like that. There's some thought that if he gets found guilty, they're going to arrest more officers and try them. The prosecution have not said that they wouldn't do that. So that's something to look out for. That if he is convicted, there might be more arrests happening in this case. So I don't know. Before I forget,
you're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
Bex is the resident cunt. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well, Bex. Hope you had a good weekend as well. And one day I will shake your husband's hand and say, well done for having all the patience of the world to deal with this cunt. Katie, good morning, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you. And Katie, Dave, she messaged me saying Dave's not going to be happy. Well, just so you know, Dave, his NFL team also lost. So his two teams of the weekend lost. So he's not going to be happy at all. So here we go. And I think it's pretty funny. Oops. Cookies. Oh, nice. There you go. Right. I've got it muted, but they are beginning. I'll put it there. They are beginning to come in. Dave better come in. He's normally in by this point. He had a rough weekend. Yes, he did have a rough weekend. I think I'm sad for him because it's his life. This is his life football is his life, but I'm also not sad for him either because he gives it as good as he gives us shit. So morning. What time is court? 10 o'clock your time. 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. Hey. Good morning to you, Erin Lahak. Erin Lahak, ole. Right, Erin, if you can go out, please, and round the troops, that'd be great.
Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
I know. That was funny, though. It's funny. Good to see you, Sarah P. Don't lie, Bex. Don't lie. We don't do lies in the chat, They're all gone. Did you freeze or did you freeze? Oh, no, your son was there. That's why your son was there as well. ELH, Erin Lahak, blue suit. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Lahak, ole. Morning, KD. KD, guys took them. Oh, ice fishing. Rhonda's husband and son went ice fishing. So what's the over under? Is Dave Heidegger going to show? I think eventually he will. I would not be surprised if Dave is in the chat right now, watching what we're saying. Dave is like that. He can be quiet at times when he needs to be. He'll assess what the vibe is. Dave, if you're watching, we love you. We're going to rip into you, but just know we love you. Hippie chick, yeah. KD, Dave is still sleeping. You'd think so, but he's not. He's always here by now. Well, he was last week anyway. He was here before court started. For some reason, he's into this trial, so he's been here very early every morning. JJ, just jugs as Badaza calls her. Oops. Yeah, I always forget Erin that he's like 3 hours behind. ELH. I love that. ELH. Erin Lahak. This is a bitch of a DA. Corrupt as they come. Right, let's listen to what the... Oh, look at the crowd. Okay, they're ready. Let's hear what they're going to say.
I didn't think his testimony helped him at
No,
all
at
because
all.
he came across by, as I was watching his testimony, he did not come across as someone who felt any remorse for what had happened to Tatiana Jefferson. And so he did not, I think the experts would agree that he did not come across well. So I don't know. I mean, if you were prepping, so you're Adrian Gonzales' defense attorney and you're prepping him to take the stand, what do you do? How do you do that?
Well, I think you have to humanize him.
So, did you have a good weekend? I did. I was up until 4 or 5 a.m. every single night. And tonight's the same. This morning I'll be up until 5 as well. But I enjoy it, so no complaints. Lady Di is here, but she's a bit of a lazy bitch, so she might not talk. My right fingers are all swollen and shit today from the lupus. Oh no. There'll be typos. There always is typos. I love how you blame something else, but let's be honest, you always do typos, hippie chick, no matter what. So, but yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, Trucker, I think Runkle is right. The big sour, I don't know what that is. Sticker guy is the Brit. I don't know what that is, but I would advise AG not to take a stand. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to see what they do. I don't know. The jury might want him to explain. I don't. I don't. I'm not a pro putting anyone on the stand, but they might feel like he has to. I don't know. It sucks. All this sucks. I was very happy. I watched the whole game and went to bed very happy. Hey, Dylan, and all of you. Hey, Sasmas, how are you doing, my darling? Have you changed your name back now? Or has it always been Sasmas? Hope you're doing well, my darling. Hippie chick. There she is. She knows it. She gives me the eyes, but she knows it. She knows I love her as well. Hippie chick's a good one. She's a good one. And for people that don't know what a good one is, a good one. She's a ride and die bitch, which is good. Type of queen here, yes, you're the queen of many things. Lahak, the queen of many things. The queen of being irritable, the queen of pissing me off, the queen of, well, you name it, that's Erin Hack. Good morning, good morning. Yes, smash the like, motherfuckers. Right, we do need to smash the likes. How many likes have we got? I don't even... Hang on, let me have a look to see how many likes we got here. I don't even know. Where can I look? Stream settings. We got 18 likes. Okay. Excuse me. Hello, Sasmas. 19 now. Happy days. There we go. We average probably about 30, 35 a day, which we need to increase that. That's not great. Oh, here we go. I see 14, but I'm blind. You are blind. You are blind. Right, here we go, everybody.
Okay, so they'll be withdrawn. Thank you.
Strap it in, strap it on, whichever one you prefer, whatever your kink is, do whichever one, and let's get going. Thank you, Rhonda. Oh, why the fuck is this going on this thing? I need to find the setting. There you go, that's where the setting is. Yes, they all help. Everything helps. Everything helps. Yes, they do. The hearts and the whatever, they help as well. Everything helps to get it out there. Likes, chatting, everything. It depends on the algorithm. What doesn't help is me swearing. That does not help. So I'm counterproductive. So all the good things you guys do, I spoil it. Here we go. There you go. No worries, yeah, thank you, medallion. Right, first witness. I don't know who the first witness is.
Good morning. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Just have a seat over there. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. Okay, I think we have all the jurors, so we're going to go ahead and bring them in.
Right, okay. I now need to go and...
All rise for the jury.
Oh, they're coming in, shit. Witness number 15. Thank you, Jugs. Our dads are calling you Jugs. Rocky tearing her up. Shit. Go, Rocky. Rocky, be good. Oh, it's a Texas fan.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom.
Oh, Texas fan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This witness was sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you tell us your name?
Terry Snider.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Texas Rangers with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 32 years.
Would you please come run through what your training and experience has been in law enforcement?
So my career started at Snider Police Department, and I was patrol officer there for 4 years. In 1998, I was employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Through my career with DPS, I 4 years as a highway patrolman, and then I made a motor vehicle theft service as an investigator for approximately 5-6 years there with the auto theft, and then made Texas Rangers in 2011.
So you started as a patrol officer in Snider,
That's correct.
and what did those duties include?
The typical patrol, answer calls, motorist assist, family disturbance, DWIs, things like that.
So were you called on to make arrests patrol officers.
Yes, sir.
And what was your original training? When did you first go to the police academy?
Back in 1994.
1994.
94.
Mr. Chairman, can you turn on your microphone?
Thank you. So in 1994, you went to the police academy, you were with the Snider Police, and then you transferred over, is that correct?
Well, I applied and I was hired by Texas Department of Public Safety in 1998.
What year was that?
1998.
And that's when you worked at what position?
So after graduating the academy, I was assigned back to Scurry County, Snider, Texas.
And what did you do there?
As a highway patrolman, typical highway patrol duties, patrol, arrest, crash investigations, things of that nature.
Were you trained or given special training on investigating crashes
Yes,
and crime scenes in general?
that's correct. Yes, sir.
When did that happen?
Basic crime scene stuff during troop school, or even after graduating and coming out, you had to go back for your crash investigation training. And then after making Ranger, of course, we're all sent through a 3-week crime scene school.
So all Rangers have 3 weeks of crime school?
Correct.
On May 24th, 2022, where were you assigned?
I was assigned in Wilson County, Floresville, Texas.
And where is that?
It's about 37 miles south of San Antonio.
And on that day, did you get a call for duty?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you explain that to us?
As been a part of the crime scene team with the Rangers, we were activated to respond to Uvalde to the Robb Elementary School.
When did you arrive to Robb Elementary School?
It was around 5:30 that afternoon, I believe.
That same day, the first day.
Correct.
And what were your duties at Robb Elementary?
Upon arrival, we met with our crime scene team, team leader, Brent Barina, and we as a group were briefed on details of what had occurred prior to us arriving, and we were assigned our duties from that point.
What duties were you assigned?
Basically to that day begin to assist with identifying and removing bodies from 111 and 112.
So that was the first duty of the Rangers, was to identify the people that were victimized in this case.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And was that for the purpose of notifying parents?
That's correct.
And how long did that take?
That was a long process for that evening into the night.
Excuse me?
It was a long process through the evening into the night that night.
And how were you able to make those identifications?
Usually by either clothing or what they were wearing, or by the class roster that was within the classroom.
And after identifying the bodies, what did you do next?
We gathered up and we coordinated a plan for the next day. We were released from our duties that day, and we went back the next day.
So on the 25th, you were assigned a new duty.
That's correct.
And what were your duty assignments given to you on the 25th?
On the 25th, myself and Ranger Veronica Gideon was assigned to identify and mark cartridge casings that were in the hallways of the school.
At Robb Elementary.
That's correct.
So were there a number of teams, crime scene investigation teams, that were assigned separate duties that day?
Yes, sir.
And your team got the hallway?
That's correct.
Was there a team assigned to 111?
Yes,
112,
yes,
the truck,
correct.
and the west. Did y'all get assistance from the FBI on the searching of the west side casings?
Yes,
And how were you able to, when you identified the casings, did you mark them?
yes, we marked them with a blue tent, crime scene tent marker. And on the tent had a black tape or had numeric numbers.
So as y'all used tents, you deliberately used different colors?
We did, or something to this magnitude of a crime scene, yes, to separate the evidence of where it was located.
So if you had a picture of a blue 4, that may be different from a picture of a tent with a yellow 4 or an orange 4.
That's correct.
And so the color that you were assigned to use in the hallway was what color?
We used blue in the hallway.
And tell us what steps you took in processing the hallway.
We basically started at the door and worked our way through the hall, through the path, based on the information that we were given where things took place.
And did your crime scene search, did that include specifically the hallway and nothing inside or outside of the hallway?
That's correct.
Neither room 111 or 112.
Correct.
And then what were the steps in collecting the casings?
So once we marked all the evidence, of course, it was photographed. And then once it was ready to be collected, we would collect those items by the tent numbers in order, and we would place them in a bag and then seal them up.
Thank you. And did you photograph the location of these casings before you picked them up?
Yes, we did.
Showing you Stacey Exhibit 262 through 316, and I'll ask you, Ranger, did you have a chance to review these photographs before coming here today?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us, just to flip through quickly, are they fair and accurate representations of your work in the hallway at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir, they are.
State Officers Exhibits 262 through 316. Tender and uncertain things. Go ahead, please.
Erin Hack. She is young. A lot of people think she's like a teenager. She's tiny. Do you know what I mean? So from her back, she looks like she's a school kid, but then she turns around and see she's a bit older. You got married in 19 at the time. I can't believe how young you all got married. 94, 99. Look at you ladies. Middle school boy from the back, old hag from the front. Yes. No, you're not an old hag. You're old. You're not a hag, though. Erin Hack's still beautiful, but she's old. I will give her that. They did get married young, didn't they? I was literally, hippie chick got married whilst I was starting high school. Not high school. What do you guys call it? When I was 11. I was 30 when I got married. I got married at 20. Wow, 20 as well. I mean, do you and Erin Hack, did you even give your husbands a choice? Or was it like, no, we're getting married now? Ask me to marry me right now. Too young. I suppose it's everyone's different, you know what I mean? So, Married at 19 as well, but he cheated, so that was that. See, that hippie chick's got the same story. He cheated. That's what we did back in the 1900s. I think you mean 1990s, but 1900s. Hippie chick aging herself. Bexy's such a baby. I'm jealous. She's a baby. She's a big baby. Look at her. 30 is normal now for marriage. Yes. Any age is normal. Whatever. Do you know what I mean? Junior high or middle school. Yes. There you go. I was 11. Married at 20. Divorced at 21. Fuck. Married at 22. What's this mainstream media word everyone's talking about? MMM. Oh, bad does. But as you know, do you use the saying "young, dumb, full of cum"? Because I use it quite a bit. Married again for 3 months after we met. Woof. Oops. Look, he asked. He loves me. Right. Was he? I said that. Asked the same question to Aaron Hack. Was he tied? Did you at least let him out of the restraints when he asked you? Did you then feed him again? I was 23 when I got married. We are married 26 years. There you go. Well, Kimmy married at 19 and 99 and still goes strong. There you go. Happy days for all of you. So you married the same year as Aaron Hack. Just Aaron's a little bit older. Married at 21, kids at 23, 25, 27, divorced at 29. Oh, okay. So it was a late, yeah, because you've been married 3 times, Hippie, haven't you? That was a late divorce then. They do say that. We say it all the time. We say it all the time. Young, yeah, she's young, dumb, full of cum. I was married 20 when I'm married. In Ireland, only the Irish travellers get married. Yeah, Irish travellers do get young. You're right. Sweet 16, and they normally get engaged and stuff like that. Divorced, 50 now, 56. Oh, you got divorced as well. So, you got a new husband. I did not know that. 5 Fs. I don't remember the 5 Fs. Ha ha ha, Katie, that's funny. Happy married to my husband. Yeah, I was going to say, can we also ask him in the basement if he's happily married? I watch the Irish Travellers on YouTube. Very interesting, yeah. Friends with benefits of a couple of years first. Was some of my together 4 years before we got married. There you go. Morning.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Josie? Bang bang, Niners gang. Congratulations for last night as well. Wait, what the hell are we talking about and why? So we talk about marriage and stuff and all that. And then there's a saying in the UK that apparently you guys have never heard. So young, dumb, full of cum. I got here, we talk about, yeah, it's a saying in the UK. I'm surprised that none of you have heard it. That's all. I was saying it because some people got married young, so as a mistake for some people. So, jeepers. I regret saying that now. Morning. Oh. Same thing. There you go. Congratulations, yeah. We're married 3 years before we lived together. I was waiting for my boys to be on their own and out. Let's go. Oh, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, damn, congrats. What's your secret, lol? I've heard that. There you go. You've probably been told it a lot of times, Bex. Male bestie and then marry him. That's my fantasy. To have a male bestie and then marry him. I'm widowed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Andrea, I'm sorry to hear that you're a widow. To our first house, I got married in a matter of 3 months. Sheepers. Bosa. Oh no, literally. I was busy back then, like a rampant rabbit back then. Right. Erin La Rabi.
As we discuss these exhibits, you may have to point out something specifically in this lane.
Yes, sir.
Keep you from having to stand in front of somebody. Ranger Snider, starting with exhibit 262. Can you tell us the location and what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 262?
Basically, these are the blue tent markers that was mentioned earlier with the numbers on them.
Would you speak up, please? Your voice is away from us, and I'm having a hard time hearing it.
Those are the two blue tent markers, which I mentioned earlier. And this is the hallway near the boys' restroom.
Is this from the east looking directly west?
Correct.
And before we move in specifically, has there been information or items that were removed before this photograph was taken? By that, I mean items of medical relief that was provided.
Correct.
Okay. Could you tell us just in general terms what has been removed before this photograph was taken?
I mean, obviously, you can tell by looking at this picture that the medical intervention and stuff that had previously been done before we had got there and arrived and started marking the evidence.
And did that appear to you to be a triage area?
Correct.
And so all the evidence of triage has been removed, is that correct?
Yes.
And so now Exhibit 263, can you tell us what 263 is?
So it's the same view. It's just zoomed in because when we take photographs of our evidence that we are collecting, we give an overshot view at the beginning to give the jury and other people that weren't there a view of what we saw. And then we give we zoom in just to a medium zoom, and then we zoom into a close-up. And this is a close-up shot.
Okay. And as to State's Exhibit 1, did you have any information that a shot was fired in the east hallway?
Yes.
You did have information that in the east hallway. I'm not talking about the north to south, east to the west.
No, sir. No, sir.
And yet a casing is there.
Correct.
Does the triage area have any indication as to how that casing got there?
I mean, it's obvious that where we located these items that are marked and that we collect by the signs that you see on the floor, these shell casings could have been dragged or moved or kicked or anything during the medical intervention or the chaos that was occurring.
Okay. So these casings are just indications of where you observed them.
Where we observed them and marked them at the time we collected them, yes.
And after a casing is fired and shot, can the casing be moved before you get a chance to do your job?
Correct, yes, sir.
And was there traffic in Robb Elementary that day
Yes, sir.
before you got to do your job the next day?
Yes, sir.
And some of that traffic was the triage that you were talking about.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 264.
This is item number 2. It'll be 2 magazines of .308.
And what does 308 mean?
It's the caliber of the ammunition that's loaded within the magazine.
And is this caliber of ammunition, is that consistent with law enforcement ammunition as opposed to the gunman's ammunition?
Correct.
Exhibit 265. Is this now the hallway that moves north to south as opposed to the one that was east to west?
Yes.
And are there markers indicated there?
Yes, sir. There are.
Would you point those out for the jury?
Number 3, number 4, I believe that's going to be number 5.
Exhibit 266.
It would be item or tent marker number 3, indicating a fired cartridge case.
Thank you. And 267, does that show the locations of 4 and 5?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 268.
There'll be a close-up view of item number 4, fired cartridge casing.
And does that cartridge casing indicate that there are indentions that are inconsistent with just an ejection port or an ejection action by a rifle?
Yes.
And would you show the jury where those are?
See the indention right here towards the end, as if it's been stepped on or something of that nature.
Thank you. And you're away from the microphone, but you said it appeared to you as if it had been stepped on or something like that.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 269.
That'll be tent marker number 5.
And that's just to keep up to show the jury that we recovered each one of these, even though each one was not necessarily a casing. Is that correct?
That's correct. This item here is a body cam that had fallen off.
Okay. There's by body camera, is that commonly used by law enforcement?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 270.
That's a close-up view of item number 5 of the body camera.
Exhibit 271.
It's just an overshot view of the hallway.
And does it show kind of a grouping of tents in that exhibit?
That's correct.
And would you show the jury where that grouping is?
This will be a grouping here that we marked and identified. And then, of course, diagonal from that area is another separate group.
And in photographing, do you start from a faraway view, giving us an idea where things are, and then close in on it?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Showing you then exhibit 272. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It'd be the one grouping that I pointed out first that was to the left. Items 9, 10, 11, 12, up through 22, it looks like.
And exhibit 273. Does that show that we're looking at rooms 105 and 106?
Yes, sir.
And are there just a couple of casings there? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those identification markers?
Number 6 and number 7.
And where is classroom 106 and 107 in comparison to rooms 111 and 112?
I believe they were directly across, if I'm not mistaken.
Directly across the hall?
Yes.
Thank you. State's exhibit 274.
Item number 6, and as opposed to a fired shell creation, this is a unfired shell case or cartridge case.
And by looking at exhibit 6, can you tell if that came from a pistol or a rifle?
From a handgun.
From a handgun?
Yes.
As opposed to a rifle?
Correct.
Thank you. Exhibit 275.
Be item number 7.
And 276.
It's a close-up shot of item number 7, fired cartridge case.
And the condition of item 7.
It does have that indention. Here, it looks like there's been some damage done to it. Right here towards the end.
And that is damage not from the firing of the weapon, but from another source?
Correct, presumed, yes.
Exhibit 277.
Item number 8.
And are we still then across the hall from 211 and 212?
Yes, sir.
278.
It's a close-up photograph of item number 8 being a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 279.
Again, that's just an overshot, zoomed-out view of the 2 separate groupings that we saw earlier.
And to the left of the photograph, which classrooms are those?
111, 112.
And 280, does that start to show the marker numbers and start to be able to see the casings?
That's correct.
9 through about 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have a yellow tent there. Why do you have a yellow tent as opposed to the blue tents?
If I recall correctly, I'm going to say that that was marking probably some kind of print or something, impression left in the blood.
So it was not a casing for sure.
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 281.
It's item number 9, showing a fired cartridge case.
282.
Item number 10, again, a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 283.
Number 11 will be it's a 21 round magazine with 20 unfired cartridges.
And do you recognize the nature of those cartridges and magazine?
Was believed to be law enforcement.
And why do you believe it to be law enforcement?
The type of ammo, I believe that was in it, if I remember correctly.
It's handgun ammo as opposed to rifle ammo, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 284.
That's a fired cartridge case from a handgun.
From a handgun
From a handgun,
as opposed to a rifle?
correct.
Thank you. And Exhibit 285?
Just kind of a zoomed out overshot view between, in front of 111, 112 of the same tent markers that we've been going through.
And on the far left, does it show an additional tent marker?
Item number 14.
Thank you. Exhibit 286.
It's item number 13, fired cartridge case.
And State's Exhibit 287.
It's a close-up view of item 13, a fired cartridge case from a rifle.
State's Exhibit 288.
Item number 14, fired cartridge case.
And Exhibit 289.
It's a zoomed-in shot of item 14, a fired cartridge case.
Moving next to Exhibit 290.
Again, just a zoomed-out overall photograph of that hallway in front of 111, 112, showing our tent markers.
291.
Item number 15, showing 3 fired cartridge casings.
So you may put one marker down for more than one casing.
Correct.
Exhibit 292.
Item number 16, identifying the 3 fired cartridge casings.
Okay. And we see 2 fairly easily. Where's the third?
This will be 1, 2, and the third off here on the left.
Thank you. Exhibit 293.
Item number 17, fired cartridge casing.
And 294.
Item number 18, again, a fired cartridge casing.
295.
Just an overshot view in front of 111, 112 of the tent markers and of the cartridge casings that we identified.
296.
Item number 19, fired cartridge casing.
297.
Item number 20, it's a fired cartridge casing.
298.
Item number 21, fired cartridge casing.
And do these all belong to a rifle?
That's correct, yes.
299.
Item number 22, identifying the 2 fired cartridge casings.
Rifle casing.
Correct.
Moving now down the hallway, State's Exhibit 300, would you describe what we see here?
Be the focusing on basically the tent markers that we set out to identify additional cartridge casings that we had located.
And once again, this is when you located it the day after this event. Is that correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 301.
Item number 23, fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 302.
Again, the same tent marker, number 23, just a closer up, zoomed in photo of the fired cartridge casing.
Exhibit 303.
Item number 24, a fired cartridge casing from a rifle.
Exhibit 304.
Item number 25, cartridge casing, fired cartridge casing from a rifle.
Exhibit 305.
That's just a zoomed in photo of item number 25 of that fired cartridge casing.
Exhibit 306.
Item number 26, And then, of course, you can see 27, 28 in the background. And then the medical intervention, signs of intervention there.
And 307.
A zoomed in photo of item number 26, a fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 308.
Item number 27, 2 fired rifle cartridge cases.
Exhibit 309.
Item number 28, fired rifle cartridge casing.
And 310.
Showing item 29, 31, 32, and 33.
And are those further toward the south door?
That's correct.
This takes exhibit 311.
A zoomed in photo of item 29, a fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 312.
Item number 30, a zoomed in photograph of a fired rifle cartridge casing.
And exhibit 313, does that show the general location of tent marker 32?
Yes, sir.
And exhibit 314.
Item 31, showing the fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 315.
Item number 32, again, a fired rifle cartridge casing.
And exhibit 33.
Item number 33, fired rifle cartridge casing.
And are you able to distinguish casing from one manufacturer from another manufacturer?
Yes.
And in this case, how many different types of rifle cartridge casings did you recover from the hallway?
Right, I'm just going to step in here for a second. Right, I understand they have to lay foundations for everything I do, but the main crux of the question that the jury are going to have to answer is, did Adrian Gonzales, should he have stopped it before the shooter entered the building, and what happened after that? Do you know what I mean? They're showcasing the damage that happened. So the emotive element of all this. None of this answers the question at all. I know what they're doing is look at the damage he caused. If he stopped it, none of this damage would have happened. But the other side is, well, if you try to stop it, he could be dead himself. I think this trial could be, evidence-wise, could be done in one day. Rather than all this. They originally said this is going to last 3 to 4 weeks, but then I think they condensed it to 2 weeks. So, Right, prove that Gonzales saw him outside. They can't, so they are doing this. That's true as well. I watched a documentary that said that most of the damage happened in the first 2 minutes. Is that the first 2 minutes of when he entered, or whereabouts was that first 2 minutes? Is that when he entered the room, you mean, or entered the school, or was that from outside? Right, I'm going to play a 1.25 so we can catch up. Interestingly, what you were saying here, hang on. I wonder if they will call any of those officers that stood in the hallways where the gunman was shooting. Probably not. So the question here is, right, it's they were saying that the prosecution haven't decided yet whether they're going to bring more people onto the stand. So if he's found guilty, there's a possibility they might. This could go on for years. So they may prosecute more people. So yeah, I'm not aware of any deals in place or anything like that. So where they've told people, if you testify, we won't prosecute you. But The prosecution have not said they will not prosecute more than 2 people. They are holding that to themselves. So that was interesting. So we'll see. Rooms 1 or 2 and 1 or 4. The first 2 minutes after the shooter entered the school. So again, I mean, we could go back. I think you all know my feelings on this. So I think you all know. The state won't call them they die, but the defense should. Yeah, I don't know. They might not. Yeah, I don't know. If they charge anyone, they should charge. Is that the chief? Is that the one that's been charged? Morning, Dave. Blue collar Dave. How are you? Nice to see you, buddy. Let's go, Pat. Yeah. So the police chief. The police chief is one that is standing for trial. There's no date, I don't believe, for his trial yet, but there's the police chief is also standing trial. So yes, and I believe he was charged. Yes. Right, let's get back to it. We play 1.25 because this is boring as fuck.
We recovered an LC 22 5.56, and then there was a 9mm Luger Hornady, a Remington 223, and a Remington 223.
So how many Remington shell casings did you recover?
I believe, if I recall correctly, 2. 3. I'm saying 3 right offhand here.
Okay. May I approach? That was a lot of casings that we went through.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. When y'all packaged up the casings, did you put them in different packages based on the brand of the casing?
We did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Showing you states exhibit 16.
Yes.
Just what does the LE at the top of says exhibit 16 stand for?
We're identifying these as being law enforcement related, belonging to law enforcement.
We would offer exhibit 16,
All right, it's a minute.
And without going into and opening each one of the casings, do you, as you enter those exhibits into the envelope, do you keep record of what type of casings those are?
Yes, we give it, we write a description of what we collect on the envelope so we can refer to it later.
And how many cartridge casings, rifle cartridge casings were associated with law enforcement?
6.
And how many pistol cartridge casings were associated with law enforcement?
2.
And were they both fired, or was one fired, one unfired?
I think the one was unfired and then the rest were fired.
And we saw a photograph of one.
That's correct.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole.
17 will be admitted, no objection, go ahead.
Would you tell us what states exhibit 17 contains?
This will be the envelope that we secured all the LC 2.20 fired cartridges that we just went through that we collected in the hallway.
And did you also collect cartridge casings or assist in them out at the ditch where the truck was?
I don't believe I did, no.
Very good. Pass the witness. Good morning,
morning, Snider.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
So, we've not met before, right?
No, sir.
So my name's Gary Hillier. I'm one of the three attorneys at the Legal.
Yes, sir.
And you testified before?
Yes, sir. I have.
Probably a lot of times, right?
A few. Yes, sir.
You understand, I've got some questions to ask you
Sure.
about your role in this investigation.
Yes, sir.
Specifically in your training and experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes you speak too fast. And so if I am talking too fast, you can say, Gary, hold on, talk a little slower, and I'll repeat yourself.
Sure. Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to trick you or anything.
Yes, sir.
So, and I take out your permission to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Cool, thank you. So you've been some sort of 32 years in law enforcement together,
Yes, sir.
and I believe that ironically you started in Snider.
Snider, Texas. Yes, sir.
It's not named after the family or anything like that.
No connection, sir.
No connection. So you did 4 years of patrol officer.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So you went through an academy in originally back in '94, right?
Yes, the first academy was the Odessa College Academy. Yes, sir.
So you went to like a community college that does multiple agencies training. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I guess that's where you first encountered like these tactics,
Correct.
like use of force,
Correct.
use of firearms for law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you've been carrying a firearm ever since.
Yes, sir. I have.
So and throughout the training, obviously, you've probably done, if you looked at your training record, you've probably done a lot of training in those years, right?
Yes, sir. I have.
And so you went to the DPS in '98,
That's correct. Yes, sir.
and you were a highway patrolman. I think that's the correct title for a while.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And then you promoted out, is that correct? Is the correct terminology, promoted to major ranger?
I promoted out from trooper status to auto theft investigator, and then that's our criminal law enforcement division then. And then after 5 years of being an auto theft investigator, I promoted into the Texas Rangers. Correct.
Right, so it's after that you promoted to rangers. Okay. And then once you made rangers, you made ranger, I should say, you go to, as a matter of course, everyone goes to a 3-week crime scene investigation course.
That's correct. Yes.
And that's where, that's what you're here to testify about today, you're working this crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during all those years, you do you call it in-service? Some police departments call it in-service or continuation training.
Yes, sir. We do.
Because you probably carry a weapon today, right?
Yes, sir. I am.
And you're carrying a sidearm?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
A pistol.
Yes, sir.
And you have to qualify to shoot that, is that correct?
We do. Yes, sir.
Several times a year.
Yes, sir.
You have to do tactical training.
That's correct.
In order to keep your status as a police officer, right?
Correct.
Primarily, and also to keep your status as a ranger.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so let's talk to you about your role in these things.
Yes, sir.
So you said you're based out of Wilson County.
I was at the time of this. Yes.
And you're not now, so.
No, sir. I'm in Atascosa County now.
Not a million miles away, but
It's a little bit, not much.
same district attorney, but different county. Right?
That's correct.
So you made your way on May 24th, 22 to the scene. I think you said late afternoon, early evening, 5:30 p.m.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
You had a briefing.
Correct.
And was it Lieutenant Marina?
That's correct.
So we've already met, Lieutenant Marina, but Lieutenant Marina, he was there before you, made the scene before you,
Yes,
and gave you a briefing on the situation.
that's correct.
So at that point, I think I've seen some of the reports of this incident, and it's discussed in several ways, but you're there to investigate or help to investigate what ended up being an officer-involved shooting.
Typically, but it was called in and given to us as an active shooter. Yes, sir.
That's how it came in, right?
Correct.
That's where I was going. So in actual fact, what you were investigating was a mass murder of children, right?
Correct.
And the attempted murder of 2 police officers,
Correct.
which ended in an officer-involved shooting, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and so Ranger Marina gave you a briefing. I think you mentioned something about that this is a huge scene, correct?
Yes.
And I think, if I approach to this,
Yes, sir.
with the demonstrative, I think you mentioned that Ranger Marina gave you your briefing, and I just want to clarify on this demonstrative, this map, what your marching orders were, but what your briefing was to try and investigate. So I think that you said that you, right, so you were briefed to start searching at the door, right? I think that's what you said.
Yeah, basically started where it was indicated where everything began, and then of course where the action took place, and then the after effects of that.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to confirm the door. You said because you testified starting at the door. So you recognise this location here. It's an overview. This is stage 1. of the school.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay, surrounded by Geraldine and Grove. So this is the school here, right?
Correct.
That's the school in there. So we've the way it's been discussed and labelled in trial so far is you've got the west door around here.
That's correct.
I'm indicating on the map now. It's got a red X.
Correct.
Now that's the door you're talking about, right?
From the inside, from the interior only. Our focus on the first day there was basically, as I also mentioned, to identify and remove bodies from 111, 112. Then the following day, marking our evidence in the hallways were basically from the interior down the hall and then back down the hall in front of the classrooms.
Right, and thanks for that. But what I mean is this is the door on the inside of the building. You say we started at the door. That's where your work started at the door.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and we've identified that throughout the trial as the west door.
Okay,
And so this is the west to east. There's two corridors inside that building, right?
correct.
And we've seen lots of photographs, and we'll visit about some of them in a minute. But there's one. I know it's not perfect north-south orientation, but I think we're talking about one that goes west to east, east to west.
Correct.
And one corridor that goes north-south, south-north, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you started at this west entrance door here,
Correct.
and you know through your briefing, and obviously you know now that door was unlocked.
It was said to have been, yes, sir.
Through your knowledge and your briefings, I mean, you weren't there at the time,
Correct.
obviously, right? But you know now that door had been left unlocked, right?
Through knowledge is unlocked or propped open, ever how you want to refer to it, yes, sir.
So that's how that monster got into that school building, right?
Correct.
If that door had been locked, that might change things, right?
Obviously, yes.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. So that's where you started on your evidence collection, and so you described your process. I want to talk mostly about the collection of the shells, which is.
Don't worry, Jugs. You're all good. You're not missing all that much. But that was a masterclass. That was a masterclass. Just got the key witness that gathers all the evidence to admit the door was open, or propped open, and that basically is the reason that all these people died. And he was like, yeah, well, obviously. Yes, that's the whole thing. Obviously, if the door was locked, the shooter wouldn't be able to get in to the school. Now, can I say that no children would have died or nobody would have died? No, because no one can. We don't know what would have happened. But he wouldn't have been able to access the school. That's the whole point. So they're blaming this guy for being the reason this all happened. But if that door was closed, the shooter wouldn't be able to access the school. And as this guy says, obviously, that is a huge piece for the defense. So that was huge. I'll rewind it a second just in case if you want to hear it yourselves. Hang on. Here we go.
Well, there at the time,
Correct.
obviously, right? But you know now that door had been left unlocked,
That door had been left unlocked.
right?
Through knowledge is unlocked or propped open, ever how you want to refer
To my knowledge, that door was left open, propped open, he says.
to it, yes, sir.
So that's how that monster got into that school building, right?
That's how that monster got into the school building, right? That question, that's how this monster got into the school building, right?
Correct.
Right.
That door had been locked, that might change things, right?
If that door was locked, that might change things, he said. If that door was locked, that might have changed things, right?
Obviously, yes.
Obviously, yes. If that door was locked, that would have changed things, correct? Obviously. Such a blasé, obviously. If that door was locked, obviously.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. He's shocked. He's like, oh, yeah, of course. Obviously.
So that's where you started on your evidence collection, and so you described your process. I want to talk mostly about the collection of the shells, which is your data.
Yes, I agree. As I say, I can't say that he would have shot into the rooms and stuff like that. We don't know. But he would have been contained outside. So when officers and everything come in, he'd have been outside. So more people could have shot him dead. There could be no lives lost. But I can't for sure say there would be no lives lost because we'd never know. would have changed things. Absolutely, he would have. As he would say, obviously, you know. Adrian had nothing to do with that door. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. No worries at all. No worries at all. Nice. I know, I am nice. I'm too nice, some would say. Too nice. Who let the door open? Oof. Whose job is it to make sure all doors are locked when the bell rings? So we don't actually know who let the door open yet, but we have found out that it's a regular occurrence. Everyone props it. Everyone props it all the time, but I don't know who did it yet. Unfortunately, what the defense are trying to say to them as well is no reported issues with the doors. There was no school resource officer there to go around and check on stuff. The doors to some of the rooms weren't closing properly, and I don't know why. I think some people didn't have keys for the door either, which is why people were propping it. I think that's the problem. People didn't have keys. Lovely Sarah P. Facts. Adrian didn't unlock that door. He was at the park with the other school. Absolutely. He was nowhere near it. He was just the first arrived. But we also know that 40 seconds later, 3 other officers arrived, and they arrived right next to where the shooter entered. But didn't that one teacher shut the door as soon as she heard something? So this is where some of the doors couldn't lock properly. It's allegedly. Now, we've not covered it yet because the defense are alluding to it. So we've not come to that bit yet. So it'd be interesting to hear. The teacher that we have on the stand said there was a regular occurrence to leave the door open. You are the nicest person I know. Your head, how do you know I've got a big head? Who told you that? I heard the teachers say they all leave it propped open, but I hope it is someone's job in these buildings to make sure all doors are closed and locked right when the bell rings. It would be probably the school resource officer, which they don't have. They didn't have one. At the time, they didn't have one. And they never pushed for it. There's a lot of things wrong in this school. We've not heard the facts yet, but there's a lot of things wrong here. The defense is starting to chip away at. No one's going to come forward and say it was me. No, but aren't there supposed to be cameras and stuff in schools? That's a question. I thought there were cameras in schools. If the doors couldn't lock, that's the fault of school admin. Absolutely. Absolutely, Andriel. Absolutely. She may have kicked the rock out, but it still wasn't locked. Absolutely, Josie. I wonder if the defense got an investigator to look at the doors unless they messed with the crime scene before they got a chance. I don't know the full story. I'm just reading between the lines of what the defense are bringing in currently. A lot of the people on faculty are in the hindsight is 2020, and truly no one's fault except the shooter, at least to me. I would need so much more for a guilty if I was juror. Absolutely. The monster here is the shooter. But if you're going to prosecute this guy, there's a lot of other people that you can prosecute within the school and everything. Anyway, let's see what happens here. But I thought that was interesting, what they just said there. I know some of you couldn't quite hear, so I wanted to get that for you. So.
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's the exhibits that have been. So we can limit ourselves to that. That's what I'm trying to do. So,
yes, sir.
So your process is to, and I wrote it down, is you'll walk through and identify things.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Generally speaking, then you'll mark it.
Mark it with a tent marker. Yes, sir.
Then, I mean, because you're inside, it's called a tent, right? You put it over it next to it, so you can photograph it next.
Correct.
And then afterwards, you will then retrieve it.
Yes, sir.
And then that's the stuff that we've seen on the surveillance today, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So, and again, I think Mr. Turner might have asked you how many rounds that were found, but you know, it's a lot, right? A lot of ammunition, spent ammunition was found in those corridors.
Yes.
And you said that a lot of them are damaged. Right? A lot of those shell cases were damaged.
Yes, sir. There was several noted. Yes, sir.
Yeah, which, like you said, that scene was, you said chaotic.
Yes, sir.
When you went there, it was chaotic, right?
There was a lot of movement going on. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what I mean by that is that there's no indication, there is a general indication of where those rounds were fired because you've seen some groupings on the ground, right?
Yes.
Your testimony was that there were so many people, and you're around, well, there's so many people moving through that rounds were getting kicked and cases were getting kicked and they could have been moved.
Yes, they could have been. Yes.
So you can't testify to the jury where these shots were fired, right?
No, sir. I mean, we can presume by the groupings.
So there you go. But you can presume by the groupings.
Correct.
What I mean by that, I would imagine, is if there's a grouping of spent cartridges in the hallway, which there were, right?
Yes, mainly in front of the doors.
Mainly in front of the doors of classroom 111 and 112, right?
Correct.
And so we'll look at the pictures in a second. But there's a grouping or two, I think there were two groupings, there's shells everywhere, right?
Yes.
To start with wider, there were shells everywhere. That's not an indication of where those rounds were fired, right?
Correct.
But there was a grouping outside those two doors.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said a second ago that that's an indication of those rounds were fired outside of those classrooms, right?
Correct.
And were you aware that it's believed that the classroom 111 was left unlocked?
Yes.
But nevertheless, you've got a group of casings that were fired by the killer in that corridor.
Correct.
So in the absence of, so you know now that he didn't fire at anyone in the hallway, he was firing into the classroom, right?
Yes, sir.
So firing into something where you can't see inside. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Because a police officer can't do that, can they? The police officer has to be able to see what they're shooting at.
Correct. You have to identify your target. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you can't see your target, you can't shoot it.
Correct.
But that's not what this person was doing, right? The killer
Correct.
was firing indiscriminately into classrooms, through walls.
That's correct.
And police officers not allowed to do that. You can't do that.
No, sir.
And again, I think you said that you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said that you believe that classroom door 111 was open, right? Unlocked.
Correct.
Obviously, had it been locked, I guess from your previous answer, that would make the outcome of this incident very different.
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to a specific photograph. We'll find it and ask you to have it. But just to get a photograph up and we'll
Sure.
We'll have to put it on the screen.
Yes, sir.
You bear with me. Judge, my approach to television when it's displayed.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you can't see the top of the picture. No, that's not one. Just like approach to see the screen.
Yes.
So, Radio, I've we've published what's been marked as 272. You recognise that photograph has been entered already, right?
Yes, sir.
So, if you would, can you orient the jury to where we're looking here in this photograph, please?
This will be classrooms 111, 112. If I remember correctly, the entry door that he's talking about is going to be back this direction.
Do you mean the west entry door? Okay, so what we're looking at in the distance?
Is the groupings of the fired cartridge casings, of which we identified in the tent marker to the side.
Right, okay, cool. So, but in the distance here, this is the south, this is another entry-exit door, right?
That's correct, at the end.
And that's not the one that you were, that's not the one that you were briefed by Ranger Marina to start your search in. That was the west entry door, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
What we're looking at here now is, so if the west entry door is over here towards that window somewhere, maybe?
Correct.
Right, okay, and the east-west corridor is probably up here somewhere.
Correct.
Right, now we're looking at the kind of generally north-south.
That's correct, yes, sir.
North-south to the south entry door.
Correct.
right? So, and this is a corridor.
Correct.
Obviously, I know we can see that, but it's also tactically, because you've done lots of tactical training, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're aware of the concept of a fatal funnel.
Correct.
So a fatal funnel is anything that can be open. There's an open space where there's no cover and it's difficult to tactically move, right?
Correct.
Such as a doorway. So if this doorway here, I draw your attention to this door behind me, this could potentially be a fatal funnel if I'm attempting to go through it.
Yes, sir.
So if you've got, I think the correct terminology would be, I mean, obviously it would be, in this case, it would be mass murderer or killer behind that door, but a defender, if a defender was behind that door opposed to my entry and I go through that door, that is a fatal funnel.
I would agree.
Right, and you need, and it's an extremely dangerous situation for a law enforcement person entering or military entering that fatal funnel.
Sure.
And you'd agree with me that fatal funnel could be, it can be an open doorway, right?
Sure.
It could be a stairwell,
Yes, sir.
but it could also be a corridor, a hallway,
Yes, sir.
right? So anyone, so let's say hypothetically, someone enters this south door, and because we said there's a grouping, we can see the grouping here, and I'm sorry to just display this again, but I'm sorry, but we have to do it to demonstrate this point, right? That anyone entering this is entering a fatal funnel.
Yes, sir.
Because we've seen evidence here of rounds that have been fired in this hallway.
Correct.
So anyone who enters through that doorway is entering a potentially life or death situation for them personally.
Correct.
So they would be putting themselves in extreme danger.
Correct.
Yeah. And if they, and going on from that, if someone entered it, so by extension, if someone enters that, they put themselves in danger, that fatal funnel.
Yes, sir.
If shots were fired in that tunnel or that funnel while they were there, and they remain in that funnel, they're continuing and staying in extreme danger.
Correct.
And thank you, Reyes. Got no further questions, if possible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to start with this concept we just spoke about if you can't see what you're shooting at as a police officer, you don't shoot. Is that correct?
Correct. We are trained to identify our target.
Identify your target before you shoot.
Correct.
And so if you hear shooting on a school ground, but you can't see where the shooting's coming from, you don't shoot.
Correct.
So you just stand where you are.
Typically, I mean, through the information gathered, if we know where the shooter is, I mean, we have to identify our target before we shoot, yes.
And how do you identify where your target is?
You have to get to your target. You have to find where the shooting's coming from.
When you hear the shooting as a police officer, you have to find where the shooting's coming from.
Correct.
And is that something you can just take your time to do, or is it an immediate action?
You make a tactical approach to where the shootings occur.
And is that a direct requirement?
Yes.
And in an active shooting situation, is time of the essence.
Absolutely.
That is, the longer the time in an active shooting, the more victims you can have.
Correct.
So when an officer hears shooting but can't see shooting.
All right, Columbo. Right, all this is great. But hey, Columbo, you idiot. Again, if the door wasn't left open, there would be no deaths, or there'd be a lot less deaths. So him trying to say, so if there's an active shooter, you're supposed to run around like a headless chicken till you find the shooter. That's all well and good in theory, but in practice, we've already heard there's a lot of echo and stuff in the area. How does he 100% know where to go? He makes a call in. He does the right thing by calls it in. Shots fired, shots fired. Then you've got to gather yourself and go, shit, where is it? Where do I go? How do I do this? There's a lot of things that happen. On paper, you can go, well, 30 seconds elapsed. And in that 30 seconds, he could have run 500 meters and jumped on his back and killed him. In theory, all that's great. But when you're hearing shots fired and you're like, fuck, in the moment, it's not quite as easy as what he's trying to blase say here. I mean the attorney now, not this guy, the attorney. About if the shots fired, he's supposed to run straight towards them. No, he's supposed to call in first, look for backup, and try to, do a best assessment of how to protect it. Now, also, I will say this, political resource officer, and anybody else, they would probably think that, or rightly think, that the school's on lockdown. Because he's school resource officer. He knows you cannot enter that building without having access. So he doesn't know that the door's open. Because it shouldn't be open. So we can all, we can say, oh, those 30 seconds are crucial. No, there's so many things that are crucial to all this. So that's why I hate this, that this notion that you hear a shot, you're supposed to run straight towards it and find it and kill the person. It doesn't quite work like that. And as I say, this is why they might actually put him on, have him testify, is because he can explain, well, at the end of the day, I thought the school was on lockdown because it should be. There's nothing that should be open. So my focus was on, is the area secure? Right, fine. I don't have to worry about that area. Let's look around, see where the shooter is, because there's no way the shooter's getting into the school because the school's locked. Well, no, because someone's phoning me. Shall I answer it? Hello? Hello?
Hi, can I speak to Dallin Davy?
Oh, speaking. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. This side here, calling you from the Assure Finance. I hope you're doing good today, okay?
Yes, good, thank you. Good.
All right. Actually, the reason we are calling you because we got some update under your name and number. This shows that you got some unsecured outstanding debts which you are trying to pay every month. Is that correct?
I used to be, yes. I've paid the debt back now.
Okay, so currently, do you have any outstanding balances or are you debt-free right now?
About £20. That's it. So yeah, not much debt left.
Only £20 is left.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think it's easily manageable for you, right?
Yes.
It's not a big amount.
Perfect. No, not
Okay,
big.
all right then. All right then. Take care. Have a good day. Thank you for your time.
Take care. Goodbye. Ta-ta. Who the fuck are these people? How do they get your numbers and stuff? Friggin' no. I was going to say got massive debt or something, but I was like, oh, fuck, I can't be asked. Venmo you the $20. Venmo me the $20. Right. Anyway, let's get back to it. But yeah, let's get back to it. I lost my train of thought now.
What does the officer do?
Runs to the shooting, where we tactically approach to where the shooting's occurring.
And what does tactically approach mean?
You're finding your concealment, your cover.
Excuse me?
Your concealment, your cover. You're moving towards that sound where the shooting's occurring.
You move toward the sound where the shooting's occurring.
Correct.
And that information can come from the sound, correct?
Correct.
Or somebody telling you where the shooting's coming from.
That's correct.
And as you're approaching the shooting, you need not be reckless.
Correct.
You can use cover.
Correct.
That is, you can approach the sound of the shooting and still be protected from harm.
That's correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this building, the fourth grade wing that you worked in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
And is this building, was it made with bricks?
Yes, it was.
And are those brick walls protected to law enforcement?
Yes.
Would that be covered?
Yes.
So you could approach the corner and be completely covered or protected
Yes, sir.
if the shots are coming down this west side.
That's correct.
No danger.
Correct.
And this south doorway, did you get close enough to see if it was a metal door?
Yes, sir, I did.
Something you couldn't see through?
Correct.
And would that be called concealment?
Yes,
So as a police officer, if you opened the door and stood behind the door, there could be concealment.
that's correct.
You could be down, you could be standing spook, you could be standing up.
Yes, sir.
Concealment and cover are assistance to law enforcement
Yes, sir.
when approaching an active shooter,
Yes, sir.
but you go in.
100%. Yes, sir.
But it's dangerous.
Yes, sir.
And you know that?
Yes, sir.
When you became a police officer, did you know you were not in dangerous situations?
Yes, sir.
Did you issue the gun?
Yes, sir.
You live with it every day.
Every day.
You live with the potential of coming home every day.
Every day. Yes, sir.
Sustain.
Can you tell the jury how much training you go through, if you do, to equip you to deal with danger? Objectively.
Basically, through the in-house training that we do, we go through extensive training. Obviously, our department's made of different divisions, but as an individual, I train myself every day of putting myself in different situations, whether it be while I'm doing old case reports or typing case reports or while I'm driving down the road. I picture something happening and how I would react and what I would do during that time. Because you never know when you're going to drive up on something or when something's going to occur. You could be standing in line at a fast food restaurant or a convenience store getting something and something occur. How are you going to react and what are you going to do during that time?
And you're not unique as a police officer in doing that, are you?
No. I think we all do it.
Is a police officer ever off duty?
No, sir.
So you're constantly reminded.
I mean, even when I go out with my family and we eat at a restaurant, I put myself in a situation and we have that conversation amongst us as a family. If something happens for them, for my wife and child, for what I want them to do, just leave me alone, let me take care of business, and they take off.
And so as an officer on the job for 1 year or first day, that's when you begin thinking of those things.
Sure.
And 10 years into it, that would be 10 years of thinking about it
Yes, sir.
and training
Correct.
and preparing.
All right, sustain, go ahead.
The second thing, Exhibit 272, if you look behind you, that south door, what's the condition at that time?
Appears to be open, or it looks open.
Is that because of the bright light?
Yes, sir.
And then this door,
It's closed.
and the amount of light coming through, is that different at that point?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And the last thing is I just wanted to make sure there's no confusion. You started at the west door because that was what you were briefed to do.
Correct.
Is that what we're looking at there?
Yes.
So the picture is on the east side looking west, even though you started on the west door.
Correct.
I
Yes, sir.
just didn't want there to be confusion. That's the west.
So, Ranger, we've got a couple more questions for you now.
Yes, sir.
So, I just want to clarify, when you were, how long did you spend at the scene?
Total hours, I think I was 3 days there, and then we were relieved, we rotated out.
Yeah, and that's, I'm not asking you to say anything else, but you were at the scene a long time, right? And right?
Correct.
And you were, while you were there, you were never investigating Adrian Gonzales, were you?
Never saw him.
Never saw him, but he was never a focus of your investigation at the time.
Our focus was just the mass shooting, the officer-involved shooting, collecting the appropriate, the evidence located. Yes, sir.
All right. And so the prosecutor asked you a question, if you, because obviously you can't, it goes without saying that a police officer has to be able to see the target that they're going to shoot at if they are going to shoot, right?
Yes, we're responsible for that bullet to engage our target. Yes.
Of course you are, because otherwise you end up possibly as a defendant for shooting someone unlawfully, right?
Correct.
Because you can't return fire to the sound of gunshots.
Correct.
Presuming you know where the gunshots are coming from.
Correct.
All right, because if you train with a long weapon, I'm sure, like a rifle style weapon, I think you're probably trained for that.
Correct.
And you know through your training experience that if you fire that inside in a range, it will sound different than if you're firing it outside.
Of course. Yes, sir.
Because the speed of the bullet coming out of the barrel, the muzzle velocity of that weapon is so fast, like, it's so fast, especially the weapon in this case, it's faster than the speed of sound, right?
Correct.
You don't need to be an expert to testify that, it is. So it's loud and it echoes.
Yes, sir.
And if that sound will bounce off the buildings,
Yes. I mean, it travels. Yes.
it will travel and it will bounce. You don't know where it's, sometimes you fire a weapon outside, it can be difficult to identify where that's coming from.
In this situation, not only are we identifying the sound, we're also gathering the information of our complainant, our victims, or our reporting parties of where that sound's coming from as well.
Exactly. And if those two are not consistent, you hear, and what someone is telling you doesn't match with what you're hearing, that creates even further problems for an officer to identify where the sound might be coming from, right?
It could, but I also want to listen to the information provided to me to follow that information and where it's coming from or where that person's hearing it from or seeing it from.
And let's talk about that. So hypothetically, and this is not, it's not a trick, right? Let's talk about that scenario. So, for example, hypothetically, if I were saying to you, Ranger, I've seen someone shooting over here, right? And at the same time, you're hearing something like the report of a long-barreled weapon. The report of a long-barreled weapon or a rifle is the sound of it going bang, basically, right?
Sure.
And you are hearing something that is not consistent with what I'm saying. That could cause some confusion in you to know where those shots are being fired from, right?
Possibly.
Possibly. So you're not just going to fire blindly to your weapon to the sound of gunshots.
No, I'm going to take the information given to me, analyze it, look, process it, and if I identify the target, then engage.
But if you can't identify, all you've got to identify the target, if there is a target, is a sound. You can't just fire towards the sound, right?
Correct.
No, you can't. And so, so talking about the prosecutor's first thing as he described it. So you can't just do that. So, and obviously and you said that the prosecutor asked you, if you're dealing with an incident like this, do you take your time or you immediately react? Remember that?
I'm sorry.
In an incident like this, we know this is an active shooter, right?
Correct.
Mr. Turner asked you if an officer should just take their time leisurely or should they immediately react? Right? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you said time is of the essence. You must immediately react. Right?
Correct.
But but you agree with me that if hypothetically I were to say to you, because you're outside here and you're not a police officer, right? And I say, I've just seen a man shooting his weapon running at that school, right? And you saw someone running at that school and you chased them down, that would be taking immediate action, right?
Correct.
So if someone did that, they would be taking immediate action.
Correct.
Right, okay. And then we spoke about some tactical movement, right?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor spoke about tactical movement.
Yes, sir.
Because you went to the scene, well, you spent 3 days there, right?
Yes, sir.
And what incidents were there? 3. So this first one's number 3?
Yes.
Yes, please. I'm going to show you maybe what's been marked. So I've just marked as defence 3, 4, and 5. You recognise this, right?
They're all outside photographs of evidentiary items.
Yeah, they're a very accurate depiction of the scene as you saw it on those days.
Correct.
Defence offers, and we'll show it to public counsel first, what's been marked as defence 3, 4, and 5 installments. No objection, so give 1 second so we can display them on the screen. Maybe publish one.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll just try and talk about it. While my colleague does that, maybe I'll approach you with another
Yes, sir.
exhibit.
Yes, sir.
So we just mark these while we're trying to get them so we can publish them on the screen. Right? So those were the pictures. 3, 4, and 5 are pictures of the scene. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 6. Do you recognise that?
It's the corner of the school building, and then of course the outside, the exterior of the school.
Yeah, and so you recognise it, and you've identified where it is. Judge, I'm going to show it to the state, but defence also offers defence 6 into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it'll be admitted. Any chance of getting them up on the screen?
I'm fine, that's fine. I'm sorry, Your Honor. what we do, I may approach right now. I will start, you do it the old way. So just for the jury, I am publishing what's been taken. So there's a series of photographs. Oh, they're up on the screen. Right, okay. So, Ranger, if I may put that there, if we just do it on the diagram first.
Yes, sir.
So I guess you'd agree with me that what we're looking at here are photographs of the southwest corner of the building here.
That's correct. That looks like it's depicting this area
Yeah,
right in there.
The southwest corner of the building here, right. So that's what we're looking at generally. So we're looking, obviously the jury's seen these photographs last week with other rangers who took photographs, because you can take these photographs, right?
I did not.
But the prosecutor wants to talk to you about tactical movement, so I want to talk to you about some tactical movement. Jason, if you could publish 4, please. Well, in the meantime, I will spray them to the jury. So like we've seen so far, there are photographs. There we go. There are photographs, and the method of your taking photographs and evidence collection is to take a further out, zoomed out view, right?
Correct.
And then you go closer again.
Correct.
With more detail, and then further again to show more detail again.
Correct.
To illustrate things. So this is a diagram or photograph that's further away.
It's zoomed out photo, yes.
And we're generally looking at the southwest corner of the building.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you can see in the distance there, you can see a vehicle with the word police written on it.
Correct.
And another white vehicle parked behind it, quite a distance away, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we talked about, I think, and again, I wouldn't use the correct words, you say tactically moving towards the south. So we already discussed the problems with hearing a shot fired outside from a high-powered weapon, right?
Correct.
It can echo.
Yes, sir.
Right? So now I want to talk about how one or an officer that should approach that sort of sound, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you should approach it tactically,
Sure.
right? Because you wouldn't just run blindly towards it, right?
No, sir.
Because that would cause more problems than solutions it would solve, right?
Correct.
Because a dead cop can't help anyone, right?
Correct.
All right. But so we're talking about moving tactically. So I think the prosecutor's suggestion is, so someone who was over here, let's say a police officer who got out of this vehicle here, who's on the south side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Right. So what we spoke about is you're familiar with slicing the pie.
Yes, sir.
Or quartering a corner.
Yes, sir.
Like quartering would be more of a military phrase, right?
Yes, sir.
Slicing the pie or cutting the pie would be a civilian law enforcement term.
Correct.
Right. And then also the correct way, so let's pretend someone was over here where I am. Right, somewhere in this west parking lot. That's what, over here is the west parking lot, right?
Correct.
So if someone were to hear the report of gunfire over here, the correct way to approach it would be to take cover along this wall here, right?
Potentially one way.
One way.
You just can't see what else is out here in this vacant lot as far as any other potential concealment or cover to make a wider approach.
And that's a good point. We're talking about a wider approach. But for argument's sake, because you were there, right? At this scene.
I was at the scene, but I didn't have much part in it. Yes, sir. But I was there. Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to.
No, no, no.
Remember, this is mostly an open field, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And we see a little thin tree there.
Okay. Yes, sir.
That is a tree.
Yes, sir.
Right. But it's not a substantial tree.
Correct.
That would be
But
possibly concealment.
potentially, yes, sir.
Potentially concealment, right, against a long barrel weapon, because we know what weapon we're talking about now.
Yes, sir.
High velocity,
Correct.
high power,
Correct.
could penetrate that tree easily, right?
Correct.
So that tree is not cover
Correct.
for a human body hiding behind it.
Correct.
From fire from the weapon we're going to see in this trial.
Correct.
Right. So there's no cover out here. Go with me on that. There's not.
Okay.
I'll represent you. There's not. You were there. You tell me, Gary, there wasn't any. There was cover there if there was, right? There's
Correct.
not. Right. So the only cover you got is this building.
Okay.
Right. So can you see? And can you see what I'm indicating on the screen here?
It's a fenced-in area or protective area with their air conditioners.
So that's right. It's again, just guesstimate for me. How high do you think that fence is? Because you were there. Do you remember?
5 foot, 6 foot,
About that, right? And again,
4 foot.
from 4
4
to
to
6
6.
feet. 4 to 6 feet chain link fence.
Correct.
So in order to get to the corner of this building, so if someone were to, let's pretend for a second that this is the corner of the building. If I may move around the world, so let's pretend for a second this is the corner of the building, right? That building there, right? And I want to go to the corner of this building to take cover, so that I can have a look around the other side into the west parking lot, or slice the pie, right? Slicing the pie would be to come to the corner of this building. It's not an accurate. Well, it's an accurate representation of it. A person would come up on the corner, right, and they're just slicing the pie. It's like cutting slices off of a pie. Right?
Correct.
That's why it's called slicing the pie.
Correct.
Like take a little bit off the pie, a little bit more, a little bit more. So eventually you're clearing a little bit at a time. So you come here, you can see what's going on ahead of you. And you'll be slicing pie very slowly.
Correct.
Carefully muzzle. I'm not going to point to you guys. And as you're going further, you're cutting a slice off the pie. To go further and further and further, keep cutting the pie, till eventually you could see down the other end of it. Right?
Correct.
That's what slicing the pie is. Military calls it quartering the corner.
Yes, sir.
He's taken up in quarters. But here, if we apply that to this wall, we've got a 4 to 6 foot fenced in chain link fence in the way. Right?
I mean, there is a fence there, yes.
Yeah, I mean, is that right?
Yes.
Up here.
You just have to change your dynamics a little bit.
You do, yes, right. Well, we'll talk about that. But in order to get to the corner of this building, Joseph, can you display the further one? I think it's 7. In order to get to the corner of that building, which that building's covered, right?
Correct.
To get to the corner of that building, you would have to climb into, because we talk about fatal funnels, right?
Correct.
That would be almost like, that would be a fatal funnel. If someone were to climb into this fenced off building, fenced off area with these AC units, to climb into that is a fatal funnel. Because there's no place to retreat or advance if you're caught in there, right?
Correct. We're focusing on the corner here. I understand the corner, but I'm also going to mention that there was also a vehicle in the parking lot which could have been used for some kind of concealment or cover as well.
I got it. We'll get to that. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Right? I'm still coming down this building.
Okay.
Because we got to negotiate. Me and you got to negotiate this building first before we can expose ourselves to the open to vehicle. I agree with you on that, but we're not there yet, so we're going to rewind.
Sure.
I'm going to ask my question now again. My question is again, if to get to the corner of this building, Mr. Turner's talking about cover, moving tactically in cover. To get to the corner of the building, you'd agree with me that you've got to climb into this caged off area, which looks taller there, 4 to 6 feet tall. Right.
To place yourself up against the building, yes. To still use the theory of slicing the pie, just widen it out and use the fence as your depth of widening and slicing your pie.
We'll talk about that, but I get it. You're right. If you're going to just avail yourself of the cover, the hard cover, you've got to go into that cage. Right? You agree with that? Not going out wider. We'll talk about that next. To go to that corner, you've got to go into that cage.
I wouldn't say you had to go into the cage looking at how that pipe is inset from the corner of that building there.
I think it's 7. The last one, Dave. Okay. The last one is involved. Sorry, Ray, it's marked as defense 6. I'm going to put it up on the screen so we can talk about it.
Yes.
So we spoke about the drain pipe, right? So you agree with me that this is a different angle. So now this is looking at the building. This is south, looking up to the west, right? Is that one? 6, sorry.
And these are the same corner?
Yeah. Different angle. Well, let's look at it on the screen.
Sure.
So we can-
I just find it to be different. But okay.
Yeah, it's taken later, but it's the same corner, right? Remember we looked at it earlier?
Okay.
It's been offered, it's entered into evidence.
Yes, sir.
So you agree with what we're looking at here is it's taken later because you can see the grass has changed, but this is that very same corner west. This is the west side of the building, and this is the south side of the building,
Yes, sir.
right? And this is that fence.
Okay.
And you agree with that fence is because you said, oh, there's the pipe. That fence is. I'm not even going to ask you to estimate how far away that is from the corner of the building.
Okay. Yes, sir.
But you can't. You to get to this slither of brick here, you would have to expose yourself greatly to run back inside to get cover, right?
I wouldn't put myself inside the fence area, but yes, sir.
Why wouldn't you put yourself inside the fenced area?
Because then I limit myself.
Because you limit yourself. And you limit yourself because if someone were to come around that corner armed with a weapon, bent on your destruction, you would have nowhere to go, right?
Correct.
You would be in a fatal cage, let alone a fatal funnel, right?
Correct.
You would be very vulnerable.
Correct.
And in this case, probably dead, right?
Could be.
Could be.
Wounded, injured.
Yeah,
Yes.
and of course, you do a very dangerous job, right? Sometimes.
I mean, our job is dangerous. Correct. Any job today is dangerous.
Yeah, probably. Right. But specifically, being law enforcement is a dangerous job.
Sure.
But if when you're acting as a police officer, you can't help anyone if you're dead.
That's correct.
Right. And so that's why we use, prosecutor talked about tactical movement. Officers are trained to move tactically, right?
Correct.
And it's not just so that they can help someone else, right? That's the eventual goal is to be able to go and help resolve this situation. But it's also to try and keep them alive long enough so that they can resolve the situation.
That's correct.
So let's go back. If we can go back, Jason, to the last one, please. So we confirm this is the corner.
Correct.
Because, and I appreciate your candor, Ranger. You wouldn't have put yourself in that cage.
No, sir.
No, because I want to talk about how then somebody should negotiate that corner. Because I agree with you. So here we are. So what we want to there is this corner, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, and the fence. But
So first of all, thank you, Katie, for the coffees. And also thank you so much to Lady Di for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to Dave, Blue Collar Dave got one. Sarah Harvey, Vixie Blaze got one. Good. Nanny Drew got one. There's 3 regulars right there. Jen T got one. There you go. That's 4 regulars. Danny Lisette, I can't see that. Dana, boo. I'm joking. Dana got one. Happy days. Leslie and Neil got one. Happy days. Paige M got one. Space Coast Tim got one. That's 7 people that used to be the chat, or are regulars in the chat. That's really good to see. 7 out of 10 names I recognize, so that's always nice. So thank you very much to you, Lady Di, for that. It is Dana's fault, as always, for that. I believe it. So I also put this in. So this attorney, Gary Hillier, he was a police officer for 15 years in the UK. He became a police national firearms instructor and specialist firearms officer, working under the world-renowned Specialist Firearms Command SO19, which is huge here in the UK. So that's how he knows his shit. He knows his stuff, this attorney, because he's an expert in it. So yeah, thank you very much to you all for your generosity. I do appreciate it.
that was sometimes later.
Yes, sir.
And we know because there's a wide.
Who says that we're not? Fuck them. Fuck them. I'm joking. Thank you very much.
Out photograph, and there's a black SUV. There's been a lot of talk about the black SUV that's in the parking lot, right? That would be potential cover at some point, right?
Correct.
But the problem with that is that you have to negotiate an open space to get to it.
That's correct.
No cover, right?
Correct.
And in order to, the whole point of this is the prosecutor asked you about moving tactically. We mentioned that. So to move tactically to this corner here, to be able to place myself on this corner, so that I can, if this is the corner here, and I'm sorry to give you my back, if this is the corner of that building, in order to be able to slice the pie or quarter it, to look what's going on over there, I can't come to the edge of the building, can I?
No, obviously I have to work with the obstacle that's there.
So, and that's what, in this case, right? So, in a purely theoretical or training scenario, wouldn't it be nice just to be able to go down that building?
Sure, when you always have to prepare yourself and be able to work around obstacles that you come up against.
So, in this case, anyone who is trying to get cover from this building would have to negotiate this fenced-off area that you said you wouldn't enter.
That's correct.
So, in order to come to the edge of that building, an officer would have to. Let's say that the edge of that building is a TV. How wide do you think this caged off area is?
12 feet, maybe 12, 15.
We'll go with it, 12, 15 feet. The officer would have to come 12, 15 feet, let's say, off of that building, right? And you'd agree that would be out of cover based on the angles. You're widening up that angle of exposure to an area you can't see.
I would take that as wide as I need to be safe for myself to identify my target, of which has been pointed out or has been said is over there.
So let's use my hypothetical earlier. This is the corner of that building, right? We've got this huge obstruction that's 10, 15 feet wide, right? And it's a big cage that you went into, right?
Correct.
Ideally, you would want to be behind cover, right? Because cover isn't hiding, it's safety, right?
Correct.
Fire, because there's a rifle being fired somewhere that we don't know where. In order to find it, you'd have to go and look,
Correct.
right? If you could identify where it's from. But you can't, in my hypothetical here, just come to the corner of the building and have a look, because you've got that cage, which is a fatal funnel on the corner there.
Not only have the cage, and you got other obstacles in the parking lot, as we've seen in the previous photos as well.
I agree. So in order
But you have a whole open area outside of that to be able to work with, to be able to still use that building and consider yourself.
He's trying to help the prosecution here by saying, well, it's not just that corner, there's cars that you can hide behind. It's like, dude, just answer the questions. Stop trying to be a hero on the stand. He keeps looking at the DA, the prosecutors. Just stop trying to be a hero. Just answer the frigging questions.
no cover in that parking lot. I got it. But in order to go to that corner, an officer would have to come 10 to 15 meters out, 10 to 15 yards out, which is about 15 yards, I reckon.
10 or 15 or further.
Or further. So to go, if that's my corner there that I've got to try and negotiate now and quarter or slice the pie, You see, I'm further away from that building.
Absolutely.
So I'm already, to try and come to the edge of that building there, I'm hugely exposed from my left-hand side, right?
You can still use that building at your advantage even further out.
But the angles are so much wider, right? Ideally,
Absolutely.
the prosecutor's question was framed that go to the corner of this building here and then start slicing the pie or looking. That is not a possibility on the south side of that building, right?
Not going up next to the building, but to use what is available to you, yes.
I got it. But that, come into this corner, I'll ask you again. Come into this corner, tight to this building, in cover, not concealment. Cover, hard cover, is not possible.
Let me ask you an answer.
Overruled. You can answer if you understand the question.
I
Frank?
mean, obviously you can't go up to the corner of the building because of the obstacle.
Thank you.
That's where you have to use the remaining room that you have,
You have to use a remaining.
the opening field.
Got it. And basically, so that's right. So basically, to do that, you'd be in an open field.
Putting yourself in a position of which you could possibly potentially still identify a target.
Maybe, but in order to do that, you're still hugely exposed in order to do that on this side of the building.
Exposed to a degree.
Exposed.
Exposed to a degree. I mean, yes.
I hope the jury pick up on this. He just wants to have that final answer to be like, just answer the question, dude, and stop looking at the prosecutors.
And then,
Lady Di, who just retired as a full-time attorney? I think it was is it 8 women, 4 men? I think it's 8 women, 4 men. I don't know about alternates. Why can't I gift memberships? That's dumb. Maybe I'm gifting membership, that's why. No, I seriously can't figure out if I'm paying to be here, so if someone else is paying for me to, I think you're paying. I don't know why you can't send gifting memberships. I really don't. I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. I appreciate the coffees. Thank you so much, Katie. You're good.
and so I think that we discussed that part. And then I think the last thing I wanted to talk about is the prosecutor said, would you go in? And you said absolutely.
Sure.
No, we're assuming that the person is in the building, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that Adrian went in?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Are you aware that Adrian did enter that fatal funnel?
I'm not aware of that.
Were you aware that Adrian was in that funnel when there were shots fired from a hidden location into the corridor that shot one of his colleagues in the head?
I was not aware
You
of
weren't
that.
aware of that. Were you aware that after one of his colleagues, Adrian's colleagues, has been shot in the head from a person that was out of sight, so they couldn't be seen because you can't shoot what you can't see, right?
Correct.
After his colleague had been shot in the head, he remained in that fatal funnel.
I was not aware of
You
that.
weren't aware of that.
No, sir.
Thank you, Adrian.
Yes, sir.
Possible, sir.
Just as to that last part, the fatal funnel in the hallway, I believe the way that they described it was that the gunman is inside the classroom and the officers are trying to enter the door.
You know, I
into the
object.
classroom.
That is a mischaracterization.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in their questions is not to be construed as evidence. If the evidence differs based upon your recollection, then rely on your own recollection. Please.
Thank you. Does the fatal funnel work both ways? That is for the police officer, depending on where he is, as well as the gunman, depending on where he is.
You object to lead.
Overruled. You can answer if you understand the question.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So if a police officer is armed in the hallway, knows where the gunman's going to exit, if the gunman exits at that spot, would he be in the fatal funnel?
Object to lead.
Correct.
Overruled.
You say
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Part of it is who is in the position of knowing where the other person's coming from.
That's correct.
That's the witness.
No further questions, Jeff. Last witness.
Recall, either side.
Not my discretion, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Okay, Ranger, you are excused from the subpoena. You're released, but the rule was invoked, so please don't discuss the case until you're aware the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, I guess go ahead and take your morning recess. Take about 15 minutes. We'll bring you back in. Remember my instructions. Would everyone rise for the jury?
Okay, so we can clearly see the.
Okay, we'll skip that a bit. I tried to do coffee in my car, it won't work. It sometimes doesn't work for some reason for Americans, which is annoying. But thank you for trying anyway, Jugs. I do appreciate that. We're a hot mess trying to send. Oh, I know. I do appreciate it. You know, I don't even for a second think I don't appreciate, because I do. Because without your love, I can't stream. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Even though I hate saying thank you to Lady Di, but thank you very much. Now where do we go and break? 202. Let's put 202 down. Sorry, 2 seconds. 202. I need to just edit this in. 202. 202. Break. Okay. Done. Okay. I said you should watch Real Baron podcast. Oh, I'd never heard of it. Also, I didn't know. I don't see that name here. I just see you saying about an attorney. Okay, good. Try to get home on my desk. But don't worry, thank you though. Also, just remember, we have got Amazon as well. I don't know what the link is for it, but we have got an Amazon thing as well. He just doesn't appreciate me, everyone. So Nanny do, where are you? Yeah, thanks for the membership. That came from Lady Di, totally unexpected as I was just logging on. Good morning, people. Good morning to you, Nanny do. And I think you left on Friday when I said thank you so much to you for the gifting memberships as well. I do appreciate them. Hang on, let me share my screen for you for a second whilst we wait on that coming back. Hang on, 2 seconds. Let me get it up. That's what she said. 2 seconds. Here we go. There's that. So let's go here. These are lovely. Sent some Katie from a few weeks back or last week. We're back, bitches. Rhonda, glad you're back. And thank you very much for that, Rhonda, as well. Nanny do hate the. Obviously, you were all in stream. I thought I missed you, so I did say thank you very much for the coffees to you, and thank you today to Katie for the 3 coffees. Thank you so much all for the support as always. Right, let me get this back here then. There's that for that. Yes. Right, and I'll put myself here. Jinx still have. Good morning. There you go. He's hilarious too, just like me then, especially when he went off on Joe in the comments and bought a logic book, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but I will have a look. I don't know who logic book because of her, because she lacks it. I have no idea what any of that means, but thank you, Lady Di. Same with the clip. Check out the newest version of Dylan's Amazon wishlist. It is set up so if you did want to send anything, not on the list, but anything you want, you can do. It comes straight to my address, but it's from the UK site. You can't do it from the US site. But yeah, that was one day last week. No clue what this option is. That is to say that you've been a member for 18 months. You get to do that once a month, basically. You're welcome to land. You deserve our support. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I just found out there's only like 14 people here, so Lady Di's got like 4 or 5 open, so that's depressing, but also who cares? We're all here together. So once you all turn up and show me love, then we'll continue streaming. So thank you very much. I'll send you the clip of that. There you go. What's Marks Spencer's? Marks Spencer's is like a store here. I'm playing about with it. I don't expect anyone to buy anything from the Amazon store. It's more I'm playing about with it to see what everything is. Marks Spencer does work, but other than that, it doesn't work. It's just because I don't know what I can get, what I can't get. So you can ignore what's there. I don't expect anybody to send me anything from there. It's just more of a practicing what I can and can't get. So Lady Di knows it. How well does that shampoo work? I think it's good. I personally like it. I will say that the body wash for me is better. Shampoo, if you've got dandruffy, like scalpy, dry scalp, I don't think it's good. You need a conditioner. I've got dry scalp, so I'll have to put some conditioner in as well. But yeah, if you've got dry scalp, then I would say avoid the shampoo. Use the shampoo and conditioner, or I would, because I do feel it dries my scalp. So, yeah, I want to note that too, but I have thick frizzy hair, so I need good stuff. So I think I think the conditioner would work for you, but the shampoo maybe not. They are a woke company, so I won't buy from them. Oh, Native are they a woke company? I don't know nothing. I just know I love the smell of the this one. Dunkin' Donuts strawberry frosted deodorant. I have the deodorant and the shower gel as well. I love it. Like, I smell so nice. I could eat myself. I got plenty to go around. I could eat myself. Because it tastes so nice. It smells so nice. Absolutely. I didn't know they were a woke company. Or don't tell Aaron Hack that. Otherwise, Aaron Hack could be my ear. But do not use Native. I bought a ton of stuff when I was out there, but unfortunately, I couldn't bring it back because their limits. I didn't realize there were so many liquid limits, so I left a ton of them in Boston with the Wades and with Trisha and with Maria. So I did actually bring that many back, unfortunately. Eat yourself. Yes, I got loads to go around, so I won't go hungry. You know, when people say if you starve yourself, I could probably last a month without starving. I've not ate for 22 hours either so far. I'm not on purpose. Just I didn't get up till 11 o'clock this morning because I was up till about 4:30 this morning. So yeah. Oh right. So we're back live. Not live. We're up to date with the stream anyway. All this will come into evidence, I imagine. So that's why I'm not playing it. This is all stuff that will come up in the evidence. What the fuck's that? Oh, right. So I don't see the point of playing this clip because it's like a nearly 4-hour video, I believe it is. So I'm sure we'll see all this information during the trial. Even went on my laptop. I don't know. I don't really know how you gift memberships. So let me see for myself then. Is there a way that I can gift memberships? If I go here, premium. Right, hang on. Premium. Let's see myself. My channel. Okay, let me. Oh, I've muted that. So hang on. Let me go back into this channel. Press that. Go back. Press the thing. Membership gifting. Oh yeah, no, I can. Yeah, I can. I don't know then. I don't know why you can't do it, to be quite honest with you. But it's fine. Look, listen, you've given enough anyway with coffees, and I prefer coffees anyway, because I get to keep 94% of the memberships. I think I get less than 50% of it now. It's unbelievable how YouTube are cunts. So it's not just Bex. If YouTube were here, I'd play the full song. Hang on, here we go.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. We're bastards and we're gits. We're wankers and we're shits. But sometimes that is just one word that absolutely fits. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. A fact that any Catholic won't deny. I once shagged my girlfriend's sister. My gran's dead. I've never missed her. Ooh, what a cunt. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes.
Seriously, Steve, fuck off.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. See the beggar passing by, make a kitty cry. You're in your father's will, when's he gonna fucking die? Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Don't say you're not, you cunt, because that's a lie.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You are a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt, says Dad.
Cunt.
Yeah, that is YouTube. I have the same issue with Amazon. I changed the country to yours, but when I add the gift card to my card, it tells me I can't ship to my own address. Can't ship to my own address when I'm trying to ship to you. I don't. Right. So with that, I think when I add the gift card to my car, that's weird. I've never done it before. Nanny do. I've never done it before, so I don't know how it works. Also, why does it come up as Amazon gift card, $500? Why the fuck is that like that? Oh, you can adjust it. Okay, fine. I was gonna say I'm not asking for that. I don't know how it works, Danny. Do I've never done this before. If anyone knows how that works, because I don't have a clue. Ten out of 10. There you go. Yeah, I don't know why it's jacked up. But I'm pretty sure you can change it. Yes, you can. You can change it. If you click on it, you can change it. That is strange, Nanny. Do well if people can't ship, then I might just switch it off then. Oh wow, that's very strange. That's very, very strange. I really don't know what to say then. I really don't know what to say. I don't know. This way up says, make sure you select country on Amazon, not language. But I thought it was set up. No, Katie, I prefer that. Hang on, have you sent me more? You have as well, you bitch. Hang on. I prefer that anyway. Honestly, Katie, I prefer coffees, honestly. Hang on. What the fuck? Have you sent me more? You have as well, you bitch. Katie sends 5 coffees, says, fuck my life. That's it. That's the message. Well, thank you for that. I genuinely do appreciate it. I really, really do. Thank you so much. That's 8 coffees. I'm going to be well good now. Well stocked up. Right. Well, what if I do this then? Oh, 100%. I get to keep 94% of it. I much prefer it. 100% I do. I think me and Mexi worked it out. I think the membership she sent me, it was like 40% or something I got to keep, which is fine. I'm absolutely fine with it. It's just you guys are paying YouTube and Apple Pay and stuff. That's why I get annoyed for you guys. It's your money at the end of the day, and YouTube fucking take advantage of it. So that's what pisses me off about them. They take so much of it. Manage, right, let me manage the list then. So alter corner, delivery address, slave changes, Um, right, let me put this. Yeah, I know. Venmo's banned. PayPal's the only thing we got. It's a pain in the ass. It's all a pain in the ass. Right. Sarah P, I'm going to send you another link, Sarah P, to see if this works better for you, Sarah P. So there's that. Everyone has to make a living. Yes, you're sitting here all day with us, and we want to make sure you're getting the most. Thank you. I do really appreciate that. Not many people realize that. Like, not just me, but if you support any creators, you really like them, then please make sure that you support them in any way you can. Any small donation is always greatly appreciated by all content creators, because what people don't see is the cost that goes into it as well. So and again, that's every content creator. So whether it's me or whoever you like, and you like their content, and you watch them, every little helps. That's why I don't say anything. I just know that some people get annoyed that the whole amount that they send goes to YouTube stuff, so that's why I did buy me coffee and stuff like that. So I've sent the link to Sarah P, an editing link, to see if that works. But yeah, I'm not sure if this link here that I've just put in works. Katie, exactly. No, I appreciate it. I also don't like talking about that kind of stuff, but it is part and parcel of it, Because without you guys, there is no stream, On the CC coffee for his office. I love that. So you won't say anything. I love that. But yeah, we are gonna mix it up a little bit. PayPal 90%. I get 90% on PayPal. It's 90%, and also they with PayPal they I think they fine you like 5%. So with PayPal you get 90% of it, and then from America, if you're from the UK, I get 100% of it. If you're from America, I worked it out like 90%, which is still great, and then you have to pay like fees for, I think it's like $5 fees on top of anything that cents. So that would be funny. No, you don't have to try that. You've done more than enough. And coffees are fantastic. As I say, coffees are the best option because that's the way I get to keep most of the money. And also, just to be transparent, the money goes back into paying for streaming. Streaming has 44%, $44 a month. I got Canva, $13 a month. It all adds up. Do you know what I mean? So all the money basically goes back into reinvest into streaming. So can I send it friends and family on PayPal for? No, so you can friends and family, but I still only get 90%. It's something to do with America. The UK version. So if you're in America sending it to somebody in America, they get 100%. If somebody from the UK sends it to me, I get 100%. But if I sent it to somebody in America, I get 90%. It's all weird. I don't really understand it. I'm sure it's hard for you to talk about, but it's good for us to know this is your job, and as people who rely on you, we want to make sure you're getting paid what you do. Thank you very much, Nanny. I do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I just don't like, as I say, yeah. I know. What the hell? Just let me use my damn money how I want. I know. But it's the same if I send it back to I think it's to do with conversion rates and stuff like that, I think. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, if you do manage to work the Amazon stuff, ignore everything that's there. It's just more of a, yeah. A long time ago when he was in your currency, not ours, so no idea how much I was sending. Yeah, so each coffee, I believe, is about one coffee. I think is about $6.50. I believe. Yeah, trucker. But again, that's just a thingy. Again, you don't need to send anything. So I appreciate it. I think it's. I'll tell you now how much it is. According to conversion rates, I believe that one coffee is $6.70. $6.70. It works out as $6.70 per coffee. And yeah, because of transaction fees and everything else, that's why I get $6.94, 94% of it. Yes, about £6.70 depending on the day. But anyway, that's fun and joy anyway. So right, this is a big break. They are on the big break today. I've lost track of everything now. Oh, right. What are these two saying? Sorry, I should have unmuted these.
Standing on appeal.
Well, the appeal is only as strong as what happened in the trial. So if it's all about legal ruling, so if the prosecution and the defense are objecting and the objections are sustained, and then if something comes in that's not supposed to come in, like this picture or whatever, if the appellate court feels like the judge made the wrong call on an objection, or something came in that wasn't supposed to come in, or this testimony by Stephanie Hale may be a real big issue for them. Those are the kinds of situations where you would want to see how the appeal goes, because those are problems. But appeal is always very hard because they look at it in the light most favorable to the verdict. So they want to keep their verdicts intact if they can, and so it is difficult on appeal to win, I think, especially in Texas.
Not impossible.
But
difficult.
Yes.
And you have this very unusual case. And kind of jumping around while we wait for them to come back on break, or come back from their break. This particular judge, Judge Harrell, he oversaw the exoneration of Michael Morton, which is why we were all so fascinated to see what he was going to do with his testimony.
Yes.
Because obviously the Michael Morton case had to do with a man who spent decades in prison for the murder of his wife, which he did not commit,
right.
And prosecutors had withheld evidence that would have exonerated him or could have exonerated him at the time. And Judge Harrell, came down whenever he threw the case out and apologized, and he's his act. He's the judge who ultimately asked for the investigation of the DA, the former DA who had oversaw that case, which ultimately led to his disbarment and some amount of jail time. So it's a big deal. And of course that led to the Michael Morton Act, which changed just the entire way that prosecutors had to handle evidence. So, I don't know. What was it when you started? So you started as a prosecutor, right?
Yes.
When you first started as a prosecutor, what were your obligations in terms of turning over stuff to the defense?
Well, Dallas has always had a very generous open file policy. And so we had, back in the day, we didn't even have computers. I don't think. We just had the old school paper offense reports. And we would just let the defense attorneys look through them. They were, more than happy to come in there and look at anything. We didn't really hide anything, because what would be the point? And then, once Michael Morton came out and all of that, I know myself and other prosecutors would, we turn over notes of our interviews with people, and just to make sure we weren't hiding anything, because we didn't want our cases to come back on appeal, and we certainly didn't want to convict an innocent person. That's, absolutely.
I mean, that's all good, right? But we've seen ourselves, so many prosecutors will convict on anything. So it's nice for people to say, "Oh yeah, we will always turn everything over." Yeah, I'm sure you do until we find out you haven't. And you cannot tell me that all prosecutors have got morals, because a lot of prosecutors don't have morals. They don't care. They just want to win the case. So you can bring in. This is why they should try and stop bringing some stuff in. If it's bad for their case, I think my opinion is anything for any trial, everything should be let in. That is of benefit to the defendant. You shouldn't be able to hide anything. You shouldn't be able to argue, well, we're not going to show this because it looks bad for us. Like if there's a case where there's another suspect, that should come in. Everything should come in, so the jury can make a decision. I also think that the judges should do more directed verdicts as well. I think they I think I've only ever seen one directed verdict. If you remember the Matthew Moore trial, Ohio trial, Matthew said here that the judge said that he knew the jury were going to get it right. That's why he didn't do a directed verdict, because he had every confidence, and also it was better for the jury to do it. But you can't read a jury. We don't know what the jury are. They can be attentive, but you just don't know what they're thinking. What happens if this one juror decides, no, I'm gonna vote guilty? That's where I just think the judge should step in and be like this is not even gonna go to the jury. Directed verdict. I don't care if you piss off the jury. It's not about the jury, even though lots of judges say it's all about the jury. And I get that. I do get that. You want to make sure they're comfortable, but it's about the defendant and about them having a fair trial. So I think, for me, there should be more directed verdicts. And I think judges have more balls to give a directed verdict rather than pussy out and be like, oh, the jury can make that call. There's enough evidence to take to the jury. Bullshit. Bollocks. Don't let it go to the jury if you believe somebody's innocent, or you don't believe that the prosecution have done what they're supposed to do. I think there'd be less people in prison, because I also think there's probably judges out there that think, fucking hell, how the hell did the jury get this one so wrong? But then they can't do anything, so they send a potentially innocent person to prison. So I don't know. And that's not to say that I want bench trials. I don't, unless the defendant wants it. I just think that a judge should be able to step in a lot quicker to give directed verdicts. And for those that don't know, directed verdict is to say that we're not going to go further with this trial. The defendant is innocent, so the defendant will be released without prejudice. They will not be able to stand trial again. And I think I've only ever heard of, I'm only aware of one directed verdict that we semi-watched. They're that rare. They never happen. I think they should happen a lot more. So, because the jury is scary people. They're not trial watchers. They're not into true crime, or most of them aren't. So you never know how they're going to think, I never know what this chat's going to think, let alone what 12 people in a room would think. Also, we all know that everybody interprets things differently. So, I don't know. I just think that's... I wish judges would I don't know, gatekeep a lot better, because I think we'd have less innocent people in prison. Also, let's hold the prosecution feet to the fire, and let's make sure they do do the role as it's supposed to do, because also the judge knows everything. He knows what, or she knows what evidence there is. So they're in a way they're in a better position than anybody to make a decision if they believe that this person is innocent. So I also understand that the downside of that is that the people, if it's your loved one that's died or something, and the judge says directed verdict, you could be pissed off with that. But on the whole, I think they should have more balls. Oh, I'm stretching. So for dinner tonight, I'm having sausage sandwich. So that's bread with cold sausage. We have the long sausage. We don't. Some people have patties, or is that how you call it? We have link sausages. Like, you all know what link sausage looks like, because most of you are women in the chat. But yeah, so link sausages. They've been cooked, they're in the fridge. Cut them in half, put them in a sandwich. Bit of butter. Might put a little bit of cheese on top of it. And so that's what I'm having for dinner. That's my one meal. And I might have a packet of Skips as well. Skips crisps. Because it's like 60 calories in a packet. So that's my dinner. It is now nearly 5:20 here. So I also have a video to play at the lunchtime. It's the lawyer you know. I noticed he was on yesterday. He has Scott Peterson and his lawyer, Mark English, I think his name is. So for those that don't know, Scott Peterson was a school resource officer in another school shooting where he stood trial for the same thing, basically saying he should run into the building and killed the shooter. He was found not guilty. So lawyer no has got the two of them on. So we'll listen to that. I know some of you may have seen it already, but I also know some of you love Peter Tragos anyway. So no matter what, I'm sure you'll spend time looking at him. Hey, hello, stranger. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I was thinking of you the other day, because I was looking at flights and stuff, and because not for this year, but I'm not sure when, but I wanted to do a few spots, and some of the flights came up as Alaskan Air. That I should take Alaskan Air and stuff. I was like, oh, Heather Taylor. So yeah, you're on my mind. Hope you're doing well. Hope the job's going well. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, hope you're behaving. I hope that your potty mouth is still there. I'm sure it is still there. And nothing much changes. But yeah, it's always nice to see you. One of the OGs. But who I haven't seen for ages. Not heard from Heather Taylor for ages. She's another one from Arizona, same as Josie. Hi, Heather Taylor. XRP, I sent you a link on Discord. Not today, but take a day to see if you can go into it. You should be able to edit it. All the above is doing well, and I'm surely not behaving. Good. I'm glad to hear you're not behaving. And I hope Alaskan Airlines are doing well. I'd say I might actually look at booking when I do fly out Alaskan Airlines. So for part of my legs flying about. But as I say, it might be next year. You could do it tomorrow or tonight, on the weekend, or whatever. There's no rush. Right, the court is back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had another matter we were required to take up outside your presence, so my apologies. This witness has been sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when ready.
Tell the jury your name.
Scott Swick, S-W-I-C-K.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a Texas Ranger with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Would you briefly describe your training and experience in law enforcement?
I went through an initial police academy in 2003 before joining DPS in 2005. Through DPS, it's another 6-month police academy. I initially was in the Texas Highway Patrol until 2013 when I became a Texas Highway Patrol sergeant. And then in 2014, I became a Texas Ranger. Through that, on the Ranger Division, there's crime scene, 4th, 5th, 6th Amendment type training in more in depth than what you would have in the initial police academy.
And is the crime scene training for you the same as it for all the Texas Rangers?
To a point, the initial is, and then several of us have specialties that we get into that might be different than that.
Okay. On May 24th, 2022, were you, did you make it to Uvalde County, Texas, Robb School?
Yes, sir.
And on that day or the next day, were you assigned a specific area to search?
Yes, sir.
And
Mr.
what area
Trevor,
was
can you
that?
use your microphone?
What area were you assigned to search?
Classroom 112.
And have you reviewed the photographs to Classroom 112? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your work?
Of the work of the team that we're with, yes, sir.
And we re-offer your own the exhibits that were noticed outside the presence of the jury.
During our conversation, that's fine.
Yeah, I believe we made a record on the ones that were admitted, and they are admitted.
Thank you. Starting with Exhibit 756. The exhibit has a yellow marker for one of the rooms. Is that exhibit? Is that the room 112?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And is that the room that you searched?
Yes, sir.
And that's the room concerning these photographs?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 757. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
So the doorway on the left is going to be 112. The doorway on the right is going to be 111. This would be a view as if you were standing in the hallway looking at those exterior door faces.
And did they have an adjoining door within the classroom that you could go back and forth between?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 758.
So this is a close-up view of door 112 that also depicts several bullet defects into that door coming from the exterior towards the interior.
And Exhibit 759.
Once again, another close-up of that just to give you a depiction of the bullet defects I spoke to.
Does 759 depict a window in that door?
Yes, sir.
And what is the condition of the window?
The window has damage due to gunfire, to defects.
And are there gunfire defects in that door?
Yes, sir.
Could you point them out?
Your Honor, may I stand it?
Yes, sir.
So you have a defect here, these circular defects. You have 3 coupled right here. 1 here. Looks to be 1 right there. It's hard to tell here in the glass, but you have several within the glass as well.
Thank you. And can you tell from looking at those defects if they're from the hallway into the room or from the room into the hallway?
The ones in the door face itself, we were able to determine they were from the hallway, from the exterior hallway in towards the interior of the room.
And something kept you from determining the glass breakage, if it was from the hallway or from the room?
It was our determination that day that they would have been similar, once again, from the hallway into there. Some of them you could tell by the concave of the glass itself, but some of them you couldn't necessarily tell due to the damage that you had, but it appeared to be consistent with the rest of it, which was exterior to interior.
Thank you.
Yes.
In showing you State's Exhibit 780, would you kind of show us the general outlay of the room?
So this would be as if you stepped into the threshold of that room 112 door. So you're standing, if you would, just on the interior side of that, viewing straight down that what would be the wall, the purple wall or the blue wall, you will, on the right, excuse me, would be the south wall. The wall straight ahead with the window in it would be the exterior east wall of that classroom of 112.
And so the wall that's right next to the doorway and goes all the way to the window, that is fairly free of the pools of blood, is that correct?
There are blood stains there, but the majority of the blood stains are not in this area.
And the back wall, are they fairly free of pools of blood?
Yes, sir.
And so would you describe to the jury in the room where generally the pools of blood were?
So the areas of blood stains in the room, you can obviously see some on the floor here in front of you in this picture, but the majority of the blood stains that my team located was going to be what would be considered the northwest corner of the room. So once again, if you're looking at this picture back to your left in that corner of the room.
The corner away from the doors and the windows.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 761. Excuse, yes, 761.
This would be a view from the 112 door, but this would be the interior door face. So once again, you're inside room 112, looking at what would be the interior door face of that room door.
And 762.
This is another view of that from a different angle to show you the bullet defects through that door towards the interior of the room.
And is there a bevel on one of those gunshots?
There is the bevel he's referring to. If you look at the gunshot furthest to the right, it gives that bulge look to it, where you can see where the energy of that projectile going through the door pushes that door frame out. That's what he's referring to.
And Exhibit 763, would you tell us the general location of 763?
So 763 is going to be, once again, you're inside room 112. You're just in front of the entrance of that door we were looking at. You're looking, this is viewing back on the floor, back towards that, that east wall where that window was at. But this is going to be the floor view that you're looking at here.
And does it show things specifically on that floor?
Yes, sir. There are several defects in the floor that you can see, the gray areas that you notice on the floor, which are going to be would appear to be ricochet rounds from defects, or excuse me, projectiles hitting the floor.
And Exhibit 764?
764 is the exterior door face of the closet door inside room 112. What you notice on that door, once again, the gray areas on that door where the paint is peeled back are what appears to be shrapnel defects onto that door.
And is that closet door directly across from the entryway into 112?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 765.
765 is another view of that door from the lower bottom third of that door, if you will, below the handle.
So the first view was above the door handle, the second view is below the door handle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 766.
766 would be the brick wall, the stone wall that's directly behind where that door you just viewed was. So once again, this is going to be the west wall of that classroom. That's the window, the grayish area is that window that you saw earlier. And this is going to be a picture of what appears to be shrapnel hits on that white brick.
And is it once again directly across from the doorway to 112?
Yes, sir.
And so I believe if you described a pathway from the hallway through the doorway, all the way across the room, leaving shrapnel across all the way to the back wall.
Yes, sir.
Would that shrapnel and that pathway be dangerous to people in 112?
If somebody was standing there, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 767.
So 767, once again, this is going to be the interior face of the door. You're inside room 112 looking at that main door entrance. And then down below that, it's a view of evidence marker 1, which for these rooms, we use green versicones or evidence markers. So for these purposes, we put a G for green. So G in this case 1. So this would be evidence marker G1 depicting a fired cartridge case.
And Exhibit 768.
It's a close-up view to show the 2 fired cartridge cases of G1.
And quickly, of the cartridge cases, did you find more than one kind of cartridge case in 112?
Yes, sir.
And what was the one single one that was not an LC?
That is correct. There was one singular non-LC 22 cartridge case.
And was that found in the teacher's desk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So other than in the teacher's desk, all the fired cartridge casings were LCs?
That's correct.
And rifle casings?
For room 112, yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'll just allow you to shorten your testimony then and just say another cartridge casing if you see one.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Judge, at some point, we want to caution the jury and the audience that some of these pictures are going to be a little gory and bloody.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as throughout the course of this trial, we have some graphic photographs. So once again, be aware of that. And if you need to step outside, you're welcome to do so. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you just take the photograph, or were the photographs taken where they were found?
Yes, sir.
Weren't responsible for depositing them there, just accurately depicted where they were?
These photographs are depictions of how we found them when we entered the room and processed that crime scene.
Thank you. Exhibit 769.
769 is another close-up of G1 with what we call an ABFO scale, or a measurement scale, if you will, that's down below that fired cartridge case.
And 770, is that number? 770, excuse me.
That is, appears to be just a close-up of what you showed right there on the G1.
771.
So 771 is a mixture of evidence markers. You have the green ones I referred to that was the evidence we collected. The yellow alphanumeric evidence tints that you see there, those were put there before we were processing the scene. So once again, the rangers and investigators that entered that room prior to our arrival, those alphanumerics depict where bodies were located within that room prior to their removal.
And on the far left side, could you describe what structure we're looking at there?
On the far left side is going to be so that wall would be the hallway wall, or the west wall of that classroom. You have a table that goes the length from where the entry door, room 112 door is, all the way to that, which would be the north wall, with various items on it. And then below it is a black curtain that was essentially there kind of blocking the view of what was underneath that table, such as the supplies and so forth.
Was that table with the black curtain large enough for a person to crawl under?
Yes.
And be away from inside the room?
Potentially, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 772.
772 is a close-up of a fired cartridge case with the G2 marker.
773.
773 is the G3 marker with a fired cartridge case.
776.
776 is a G4 marker with a fired cartridge case.
778.
778 is the G5 marker close-up with a fired cartridge case.
779.
779 is the G6 marker with 2 fired cartridge cases.
781.
781 is the G7 marker with a fired cartridge case.
And does this marker 7 approach this pool of blood in the corner of the hallway that we saw the dog?
Yes, sir. That is in the north, what would be considered the northwest area of the classroom.
784.
784 is a close-up of a fired cartridge case with G8.
786.
786 is a close-up of a fired cartridge case associated with G9.
787.
787 are several fired cartridge cases associated with G10.
Would you point those out?
Your Honor, Matt.
Yes, sir.
You've got a cartridge case here and a fired cartridge case here that we went ahead and designated with G10.
Thank you. 790.
790 is a close-up of 2 fired cartridge cases associated with G11.
791.
791 is a fired cartridge case associated with G12.
792.
792 are several cartridge cases that are associated with G13.
794.
794 is a close-up of several cartridge cases that are to the left of G13.
And would you locate those cartridge cases in the room for us?
Right,
where would they be in the room?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, you're asking where they are in the room?
Yes, sir.
Those are going to be, once again, the northwest area of the room. That blue piece of equipment that you see at the top of the picture there was just to the right of that filing cabinet, if you remember, from that corner of that northwest area of the room.
796.
796 is a picture of a fired cartridge case associated with G14.
And are they at the very top of the photograph?
Top and in middle, sir. You got two at the top and one with the ABFO scale.
One in the middle of the photograph and two at the top.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Exhibit 800.
This is going to be a picture of fired cartridge cases associated with G15.
And is there one underneath a obstruction?
Yes, sir. You've got one to the left of G15, and then you've got one with the ABFO scale, which is up underneath a piece of equipment that was there inside the room on top of that carpet.
Exhibit 802.
802 is a picture of G17, which at the top of the picture there is a what we call a PMAG magazine, which is what the unfired cartridges would go into for a weapon.
And what was the condition of that magazine?
Empty.
And is there a second marker on there?
There is G16.
And how many rounds does that magazine hold?
30 rounds, sir.
Exhibit 803.
803 is once a close-up of G16, which is a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 804.
804 is a close-up of G17 depicting that black empty PMAG magazine.
And so after 30 rounds are fired from that mag, what has to happen for the gun to be operational again?
For a weapon to be operational, once you, if you're firing a rifle in this case, you would have to drop this magazine, which eject it from the weapon, if you will, place a new magazine that has unfired cartridges into it, and then put it into battery or put a round into the chamber.
And did you find more than 30 casings in this room?
Yes, sir.
Did that indicate to you whether or not a magazine had been changed?
Yes, sir.
And what was did it have been changed?
There were more than 30, which would indicate to me that a magazine had been changed in the room.
Thank you. Exhibit 805.
805 is G18, which depicts fired cartridge cases.
Exhibit 806.
806 has several things in here, starting with G19 at the bottom, depicting fired cartridge case. G20, which is another picture we'll show, depicts fired cartridge cases on the lip of that whiteboard. And then you have G24, G35, and G39 in that picture also.
And where is the hallway in relationship to this photograph?
The hallway would be, if you would, at a 45, kind of straight ahead. So this wall that you're looking at would be the north wall of the room. So if you follow that wall straight up, that would lead you to that where the hallway would be in this classroom, or off this classroom.
And as to the backpacks, did you examine the backpacks also?
Yes, sir.
And would you tell the jury what you found?
There were multiple bullet defects inside of these, or through these backpacks.
And those backpacks are hanging almost to the floor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 807.
Close-up of G19, which is the fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 808.
This is a close-up of G20 depicting the fired cartridge case on the lip of that whiteboard.
Where normally markers would go?
Yes, sir. I guess you could put markers in that. Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 809.
This is a close-up of G21, which is shows you more fired cartridge cases on the lip of that whiteboard.
Exhibit 812.
812 is a close-up of G22 depicting a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 814.
814 is a close-up of G23 depicting a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 815.
815, once again, has several markers in it, marker G14 and marker G24, depicting fired cartridge cases, as well as depicting some of the the blood in the scene.
And as to the wall depicted in A15, how would you describe the condition of that lower wall?
There are bullet defects in that wall that are going to be, if you see the hooks in that picture, below those hooks, and then some also into that 2x4, if you will, where the hooks are in.
And going back to Exhibit 24, right next to the wall, Exhibit 816.
So G24, this is a close-up of a, what would be copper jacket from a projectile.
Exhibit 817.
817 is a close-up of G25.
And 818.
This is another close-up of G25 showing, once again, a copper jacket from a projectile.
Exhibit 819.
819 shows G26 and then G13 again, as well as some yellow tints in that northwest corner of the classroom.
And would you place this photograph in the room? Where would that be?
The northwest corner of the classroom.
Exhibit 820.
820 is a close-up of G26, which is a fired cartridge case.
823.
823 is a close-up of G27, which is a fired cartridge case.
825.
825 is a close-up of G28, being a fired cartridge case.
826.
826 is a close-up of G29, showing a fired cartridge case next to G11.
829.
829 depicts several things. So this is a black bookcase, if you will, that was to the left, as you're viewing it, to the left of that blue piece of equipment that we talked about a second ago. In this beige area to the left of it, it's showing it being hugged up against that filing cabinet in the northwest corner of the room. This shows both a piece of evidence being G30 and then shows a bullet defect associated in that area depicted as G, once again, for the room we're in, and then BD. Sorry, was it 2B, I believe I'm seeing?
Okay. And were you able to trace the pathway of that defect?
Yes, sir.
And showing you at Exhibit 830, has the black bookshelf now been removed?
Yes, sir.
And what are we looking at now?
So the bottom of the photograph would be the area where the bookshelf is. In fact, you can see the void next to the wall where that bookshelf was at. You have if you're looking at the filing cabinet, the right exterior face of that filing cabinet with several bullet defects on it.
And were you able to tell a general origin of where that shot would have come from?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about that?
So once again, you got several defects there. The first one I'll start with is the bottom left. You notice it looks like there's some gray area, several marks, if you will, in that. That was determined to be a terminus or an ending point of a projectile. And that grayish coloration you see is what is referred to as lead splash, which essentially is a microscopic portion of that lead projectile striking a surface. To the right, you have another bullet defect that is going from left to, as you view in the photograph, from left to right. So in other words, somebody to the left of this photograph, or a projectile, I should say, from the left of this photograph is coming from that direction into that filing cabinet. And then you have the same thing in that top left one as well.
And does that Exhibit 832 show a close-up of the description you just gave us?
Yes, sir.
And would you show us those two things that you just described?
So once again, going to what's labeled as GBD2C, that's the 2C is a corresponding. So a while ago, I referred to one being 2B. So the way that we're trained, the way that we depict bullet defects or document bullet defects are, if we could tell that they're corresponding. In other words, one bullet defect goes with another bullet defect. We'll also give it an alphanumeric order, so A, B, C, D, to show the order that those defects occurred, if you will. So in this case, it was our belief that 2C was in combination with that 2B that we showed you earlier that was going through that bookshelf that once again led to some lead splash and a terminus dent in that area. To the right there is GBD4A, which we couldn't, in other words, we couldn't find a corresponding prior to, so we went ahead and labeled that with an A to show a perforating defect, which means it's going in through something. In this case, the right exterior side of that bookcase with a trajectory of left to right.
And exhibit 833?
833 is a close-up of what's labeled as GBD5A. I believe it says 5 or 6A. I can't tell from that photograph, which once again is a perforating defect in the side of that cabinet.
And did you also find defects in the front of that same filing cabinet in that northwest corner of the room?
Yes, sir.
Showing you exhibit 835.
So this is going to be a view of GBD6A. Once again, as you're viewing the photograph, you have a trajectory of, in this case, right to left. So in other words, the projectile was coming from the right side of this filing cabinet towards the interior, perforating inside that filing cabinet.
So this defect did not occur from the doorway of 112?
No, sir. This defect would have occurred from interior inside of the room.
And about where would that have come from?
There's no way to tell that other than to tell you that based on looking at that defect, it's coming from the right side. I can tell you from the view of that, it wouldn't have been deep. It would have been somewhere probably along the wall, that what would have been the north wall of that room, in that northwest corner, if you will, or the west side of that room.
So crossing from the doorway all the way over to the other side of the room, that's where that defect would have been fired from?
Yes, sir. It would have come from, yes, sir, inside the room on the west side of that room.
And
Or excuse me,
when you
north side
open
of
the
that room.
filing cabinet, did that give you further indication of the route that bullet took?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As you open the filing cabinet, did that give you further indication of the route the bullet took?
Yes, sir.
Showing you exhibit 836, what are we looking at here?
So when you're looking at 836, if you look next to that handle, that's the defect you just viewed that we just spoke to. So you can see inside this is manila folders with several documents, but you can see gunshot residue and splash from that bullet that, once again, as it's going through the picture that we saw a while ago, now it's interior inside of this book or this filing cabinet and going through and perforating through that manila envelope.
So the pathway was almost parallel with the front of the...
Yes, sir. Once again, coming from that north side of the room.
shelving cabinet, okay.
Yes, sir.
Did not come from the doorway.
No, sir.
Exhibit 837.
837 is a picture of one of the backpacks that was found, and then on this, what would be considered the, as you're looking at it, I guess the right side of the backpack, you can see in the mid portion of that backpack a defect.
And 838.
This is a close-up of the defect I spoke to.
Exhibit 839.
So 839 appears to be a picture of G24.
Okay. Is there also depicted in 839 a pink backpack by way of reference?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a pink backpack with a pink and black backpack. Yes, sir.
Okay, just north of that is the pink backpack.
Yes, sir. Are you referring to the one at the top of the picture there?
At the very, yes, sir, toward the top, right next to the wall, kind of a pink and blue color.
Yes, sir.
I just asked that for reference for the next exhibit, 840.
It's going to be G35. So the backpack you're referring to, that multicolored pink backpack, and then below that you have a fired cartridge case.
Thank you. Exhibit 841.
So 841 shows a view of G30, which is sitting on top of a rolling piece of equipment for like a TV.
And 842.
This is a close-up to show a PMAG that's partially underneath that equipment that's labeled as G37.
Another one of these magazines?
Yes, sir, an empty magazine.
And what condition was it in?
Empty.
So that's 2 empty magazines holding 30 shells each.
They could hold 30, yes, sir, but there were 2 empty magazines.
Thank you. 845.
So 845 is a picture just forward of that last one. So inside, or if you would, on top of that carpet, the bunched up, shows G38, which is fired cartridge cases.
And 848.
848 is a close-up of G39, which is a fired cartridge case.
849.
849 is a close-up of G40, depicting 2 fired cartridge cases.
850.
850 is a mid-range shot, if you will, of G41, depicting a piece of projectile.
And 851.
Once again, a close-up of G41 to show you part of that projectile, that fire projectile.
And 852.
852 is a close-up of G42 depicting a fired cartridge case.
854.
854 is a close-up of G43 depicting a fired cartridge case.
855, is that giving us a general location of a desk?
It is, sir.
Did you find anything in that desk?
We did, yes, sir.
Showing you exhibit 856.
So 856 is a picture of one of the pieces of plastic drawers, if you will, that was on that desk. And then you can see that there's a fired cartridge case inside of that drawer, which was open. That's how it was when we found it.
Was this the one that was of a different make?
I'm not sure if this was it or not.
Exhibit 859.
859 is a close-up of that same thing, depicting it with marker G45.
860.
So 860 is a picture of the window on the east side of the room. So once again, if you take yourself back to being inside that room, you just entered door 112 and you're looking straight ahead, and you remember there was a wall with a window on it. So this is going to be that window. When the curtains, the gray curtains, are pulled aside, you can see that there's mini blinds there, and the defects you see appear to be shrapnel defects in that mini blind.
Exhibit 863.
So 863 is a depiction of the north wall in the room, the whiteboard you see on top, a couple backpacks there, but more importantly, you have defects that are both in the wall there, and then once again in that 2x4 portion up underneath that whiteboard.
And would you point out those defects?
Your Honor, ma'am. Please. So once again, you have several defects. You have one right here that we're depicting with this picture. There's several other ones there, but this is going to be the one we're referring to in this picture right here.
And exhibit 864.
864, once again, you have a coupling of a grouping, I should say, 4 defects labeled there in that same general area.
And 865.
So 865 is shown below that area or in that general area, but you see defects on the wall portion beneath that drywall.
And are there 5 depicted there?
Yes, sir.
And are all of them general characteristics similar ovals?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
And how about the one on the bottom left?
That one is different as far as the look and how it was deposited there.
Does that indicate to you a different origin, or the weapon was in a different position when that defect occurred?
No, sir, not necessarily. It could have simply been due to a substrate struck prior to going through something to cause that. Not necessarily a different position.
Explain that to us.
So when a bullet is fired from a weapon, in this case a projectile exits the gun, whether that's a pistol, rifle, doesn't matter what it is. Essentially, it goes downrange, if you will, right? It goes forward of that weapon. Generally speaking, it goes in a straight line with a little bit of an arc to it. And if left unimpeded, it'll eventually lose energy and either fall and or strike something forward of it, right? Depending on where you're standing or the angle of the projectile as it exits that weapon will then correlate to what you find for the substrate that it hits. So in other words, if I'm angling to my right, I would expect to find a left to right trajectory of that weapon, right? If I'm angling it from my right side, I would expect to find a right to left trajectory, if that makes sense. If it's a fairly 90-degree circle, well, then that tells me that somebody was shooting essentially perpendicular, if you will, to that substrate. Now, with all that being said, that's a perfect scenario. In other words, it hasn't struck anything. When a bullet travels through things, you heard me say perforating a while ago. Well, perforating means it's gone through a substrate. It's not stopped, it's gone through it. And when a bullet goes through something, it's going to start losing energy. It can start tumbling on its axis, but essentially it's going to give different views, if you will, of how it impacts the subsequent substrates that it strikes as it goes through. So in other words, those perfect circles or those angled defects can then become very ragged, if you will, due to those variables.
So that if a bullet went through a desk, a school desk or something like that, that exited the other side, then a lot of rear irregularities occur with that.
It could be. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I would expect to see that. Yes.
And did you see indications of that during your search?
Yes, sir.
That bullets went through desks or seats or chairs or other furniture?
It appeared. Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 868.
So 868 is a viewpoint again. Once again, that north wall beneath that whiteboard. This is a view with trajectory rods, which are devices that we can insert into defects to give us angles and routes of travel.
And does that accurately show the routes of travel that y'all decided from doing your crime scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 870.
So 870 is a depiction of bullet defects on the whiteboard itself.
Thank you.
Pass the witness. Do you want me to start, Judge, or do you want
How long do you anticipate?
Might be a little while with him.
Very vague.
I don't want to hold myself, I don't want to lock myself into a time, Judge. It depends how we answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take the lunch recess. We'll see you back here. I've had some indications people can't make it back in an hour and 15 minutes. So let's take an hour and a half and try to get back on time. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All eyes for the jury.
1:30. Fuck.
Okay, so jurors are taking a break for lunch. My sense of this, I don't know if you'll agree with this, is they're trying to give the jurors an idea of the amount of firepower that was in this classroom. 2 empty magazines that could hold up to 30 rounds.
Yeah.
That's a lot of firepower.
It is.
So,
yeah, and then again, there are pictures that they're not allowing us to see publicly. The reporters in the courtroom are seeing it, and the families are seeing those pictures, and obviously.
Okay, I'm going to mute that. I mean, come on, people. Hello, lovely, by the way. How are you, my darling? This is ridiculous. An hour and a half. Bring your bucket sandwiches then. Why can't the court give them food or something? Fuck. Right. What we're going to do now is, ladies, if you weren't excited already, most of you are going to be very excited right now. Time to get wet. So we have Peter Trigos on. I'll play him. His is about an hour and 10 minutes. Then we've only got like 15, 20 minutes then to do whatever. Yeah, but this one is I've only watched a few minutes of it because I knew I was going to play it today. But this is interesting because we did stream the Scott Peterson trial. So and I think his attorney was very, very good as well. Right. Let's do this then. Oh, they go on jail. Yeah, I knew I was going to play it, why I didn't watch it. So, right, hang on. It should just see me.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back in.
Thank you, Peter. What's up to you, babe? Hope you're doing well, Peter. Because I know The ladies love you, Peter, so I'll put you on.
Into another episode of the Lawyer You Know podcast. And I'm incredibly excited about today because we've been talking about this Uvalde school shooting case, and there are so many nuances and difficulties with dealing with tragedy, dealing with a monster that was in the school, and then criminal charges coming from law enforcement or for law enforcement officers who are supposed to be there to protect and serve. But what are their duties? What are their jobs? If they fail, should it be civil? Should it be criminal? Very few lawyers have taken this type of case all the way to trial. Very few people have experienced what everyone in that courtroom this week, right now, are experiencing. But we've gotten, in my opinion, the best to do it on one of the biggest stages as our guest today to break down what it's like to fight a case like this, what some of the pressure points are, how you deal with it as a lawyer, how you deal with the monster in the room that is not your client, how you deal with very sympathetic witnesses and jurors that come in wanting justice for the victims in their community. We're going to get to ask Mark Eiglarsh all those questions right now. Let's get to it. Mark, you're back.
Buddy, thank you for having me. Understand that I would have said no all day long except for two reasons. One, I think you're extraordinary. I really do. I love the work you do. I don't want anything from you. I'm just telling you. I love your podcast. I think you're great. And secondly, I really do think this is an important topic. And I love talking about it. I had no idea that Peterson, my case, was going to be put under the microscope the way that it was. I just thought I'm defending a very innocent, dedicated, decent cop. I didn't know that the world looked at it as the single and only test case. You mentioned that there were others. There aren't. Mine apparently was the only time a cop was prosecuted for inactivity, essentially. And I didn't realize the significance. People told me they broke into the news to do the verdict. I'm like, I was in my own world for 4 years, dedicating myself to somebody that I just thought was innocent. That was the significance to me.
Yeah, and was this case had already happened? The Uvalde case happened before your trial, didn't it?
Trying to remember.
I think it did. I think I had it as a comparison in my mind, like what happened there versus here.
Yes, but they certainly had not announced that they were going to bring criminal charges against anyone.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Not that I know.
No, I do remember. Hold on, I do remember, Peter, because I kept saying, Uvalde happened. They didn't bring any charges against those guys, and they waited 77 minutes. I remember saying that now, and boy, did they bring charges. Yeah.
Yeah, and so just as introduction, Scott Peterson, resource officer at the Parkland shooter case, Mark represented him when charges were filed in that case. Why don't we just start out just to give us kind of the lay of the land? What are the differences in the charges in Peterson's case versus the Gonzales case that's happening right now? Because that makes a difference.
I think it's kind of similar. I mean, they can call them different things. It's like calling a beggar a roadside entrepreneur. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's the same thing. I think that they're saying that he had a duty, both officers had a duty to protect these students, and a legal duty, and we could debate that all day long, a legal duty to protect the students. And by his inactivity or their inactivity, they failed to do so. And as a result, they both were criminally negligent. That's where you need to be to find someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that they were criminally negligent.
Because we all know there's a civil side to everything, and damages were caused, lives were taken, and if there was a duty that was breached and it caused the damages, that is the civil negligence that lawsuits can be filed. Some were filed against Peterson. I think there's still some open ones. I'm sure they're being filed in the Uvalde case, but it's another level up from the civil negligence to get to the criminal negligence. And you can hear it in the language in this case, and the same language was used in your trial as well.
Big time. And by the way, while Peterson was acquitted quite some time ago, in May, he's going to trial in the civil case. He wants me to represent him. I'm like, no way. First of all, I'm not my area of expertise. And I've been there and done that. It's too traumatic. And I'm still post-traumatic from every day waking up and submerging myself into a school where somebody is killing children, living my worst nightmare. It's the absolute worst. And I don't even like talking about it to some extent. But he's still still fighting over that case. He still has to sit through a civil trial. It's crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that when tragedy strikes, especially when the person that is the number one person at fault can't make it right in the civil justice system, which is with money, they look other areas. Now, can Peterson afford the type of damages they're probably talking about? Probably not. So where do they think they're going to get the money from? Are there insurance companies, sovereign immunity type things involved? Probably. But the civil side is something separate. The criminal side is where your expertise was, where you're the guy, in my opinion. And you see this case coming. And what was your thought when you saw that charges were brought? Did you think, oh, good, because this is different than Parkland? Did you think, no, they still have it wrong? These officers should not be criminally liable for this monsters act. And I keep using that phrase monster because that was a big deal in your trial that I thought was the perfect way to handle it and make the jury understand we all hate this guy. Okay. We're all on the same team. We all hate this guy, but that's not this guy. So let's make sure we're thinking about the criminal acts of this guy, if there are any. So what did you think when you heard this case coming up the pipe?
Well, first I said, it's time for me to get to know this case, meaning Uvalde. I didn't know much about it except for what I saw in the media, and I wouldn't do what most people do and what I condemn them for. Looking at little excerpts in the media and then saying, I know the case. I got to do my homework, and I encourage everybody to really do their homework. Don't just go by the media. Media just, they regurgitate. Sometimes they get it right. Most of the time they don't. They only give you a small portion. So I said, let me go really figure this out. I reached out to Nick, one of the attorneys for the Uvalde officer, and I've been, helping him and conversing with him and supporting him only after I learned what the facts really were, because I went in with an open mind. I said, look, Peterson, Snow White innocent, thrown under the bus, politically sacrificed. Maybe the guy there, I don't know, maybe he went for donuts. He said, all right, you go have at it, kill those kids. I'm going to go get some donuts or something that would then open up the discussion to criminal charges. But no, I looked at what he did. We can get into the minutia. And I went, oh my God, it's almost the same thing. You got someone at the top who's taking heat from the media. And right away, like in my case, I give you the sacrificial officer. And you blame officers for really failures within the police department. But you single out an officer. So those with the pitchforks can get their blood. And even though the facts didn't seem to support that he knew where the shooter was exactly and could have acted and could have taken him out before he got into the school.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. I'm having flashbacks to Peterson's trial because there's so much of the similar rhetoric of what did they know then?
Yes.
What were they hearing and seeing and doing?
Yes.
And when you hear gunshots, how it echoes, you can't tell where they're coming from, almost verbatim, getting on the walkie-talkie, saying, this is what I'm hearing and seeing, telling other officers, like doing some of the duties that you would expect an officer to do. Now, at the end of the day, the hardest thing that you had to deal with and that they have to deal with is they didn't stop him, and that they didn't stop him from hurting children and killing children. And that's something the jury is going to have in their mind.
Okay, so let me add something to what you said earlier, the similarities. What people don't understand, and I didn't until I represented Peterson, is that there's things called auditory exclusion, where someone can claim that they told you something, but you don't hear it because you are the most stressed you could ever possibly be. And we all can agree that cops aren't superheroes. They're just human beings. So you don't hear certain things. There's tunnel vision where you're focused on something. So then when they claim, well, you could have seen this, you should have seen this. I just didn't. And the problem is because children are dead and because politics play such a role, they want to get to the point where they prosecute and hold someone responsible and sacrifice them, that they don't then give the benefit of the doubt to the officers on these nuances. Like, well, maybe you didn't hear or maybe you didn't see, right? And so that's the first problem. If it's even a close call, you give the officer the benefit of the doubt. And they have not done that both in Peterson and in Gonzales.
It's the new year, which means everybody is on a health kick. And it's so annoying when you get these misleading, quote unquote, healthy meals that actually aren't. Well, today's sponsor, Green Chef, helps you cut through LYK Graza. So don't wait. That's code LYK at greenchef.com. And I saw some of the videos where it just looks like the officers are standing in the hallway doing nothing while children are dying. And it's hard to watch. It's brutal to think about. And as human beings, before we're lawyers, I understand, wanting to hold people responsible and hold people accountable. But as somebody who prosecuted cases and made charging decisions, that's a prosecutor as a gatekeeper to look at it and see if laws were broken. Not internal investigations, not people being fired, not changing rules, not getting better walkie-talkies, not getting better door locks and having civil ramifications for what happened. But are there criminal charges for individuals that are appropriate? That's what the prosecutor needs to do. That's their job. And when they looked at this case and they decided to do it, now we're seeing how they're presenting the evidence, at least against Gonzales, because there is another one in this case, which is also different than Peterson. But we're seeing the charges against Gonzales, and we're 3 days into trial. We're recording this during Friday when testimony is going on right now, so we don't know what they necessarily are testifying to. But so much of it thus far has been emotional, discussing what happened to those kids. And how do you deal with that as a defense attorney, knowing the jury's hearts are broken at this point in the trial?
I mean, I had PTSD when I was watching Gonzales's lawyers argue to the judge why the autopsy photos, dead kids on a silver slab in the morgue, somehow is more probative than prejudicial, which is the balance that they have to perform. I couldn't believe that the judge's words were not, no, I agree with you, defense. That should not come into evidence. In our case, unfortunately, in Peterson, over my vehement objection, the judge let most of those photos in, unredacted, children who are literally on the stairwells with blood coming out. It was horrible. But at least there was more merit to that argument because it was on the scene and they were trying to show, where the path of the shooter and what happened. They came up with some bullshit that was a thinly veiled argument that really was all about just making sure the jurors were prejudiced the maximum. That's what they're doing. I mean, this is a prosecutor in Uvalde case who's crying during opening statements. It's all about sympathy. Clearly, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think that this case so far has been a strange starter for me because the teachers that have testified, which I do want to get to one of the teachers, and even the FBI expert where the casings were and talking about the movement of the shooter, I haven't really heard 3 days of testimony, basically 2 days of testimony, and I haven't heard them talk about much of what Gonzales did, where he was, what he should have been doing, what his duty was, what he knew at the time. Like, when are they going to get there? I get you have to set the stage, but it seems like a weird strategy.
So most people don't realize this. It's important to know that Gonzales isn't charged with not going in and killing the killer like Peterson was. Literally, he's being judged for the 1 minute.
It's crazy.
He arrives on the scene close enough where then during that 1 minute, allegedly, he is supposed to have seen the shooter, which he claims he never saw because the shooter was on the west side and he's on the south side. And I take him at his word. I believe that. So that's it. It's 1 minute. Why didn't you kill him before he went in? Oh, because he was on the other side and I didn't see him. That's it. Done. But no, that's what they're holding him accountable for. Now, the other guy, Redondo, I think his name is, the police chief, he's going to argue, and we can talk about that, but I believe he's going to argue that, look, you're either dealing with an active shooter or a barricaded suspect. I learned this in Peterson. So active shooter, you go in, you just confront. He's killing people. You go. Well, they went into the hot zone. They did go to confront, but then they were shot upon. So then, whoa, you don't want officers dead. They then immediately took cover. And then I believe what you're going to hear is them saying that we believed at that point we're dealing with a barricaded suspect. The policy then is wait, control, contain, call in SWAT, bring in a negotiator. Is it the wrong call? It might have been. In hindsight, I think one would say it was with what we know now. But getting it wrong doesn't mean that it's criminal. We can't hold these cops up to perfection.
Yeah, and it's a hard discussion, if I'm being honest. It's a hard discussion because this comes down to, and you and I probably agree on this, there are laws that frustrate me. The way they're written, the definitions, I'm like, why is it like this? Why is this elite? Why you can so clearly catch somebody who was doing nothing wrong in the way this law is written, and technically speaking, with the literal translation, yes, they might be guilty of a crime. I've been frustrated with that in the past. And this is kind of a similar situation where I wish they did more. I wish the lives would have been saved. I wish.
Me too.
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah, I know
Me
you
too.
feel that way.
Yeah.
But being frustrated with the procedures, the unlocked door, the fact that the walkie-talkies weren't working in there, and being pissed off and angry about that, we have to keep that separate from, can they prove Gonzales committed a crime? And the time limitation to me. So I did not know a ton about this case before watching the trial, besides what, I've seen in the media, which I knew was going to be, whatever. And the media, as we all know, likes it better when we're all angry and fighting and saying, this guy should go to prison for the rest of his life and whatever. But when we're actually starting to listen to the case, the time limitation to me is something I didn't know. And it's clear that the defense is focusing on that. And I think that's important, because what I've learned from your trial, which is, what can you know? How quickly can you process? And if you have a step-by-step SOP, a standard operating procedure, and you're thinking about going to the next step, that doesn't happen immediately. Mm-hmm. You're not getting the information and simultaneously knowing exactly what to do with it. Sometimes you got to think. And there's almost no time for thinking in the state's timeline, which the defense, outside the presence of the jury, has argued they're being very vague and just kind of, here is the timing, and the defense is going to the second. And I thought the opening was great with their demonstrative aids, to where I think this is going to be very difficult to prove.
Yeah, it actually mirrors our trial in that they were trying to be general. I also broke it down. Okay, so he gets to the scene at this time. There were kids already dead. He can't be held responsible for that, okay? He gets on the scene. He's waiting. There's no report at that moment where precisely the shooter is. You break it down second by second by second, which is what they did very effectively in the second. It was weird that there were two
I
lawyers
thought so
doing
too.
I liked the opening. It was effective. I think
I
Nick
agree.
should have done the whole thing. It was great. But they broke it down second by second. And then you're going, well, wait, how should he have known? Where it's silly. It doesn't even get to the point, in my opinion, of negligence. I think that criminal negligence is not even up for discussion in that Gonzales case.
Another difference I thought was actually better for them than your case is he wasn't assigned and just supposed to be at that school all the time, but he got the call. They did a good job of convincing me so far that this guy put on the cape and was going in and trying to do something. Now, he didn't do it. He didn't accomplish the goal of saving the kids.
Yeah.
But he took the first step that he didn't have to take.
Yeah. You're reminding me of something that really offended me that prosecutor, that crying prosecutor said. He said, all he did was get on the radio and say that there were shots fired. All right. First of all, let's flip that. He did his job and announced shots fired. What that does is it alerts the responders to come to the scene. Then things are locked down. First of all, to his credit, he did that. The absence of that would put us in the discussion of, well, he was negligent, maybe even criminally negligent, meaning you hear shots fired and you jump in your car and you take off. No. So first he gets on the radio. But what the prosecutor left out was, wait, he went into the hot zone. He actually went there where the shooter was. He helped kids. There's body cam footage of him helping kids out of the window. So at great peril, because you don't know if you're going to get shot, he's helping kids out of the window. He got the keys from the janitor, the master keys, which somehow helped. He got the floor plan, the map of the school. All these things he did do. Why didn't the prosecutor say that in opening if we're really seeking to be fair and just?
Yeah, and the whole thing with the radio, if I was them, because he did that in this case and didn't necessarily have to, kind of stepped into it, I would highlight how that is literally part of their procedures, and cops have radios because radios save lives. That's how they share information when they're not in the same location, when they're circling a school or a target or whatever. Radios are lifesavers, literally. So he's using the life-saving mechanisms that they have.
Yes.
Now, they still have more time to prove the case, obviously. And I do think there is an opportunity for them to prove criminal negligence, in my opinion, right? We may be on different spots on that because I want to talk about this first teacher that testified, but the FBI guy testifying to where there are shell casings near where Gonzales was, and the teacher maybe saying she saw somebody that matched the shooter's description near where Gonzales was. If they can provide testimony that Gonzales was right by the shooter and fled and ran away and didn't do anything to try and help or stop him, I can be still convinced that there is some criminal negligence here if they can prove those facts. Now,
Okay, news break. I don't know that you know this yet, but that teacher you just talked about, you agree that's compelling testimony. Here's a teacher saying that the shooter was right there. You should have been able to see him. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
The judge excluded her testimony.
I know completely.
Oh, so you know that?
So, yes.
Okay.
So that's
All
why
right,
I kept saying I want to talk about her because I've never seen
hold
this
on.
procedure.
All right, so here's the problem. I don't know how you don't grant a motion for mistrial because essentially this woman is saying something so compelling that goes to the heart of this case. It would be the equivalent of saying, all right, Peter's viewers, okay, lawyer, viewers, listen, I want you to imagine there's a tiger on a unicycle. Are you with me? And that tiger is wearing a Nazi helmet and he's juggling pink balls. Can you picture that? Okay. Wait. Strike that out of your mind. Never mind. Forget that. Don't ever remember that again. I don't ever want you to remember that or think about that during the course of this trial. Really? We just heard this woman say some compelling, damning stuff that really did damage the defense's case. And then, we're just going to exclude it. Just don't think about it.
Yeah, and I want to talk through that for a second. So I thought potentially if I was the judge, I would have granted a mistrial without prejudice, let him refile personally. It was only a day. You have to pick a new jury. You could probably do that next week, theoretically. Like it really wouldn't have been that horrible.
It would have been pretty bad. For the
I get it. I get the argument on the other side. I'm just saying, like, to protect everything and not necessarily just throw the case out, even though it was held against the prosecution easily. I thought that would have been an easy remedy. It didn't seem like the defense wanted that wholeheartedly, which my guess is they like the jury. That's the only thing I can think.
There you go.
They like the jury.
Yeah.
But then the remedy the judge did give, I've never seen given before. I've never seen offered before. I have asked for things kind of similar to that. The defense wanted to quote unquote unring the bell. They played her entire police interview 4 days after the shooting and they cross-examined her. They got out in front of the jury that the prosecution found this out, withheld it from them, didn't tell them. And then right after that, that was the last question. Then the judge gets up, strikes her testimony. I have never seen that offer before. I've seen judges strike testimony, strike a witness. Have you seen that happen before? Where
No, hell no.
A whole day? Yeah, so weird.
That's so bizarre. That's a judge who won't, take care of autopsy photos up front. It's just bizarre. Texas, come on, give me a break. Texas, where a person a lawyer slept through a death penalty case, and the guy was convicted. He got the death penalty, and the appellate court said, yes, we acknowledge that the defense lawyer should have been sleeping, but he didn't sleep through significant portions of the trial. So we're going to uphold the conviction. What? Okay. Really, Texas? Okay.
That I didn't know about.
Yeah, it's stupid, ridiculous. Well, he slept during, it wasn't really that important,
Yeah, he was tired.
Right, he was tired. But yeah, I think that's great for the defense. I actually wanted to connect with Nick, the lawyer, and see how he feels about that. But I would imagine he would tell me, no, this is great for us,
Yeah, I don't see how they see it any other way, except for what you're saying. Those things that she said, if they're trying to piece together where the shooter was, which I assume they are, and again, this prosecution team, it's strange to me. It doesn't feel like they know the case because when he's asking them, is there any other witness or testimony that's going to put the shooter on the south end? They're like, I think the casings or speak for themselves, or they don't answer the judge. Like, is there another witness going to testify to this?
But that's exactly how they handled the questions from the judge regarding the autopsy photos when they said, well, tell us how they're probative. I think they do know the answers, but there's nothing that helps them.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else who's going to support your theory? Oh, well, judge, the answer is no, judge. No. In fact, no, there's no value of introducing photographs of dead kids in a morgue, not on the scene when the defense is conceding death. No. But he can't do that. And I don't like that. Those are intellectually dishonest prosecutors. I don't like that.
So I didn't see the beginning arguments about the pictures. I just started with kind of opening statements.
It's worth seeing. It's worth seeing.
Because I like this judge. I like the judge's demeanor. I liked how he handled the witness. I like the remedy he gave the defense, which I think, and he even helped the defense because the defense was like, well, judge, we know we have to ask for a mistrial, but we're not sure we want to. He's like, well, I'm going to deny it anyways. So they're like, okay, then we do ask, you deny it. We don't think this remedy is good enough, but here's a remedy we would like. So it's protected for appeal, but they were able to get the remedy they wanted in this trial with this jury, which I think he did help them out, and how he handled the witness saying, this isn't your fault. We appreciate you being here. I appreciated that he did that because she was probably going to feel like she screwed something up because her testimony got stricken when it was all on the prosecutors, not on her.
Right. Right. Look, I like the judge's demeanor too. I'll give you that. But any judge, that was a test for me. Any judge who didn't just say, I don't see any relevance to these photos of dead kids in the morgue. Like, to me, I felt like that was being introduced against me and my client in that moment. And I just took that so personally.
The judge from the Peterson case is now on, is it YNW Melly? He's on another case that I'm following.
So.
I think it's Melly.
Look, I have a lot of respect for that judge.
Yeah.
He's a good person, for the most part, but this is a fact. He asked how much time I needed for my closing. I said, well, Judge, I don't like to be restricted. I don't know exactly how long. I won't be up there a minute longer than I need to prove, what I need to prove. He goes, okay, thank you, Mr. Dragosh. State, how much time do you need? 2 hours. Okay, you'll have 2 hours, Mr. Dragosh. Well, hold on, Judge. If you're now going to absolutely pick a time period, I'll take 3 hours. I need 3 hours. No, it'll be 2 hours. So when I'm up there doing my closing and I needed 20 more minutes to finish because there were technical issues, so that there was time where he wouldn't give me 20 more minutes to finish my closing. To this day, I will never get over that.
Yeah, that's just illogical to me as a judge with a criminal defendant in the room with those rights 20 minutes. It's just crazy. Some judges draw lines places that I don't understand. But yeah, anyways, I just thought that was interesting because I saw his face pop up.
He was good to me otherwise. I mean,
I agree.
Meaning he treated me nicely. The rulings I disagreed a lot with.
Right.
I felt like I was trying the case with two hands behind my back. But I also understand, you've got dead kids' parents looking at him and there's pressure and it isn't an elected position. I get all that. But 20 more minutes just so I can go through the jury instructions. I got that on my PowerPoint. Can I just do that? Fortunately, I had touched on a lot of that, but 20 more minutes. People say, Mark, get over it. You won the case. Yeah, but in spite of that,
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if I've ever tried a case where I felt like the judge did a great job on all the rulings. Like, I feel like most of them, at the end of it, I'm like, man, they screwed up. I'm calling appellate counsel in my last trial. I'm calling appellate counsel, like, we're going to appeal this. This judge is screwing up left and right, and we got a great verdict. So I was like, whatever. But it is frustrating during it. And you're so hyper focused on everything. And when you have a case like this where the world might be against you, how did you feel during your trial? Did you feel like the world wanted Peterson to go down because these kids died and he didn't stop the killer? Is that how you felt during the trial?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you know that I brought in Wall Street Journal, New York Times. I brought all these people in individually and went over the evidence. And most of these reporters went, you know what? Oh my God, I didn't realize this. And they would tell me privately, yeah, oh my God. Like, I'm not even sure why he was charged. They would be honest. And then they print these ridiculous articles, that seem to be against Peterson. And a lot of them would say, well, I wrote it one way, but the editors changed it, especially the local paper here. Sorry, it's my editor. So I felt like, and I still feel, that's part of the reason why I'm on your show. Any chance I get to tell the world how screwed over my client got, and trying to, like, I was hoping after the not guilty that he would get his name back, that they would recognize this unbelievable, highly decorated officer, and they would praise him. And unfortunately, that's unrealistic. And so it was very difficult. Every day I felt the world was against me, and it was the toughest 4 years of my life, candidly.
It's a life ruiner, right? And we know that. And that's sometimes the very difficult thing to have the conversation with our client, that we're here, we might win, but intelligent clients like him and probably like this defendant in this case, they know, like, it's never going to be the same. Once you get, accused of something like this and you have to go through the rigmarole and you're dragged through the mud. And frankly, I just noticed we have a special guest here that popped in, thanks to Mark, that understanding what it's like to be sitting in the defendant's chair in a trial like this, going through all of the emotions, trusting your attorney, right? Because we haven't talked about whether or not Gonzales, we think he's going to testify. Should he testify? You had to go through all that with your client, but sitting there as the actual client is impossible for somebody to understand. And again, we have pretty much the only guy that understands that. If you want to introduce him as he comes in.
I will. That was a very tough decision if you want to ask him about it. But Scott from day one wanted to testify. He was eager to tell his truth. But as we all know as trial lawyers, you're not going to turn the trial over to cross-examination, let them have at them. And if he had to trust me on that. I just said, as much as he wanted to testify, I didn't think that they had proven the case. And boy, I would have lived with regret if somehow it didn't go our way. But anyway, I'll introduce Scott. This is the first appearance Scott has done since we won the case. There he is. Wait a second. That's so funny. The shirt, that literally looks like you're one of the things they give the prisoners.
Oh, God. Oh,
he's not in prison, guys.
Look, there is a logo. No, it's not an inmate.
All right, good.
That's awesome.
So here's what I'll say about Scott. Not just because he's here. I've said this publicly. Scott's a friend. He's not just a client. Scott did work that I would never do. Decades of dedicated law enforcement work. They couldn't find a single person to say anything negative about Scott. Not one person. And contrarily, we had tons of people testify that he's just great. If there was a fight, he would jump in, and award-winning everything. And literally in a couple of minutes, that monster ruined his life, right? And ruined the lives of so many others. And Scott should be praised for what he did. He did everything he could, and we did prove in the trial all the things that Scott did in real time. It looked like to the public, and me too, before I ever met with Scott, he's just standing there doing nothing. But when you really look at the evidence and you listen, he's ordering the code red. He's ordering the video to find out where the shooter's located. He's actively working on a busted radio, but trying to figure out where's the shooter located, asking fellow people. He's saying, stand back, because he doesn't know if he's dealing with a shooter or shooters. There was so much going through his mind that I really feel for him, and I wish I could even do more. I know that I can't get his name back, and I'm trying to, but he deserves praise. So, Scott, thank you for being here.
Yeah, Scott, thank you so much, man. It's great to meet you. We've never met. I've watched you a lot. And talk to Mark about you some. So I really appreciate you coming on to share some insights with us.
No, Peter, I appreciate it. And just to let you know, I've been watching The Lawyer You Know. Before this ever even happened, I was watching your podcast.
Wow, I didn't know that.
To be honest with you, you're one of the few that when it comes to, reviewing these trials, you always step back and say, listen, let's hear the facts on both sides before we start, becoming judge, jury, and executioner to some of these defendants. So I've always admired that you've always said, hey, let's listen to both sides before we start making up our mind. Thank you. And thank you. You have a great podcast.
Hey, I really, really appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you, somebody who's been through the process. Yeah. Very difficult. I'm sure people don't like everything I say, right? There's always things I'm going to try to picture how the prosecution sees it, how the defense sees it. But Mark just made a point about how you wanted to get up and tell your story. You wanted to testify. That's something that's a discussion that's going to happen with Gonzales, the defendant in the Uvalde case. But Mark said, you don't turn it over to the cross. It's not that we're afraid necessarily that our clients are going to say something wrong or lie or whatever it may be. But I have had juries literally say to me, I didn't like the way he pushed his glasses up his nose. I didn't like the way he kept crossing his arms when the prosecutor was asking him questions. Sometimes it's nothing and the jury just doesn't like you, and then you screwed up the case that you had won. What was it like for you sitting in that chair, having those discussions specifically about testifying, and then we'll get your view kind of the trial as a whole?
Sure. Peter, you go as a defendant, sitting there in a trial and every day watching those jurors walk in while you stand up and, and they're looking at you and they're looking at, here and there. What are you doing? What movements are you doing? And after a few weeks, you're seeing these jurors every day, and in your mind, you're going, no, I'm going to tell my story. I'm going to let these 6 people know exactly what happened. And I thought it was throughout the whole trial, and even before, I used to tell Mark, I used to go, Mark, I'm going to testify. And Mark would always go, we'll see. We'll see. And I'm going in my mind, yeah, we'll see. No, we'll see. All right. Because I'm not going to sit there and let those 6 people judge me without me having my say. And I'm going to be honest with you, Peter, and Mark will tell you, probably the most contentious time we had was right when it came down to the finish line, and it was time for, okay, are you going to testify? When the judge said, I need to know if your client is going to testify. And I'll never forget, and I'm sure Mark will know it. We went at lunchtime, we sat there and I looked and said, Mark, I want to testify. And Mark just basically said, Scott, no way are you going to testify. And just like you said, Peter, he said, we need is one of these jurors to say, you know what? I don't like the sound of his tone of his voice. I don't like the way he looked at me. He goes, and it's true, but it is so difficult, sitting there knowing here you are as a criminal defendant and you have you have a right, a Fifth Amendment right, not to speak. And to think, though, oh my God, if I don't tell these people, they're gonna look, they're gonna judge me, and they're gonna say, look, he didn't even sit there and defend himself. And you always have that fear. But at the end of the day, my life was on the line. But I trusted Mark with my life, literally. And he told me, he said, Scott, I am telling you, there is no way that you need to get up on that stand. The evidence has come out already. They know what you did and what you didn't do. They have your homicide transcript of everything you said 48 hours after the shooting to show that you didn't know. You do not need to get up there. And at the end of the day, a lot of soul searching, but I believed in Mark, and even to this day, and it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life was saying, fine. And there were tears. Let me tell you, I was in tears. Mark was so, passionate. And he said, Scott, you just have to trust me on this. You had, not only as a lawyer, but as a friend, you have to trust me. This is what we have to do.
It's so crazy. It's bringing me back there. I mean, you have close to 100 years that he's facing. I think it was 96 and a half years. And he would have, that's it. The rest of his life was literally on the line. And should he talk to the jurors or should he not? They want to hear from him. But I felt that we were ahead. I thought that we made our points. That's how I felt.
Yeah, and that is invaluable insight. Like Mark and I can sit here and talk about what our clients tell us and what they feel and what they think. And Mark and I have never sat there and had to do that from that side of the table, right? And from our perspective, it is nerve-wracking. Like, it's your life on the line, but I know how Mark's talked about you and how a lot of these trials go and relationships you can build with some of your clients. We have confidence. We trust our training, our experience, but we feel it. Like in our soul, we feel it when we're telling our clients what we think that they should do. But from your perspective, I think a lot of people out there that are going to be listening to this assume 99% of the time when the client does not testify, it's like, yeah, they don't want to testify. They're going to get up there. They're too scared. They're not going to defend them. That's what they think. They don't think that most people fight to testify. And I will say, I don't know if I would say it's most. Some do, some don't. Depending on how the case comes out, there is a possibility that, some cases are more likely to have a defendant testify than others. But I've had many clients feel just how you felt, that they want to get up there and testify, even if it's not quote unquote legally necessary. And the world just doesn't think that happens, but it does. And you just explained exactly what we go through a lot.
Yep, exactly. And let me tell you, it was one of the hardest probably decisions, because I knew also that it was my decision, and Mark even said, Scott, at the end of the day, it is your decision. But that when you believe in your counsel and you believe in your lawyer, and look, you saw that trial, that was a high publicity trial. And there was Mark, just Mark, no team of lawyers. This wasn't like the dream team of O.J. Simpson. This was one man sitting there, with a nation, crucifying me for years. It's just incredible. And I'll always be grateful for the work that not only Mark, but his family believing in me too. This wasn't just Mark, I had his family believing in me and of my innocence. And then it's,
Scott, I don't know that I told you this, but my daughter, surprisingly, is going to law school to be a criminal defense attorney, fueled primarily by the experience of watching your trial and seeing her dad help an innocent man.
That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
I love it. It's,
that's awesome. It's the new year, but you still need the same old staples for your wardrobe. And for me, being a lawyer, I always need new dress shirts. I wear them under suits. I wear them just with dress pants to work sometimes. And then I need some casual ones for some events. And I just ordered 5 new button-down dress shirts from today's sponsor, Quince. And I'm always impressed with the quality, the look, and how much I just like the different options they have on Quince. And they have blues and blacks and grays and whites, which are the staple type colors that I like to rotate in, especially with all different suits, right? You can wear the same suit with different shirts and it can look completely different. And it's great because I have so many similar shirts, but sometimes you need a refresh and you need to update and get rid of the old ones and bring in the new ones with that fresh, crisp look and feel so you can refresh your winter wardrobe with Quince. Go to quince.com/LYK for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/LYK. Free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/LYK.
Yeah,
I think it's cool. Go ahead.
I was just going to tell you, I actually keep this behind my desk because every time I need a dose of happiness, I pull this out.
That's awesome.
I never thought that I'd be dropping tears on a verdict, but for 4 days, I had asked these jurors to take 5 minutes. It doesn't take longer than 5 minutes to pick a 4-person and just to come back and say, this was not proven. He should never have been charged. But 4 days we're living in that courthouse, waiting for the verdict. Oh my God, it was torture.
Yeah, it's the worst part of the job. The worst part of the job is waiting for a verdict. So Scott, when you're sitting there throughout the trial and you see these witnesses come up and there are people you know, people you've worked with, people you saw on scene and basically shared a traumatic event with, people you feel bad for that you realize they've been traumatized, they're victims. What is it like sitting in the chair knowing they're all getting up there testifying for the state? Even if some of them, in my opinion, in your trial and maybe in this trial, don't necessarily think that person should go to prison. But they're getting up there and they're testifying against you. What does it feel like sitting in that chair watching that?
It was difficult. It was difficult because, some of those state witnesses, they were colleagues of mine that I knew for 20, 25 years. But I also understood, they were subpoenaed to come. And, in our system, everyone is presumed innocent. And they were there because, they were there to just tell the truth of what they knew. So, I guess in the back of my mind, because I always knew I was innocent and I did nothing wrong, I guess it didn't really bother me that much because I just knew that, they just had they were state witnesses. They were going to come in. I didn't feel good about it. And and there were a couple of them, there were a couple officers that, they took some little parting shots and things like that, I guess, to kind of help the prosecution. But I guess at the end of the day, it wasn't a good feeling, seeing people that I knew get up there. But I also know, that they were subpoenaed to be there and to testify. And all I needed from them was to tell the truth of what occurred or what they knew. And that's it.
Yeah. And that's a good point, Mark. As a lawyer and coming up in the Uvalde case, I am assuming they're going to have some law enforcement experts to say, here's what he should have done. And he didn't do it. And maybe even some people like in your case that were like, I would have gone in there and, done something about it or whatever. Which, in hindsight, I hope that's how people think, I'm going to go in there and save these kids. But when you're in the moment, your training takes over what you know are the steps you're supposed to take. So how do you deal with that with those experts? Because I think they're the most important legal witnesses in the case. But, what do you think?
So here's what you say. Okay. And it's what I did in Peterson and it's what I think they're going to do here. So when you do training, I'm assuming the radios are working fine. Well, yeah. You ever do training where the radios are not working properly? Well, no. Well, how important are the radios? Well, there are the only way that we communicate. And in Peterson, the lack of working radios definitely affected everyone on the scene and so many things like that. What you do is you compare what the training should be to what happened here. So do you ever train where the person arrives on the scene and you just don't know where the suspect is? you're not exactly sure right away. Well, no, all the trainings are, okay, you hear the sounds, you know where the sounds are coming from, you know then where the shooter is, and then you go. In Peterson's case, they never had that. They didn't have a pronounced echo and reverberation where you're like, where the hell? You didn't have officers in training telling you shots are fired from the football field hundreds of yards away, and some believing that they were coming from the parking lot over here. And it's chaos. You can't properly train for these scenarios. Similarly, I think that they're going to argue the same thing in the Gonzales case. Yes, when you know clearly where the shooter is and you have a shot, then you take them out. If you don't, then why are we here?
Yeah, and the radios inside the school, we've heard some talk about that. I think it was in the defense's opening. And the FBI guy that testified so far really had nothing to say about Gonzales, in my opinion, that was relevant to his training or what he should have done. And
by the way, Peter, there's a difference between someone making an announcement over the radio and the officer hearing it.
Yeah.
In other words, they're going to pull out the transcript and go, here it was said that there were kids who were injured. Even I saw an interview with the second defendant, the Chief Redondo. And while they're making these announcements over the radio that he's being held responsible for, we also know that he's yelling at officers in the hallway certain things. There's no way he can hear then what's being announced. But they're trying to everything's black and white in the prosecution arena. And they're going to go, we're going to hold you accountable for this. You knew there were kids that were bleeding out. You knew this, you knew that. Same thing with Peterson. It doesn't work that way. You've got to give great deference to these officers in a fluid, most stressful situation.
Yeah, I do. I am interested to see the differences in the trial with the chief than in Peterson's case and Gonzales's case, because I could see how it would be different. If it's going to be the same prosecution team, I'm not overly confident with what I've seen so far. But it is an interesting situation because people watching want cops to stop school shooters, right?
I do too. So does Scott. We both do.
Absolutely. But so does the world. And so do the people that make the rules, that do the training, that create the SOPs. They all want to stop the school shooters. So they create the procedures they think are best. And if, we all agree that those are the best procedures, the cops have to follow those procedures. And if they go rogue, then now they're violating what the procedures are. And if they go rogue and, God forbid, make it worse, now they're in trouble, right? And I do think that that's something that's hard to get over as a society, that the procedures didn't work really at the end of the day for, whatever the reasons are, the walkie-talkies. And in this case, even, it's I don't know if this is going to be an argument for the defense, but we didn't think he could have entered the school here because that door is supposed to be locked. So if we didn't think he could enter there, what are we supposed to do with that information now that, he did because it was unlocked?
So here's what's going to happen, right? What we've learned from Peterson. If you show up to a scene and you don't know where the shooter is and you're waiting for information, we've learned from Peterson, and I through the cross-examination, I was finding out, well, what should he have done? If he doesn't know where the shooter is, they said, well, he doesn't just stay there. Okay, so should he go to the right? Should he go to the left? What if there's more shooters in the parking lot? Then he runs to the left and then to the right, kids are being killed and he's not in position anymore. So the point is that they're going to now get these officers to just run in a certain direction because you can never just sit still. And that's going to wind up getting people killed. Either officers and or more kids because they need protection until you know precisely where the shooter or shooters are. That nobody wants to be prosecuted. So now cops are thinking, I got to cover my own ass. Now, how does that work? Oh, yeah. It means I just need to move, even if I don't know where shots are coming from. Even if that puts me in a position where I'm going to be completely out of play and it'll be more harmful to those there.
Scott, what's it like sitting there and listening to Mark argue for things like, as a big deal in this case, are the autopsy photos? I know there were some photos you guys wanted to keep out of your trial. What's it like just listening to the lawyers argue and hearing some rulings not go your way when Mark is pretty passionate? They should go your way, and this is really bad, and we need to keep this out. And now it's going to go into the jury, and it's going to affect them because it affects you to look at them. What does it feel like sitting back with no power, no control, and you just have to rely on somebody else to be your voice?
Peter, it makes me kind of look back at the trial, and I sat in that defendant's chair. And, there were times it seemed like I was Nicholas Cruz. that they were prosecuting Nicholas Cruz when the prosecutor came with those shell casings, hundreds of shell casings, and took them out of the box and had them in plastic bags and were showing them to the jury. Look at all these empty spent shell casings on the first floor, the second floor, the third floor. And even though I wasn't even there, I wasn't even on the scene on the first floor. And they're showing these spent shell casings. I literally, you almost get so nauseous, like, did I kill, am I Nicholas Cruz? They're prosecuting me like I actually had that AR-15 in my hand and I shot those kids. That was the feeling that I was getting as I watched the state pretty much look like they were prosecuting Nicholas Cruz, but they were actually prosecuting me, a law enforcement officer that responded to the scene. And I guess what I see, especially in the Gonzales trial, when these autopsy photos, were being brought up, and rightfully so, when the defense is talking about, Your Honor, this is way more prejudicial than probative. At this point, we're conceding, we're stipulating that those children were killed. And everybody who knows or is watching this trial, and the state knows, the only reason they want those photos of those poor children that were slaughtered is to get to the emotions of those jurors. So hopefully they'll stop looking at maybe the facts of this case, but they'll be so emotionally charged at looking at those poor kids being slaughtered that you know what? We need to hold this guy accountable for those kids' deaths. And to listen to that judge when he made that comment, and I saw that hearing, and he said, well, I believe it's more probative, my jaw dropped. Because
Me too.
Really
Me too.
looking, you're like, no. And that judge, and I honestly believe that judge clearly knows, you start putting photos of those poor children slaughtered and let those jurors sit there and look at those, that clearly, for this officer there, you're making him like he pulled the trigger. I get it. When a defendant is there, you're being charged with a homicide and they're prosecuting your case, and when they have to show that the person has died. Yeah, we get it. You're going to show those pictures. But when you're now talking about a police officer who responded to a call and he's trying to figure things out in real time, and we now have the state taking months and years of an investigation and then knowing the timeline every second by second, and then judging that police officer who in real time is trying to figure out what is going on. And then you sit there and you prosecute an officer, and you're talking within seconds of what you now know months later. That's why that adage, hindsight is 20/20, is so true. We can't in society take our police officers and make us robots. We're not going to sit there, and we're not always going to get it right. At the Parkland shooting, I heard shots outside when I initially got to that building, and I was right. The shots that I heard when I got on that scene was when Aaron Feist was shot outside on the west end of the building. When your brain hears shots outside, you react. And you're reacting on real time on what you know, not what we find out 6 months, a year later during an investigation where every video camera is synced and we have a timeline of every second. You can't sit there and take our police officers in this country and hold us responsible what we learned months and years later and say, you should have got it right. And because you didn't, now your liberty is at stake. We can't do that to our police officers.
Yeah, and I mean, from my perspective, which may be a little bit different from your two, I don't have a problem at all. And I mean, I don't think you will in the way that I'm going to phrase it, but I don't have a problem at all holding police officers accountable when they screw up or don't do their job or don't do enough or do too much. Like, I think we should. I think we have to. I think that's the only way we keep law and order in the society and the good cops from the bad cops. But they've got to prove what Gonzales did or didn't do. They have to get specific, and they have to prove in this very short period of time, because that was a weird thing. And maybe it's just because I'm thinking about yours as the test case, but it was a very weird thing from the prosecutor to limit that time. But they've got to prove how he was criminally negligent in that time period.
1 minute.
Yeah, it's crazy.
1 minute.
I don't get it.
When he's saying, I didn't see, and the shooter did go in on the opposite side of the school. That's it. So yeah, I hope that he's acquitted. Again, getting it wrong, if that's even what happened, and I'm not even conceding that, doesn't mean that it's criminal. There's something different. You fire someone, you sue them civilly, hold officers accountable. We're fine with that. But criminal is totally different.
So New Year's Eve just recently passed, and when I got the sponsorship with Z-Biotics, one of my buddies really stuck out as the perfect one to gift this to for Christmas before New Year's so that he could try it out. And I will tell you, he was incredibly impressed. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle the rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. So just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. If you're ready to try it, go to zbiotics.com/LYK now. You'll get 15% off your first order when you use LYK at checkout. Plus, it's backed by a 100% money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Subscriptions are also available for maximum consistency. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/LYK and use code LYK at checkout for 15% off. Yeah, if people lose their jobs and things because they screw up, or if the SOPs are not good and they should have known or they should have spoken up or whatever it may be. There's bureaucrats and there's all sorts of things and red tape you have to get through for all of that. But it's just different than when you have criminal statutes and there is immunity and there's sovereign immunity and there's different things and protections in place that are all at play here. But when it comes down to it, when you criminally charge an individual person for their individual actions, that's what you have to prove. And that's what a jury has to find that the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt.
Peter, I just thought of a question. I want to ask
Yes.
you this hypothetical. Let's say an officer shows up on the scene, and unlike Peterson, unlike Gonzales, he sees an armed shooter walking in, and he's right there, and he can take him out, and he's going to go right into the school, right? And he has that opportunity. Let's make the facts egregious, right? And he does absolutely nothing. But let's say the facts are that the officer testified, I did see him, I could have taken him out, but I had an extraordinary panic attack. I just freaked out. Something took control of me where I completely and thoroughly just broke down. It wasn't conscious, right? Because of the stress of everything. And I just freaked out. My Vietnam days came back or whatever. I don't know if I'm dating myself. Something happened, right? Where they physically just broke down. Is that a crime now?
I would say a jury might
narrative's the
convict
same.
on that.
You had a chance to kill the killer and you didn't. We need to look at the circumstances that he was confronted with, is all I'm saying. So now I'm throwing that out to you. Is that a crime? Is it
I think a jury might convict on that. I do.
Oh, I
but
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I know a jury would.
I know you didn't. Yeah, I think that, again, that would be right in the bullseye of civil negligence. And I think it'd be difficult to prove, again, that it gets that elevated egregiousness to be a criminal negligence case. And that's what people don't understand is, like, leaving, your kid in the car to go, do cocaine in the house and they die because they, have heat exhaustion or whatever. That's criminal negligence and child endangerment. And that's what it looks like, making those decisions, saying, I know something bad can happen, I'm going to leave them there. They didn't do it to their child on purpose, but that's criminal negligence. That's the child neglect that we're talking about. And that's very different than, somebody was chasing us and I got out of the car to try to figure out who it was and they were shooting at me and I hid behind the house and my kid ended up in the car for a long time. That's different. It's like all these scenarios and factual differences and nuances make a difference when it comes to, is this a criminal case? Is it a civil case? Is it neither? Or is it both? Because all of those things can be true. It can be not criminal, but it can be civil. It can be both. It can be neither. And the facts are still coming out from my perspective on this one. I feel like I know Peterson's case pretty well because I watched the entire trial. This one, we're only a couple days into it. So we'll see what else comes out. I know you know more about it. But from my perspective, Scott, when you're looking at this case, at the Uvalde case, do you notice differences? Do you notice similarities? How much did you know about it before the trial started?
I I did know about. I did know that the state was prosecuting. This police officer. I actually thought he was the school resource officer for the school.
So did I.
And now I'm finding out he was actually the school resource officer for the high school. And he just responded to a car crash. So I'm learning those facts about what happened. So yeah, I did know that they were doing it, and I was like, oh my God, again, and it's a school shooting, and I'm kind of seeing that it looks like with a lot of these prosecutions, they're doing it on the high profile type of case, not the everyday, type of case. They're doing it where it's a mass school shooting or something very large where, people want a pound of flesh. They want accountability, and unfortunately, everybody wants the police to get it right. And then when they look, and as they decipher through the investigation what actually occurred, and that they see things, didn't go the way that they think it should have happened. Everyone, people now, they want a pound of flesh. And that's where I think the politics get involved too with it today, that it's not just looking for justice. It's, this is what the victims want, and we're going to give it to them, regardless if we think it's justice at the end of the day, or if we're going to create an injustice by prosecuting, a law enforcement officer that maybe we don't even believe we even have the facts and have, probable cause to get a conviction. But we're going to do it because we're going to, unfortunately, we're going to appease the families. And I think that's what we're seeing. And this isn't the only case. You've got that case, you remember, in Broward County with the UPS. I don't know if you remember, with the Metro-Dade cops, when they got into a shootout with a guy who hijacked a UPS truck, and rounds were fired at the truck, and an innocent bystander was shot. And Broward County is charging, I believe, some of those officers with manslaughter. So it now, and that's the opposite. That kind of when you look at the theory, they went and was charging me, saying you failed to act. Here they're taking officers in a shootout and saying, well, you went overboard. So, it's like, now we're going to go both ways. You either did too much and you made a mistake, and now we're going to hold you criminally liable, or, we felt you didn't do enough and we're going to hold you criminal liable. So it's a slippery slope.
To think about what cops go through and the dangers they face, that's so unlike, what Mark and I deal with every day, and the decisions they have to make and how important they are. And that's what I was talking about, not doing enough or doing too much. I do see two big differences in this case from your case. There's a bunch, but the two biggest ones to me might be the shooter died in this case. So maybe they really feel like as a community, they didn't get justice. In your case, still, he didn't get the death penalty, but, gets life. So, maybe some would have seen that as some kind of justice. And then number two, my personal opinion and view, the videos that circulated the media in this case seemed infinitely worse for law enforcement than in your case. When I first saw it, I was pretty enraged, I'll be honest. And they were hard to watch. And I could understand thinking these cops got to pay, just generally feeling that way before you put your lawyer hat on and think about things legally. So I do think those are two big differences. Mark, what do you think?
I thought you were going to say the opposite, because the video of Scott, it looks like he's not going in. They make it seem his chief told the world that he should have gone in to kill the killer, making us all believe erroneously that he knew precisely where the shooter was located. And there he is, the video of Scott showing him just walking back and forth and not going in. I thought that's what you're going to say, because that was pretty damning stuff. They kept playing that video, but we broke it down to say, look what he's doing. He's actually telling kids to get back.
Well, maybe you've changed my brain and how I see that video then.
Yeah, maybe. I always looked at the video with Uvalde as the presumption is cops don't want kids to die. Their actions generally are in favor of trying to save kids and trying to kill killers. So if they chose to freeze and not go in for 77 minutes or whatever, there must be an explanation. And from what I'm hearing, again, they might have gotten it wrong, but I understand why they didn't go in.
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
You know, I agree with you, Peter, because when you looked at the video in Uvalde, I think what was the most disturbing was, you know, when they were in the hallway and then you get one officer, he walks over, puts some hand sanitizer on his hands, and there another guy gets on his cell phone, you know, and people will look and say, wait a minute, there's people that are dying in that classroom, because obviously at that moment, you know, we know everything what happened. So of course you're going to be outraged when you see, you know, a group of officers in a hallway just feet from where this shooter or shooters are, and they're all just kind of standing by and they're waiting and they're waiting. And of course, as a human being, when we know our kids are that are we find out have been shot and slaughtered in that classroom, of course we're going to react and go, "Oh my God, why didn't you go in sooner?" Because obviously we know what happened. So, you know, when I look at those officers, obviously somebody had to be in charge in that hallway, you know, and maybe who was ever in charge in that hallway told them, you stand down, and we're waiting for whatever reason that may be. I don't know. There might have been officers in that hallway that said, no, let's go. But unless we know the facts and what was going on, especially even with radio communications, you know, Peter, that's one thing, you know, when you look at Uvalde and you look at Parkland, the wireless 911 calls in the Parkland shooting, I don't know if you know this, they went to another police agency.
Yeah.
They went to
that happened in your trial, that came up.
Yeah, that went to I work for the Broward Sheriff's Office. The wireless 911 calls from inside the 1200 building, they went to Coral Springs. They didn't go to BSO, meaning when I heard those shots outside, we never received any information from our dispatch that there's a shooter in that building. There's gunshot victims in that building. None of that was ever relayed to me or the other deputies on the scene. They went to Coral Springs. That's why when Coral Springs got on the scene, they went right to the 1200 building. They had the intel. They knew from the wireless 911 calls. That's why when we talk about communications, it's so important to understand.
And the public never knew that.
No, so it was easier.
And through cross-examination, I asked the dispatcher, what would have taken to patch the radios, just so you guys are all on the same page? She's literally like, click, click, like seconds like that. Yeah, and no one told you to do that? No. Instead, let's just sacrifice Scott Peterson. Everybody look over here, not over here. You know?
Right. Yeah. And you know, and I think that's like when you start comparing some of the, you know, these different mass shootings, you do have, and you're going to hold the police accountable. Well, the first thing you do have to look at what information is the officer getting. That's why in the Uvalde, we're kind of seeing, and people are questioning the officer because I believe there's a witness, a teacher who sat there and told the officer he's in the building. I don't know if that's true or not. But obviously, when you put in these other facts into the case, you know, it can flip how jurors are going to, you know, how they're going to judge that officer by them, you know, we're like here in the Parkland shooting, I took cover. I thought the shots were outside, and I was trained for 30 years. You're outside, shots are being fired at you. You take cover. You don't just stand out like a sitting duck. And that's what I did. Never having any intel or knowing that there was an active shooter. That's why it's so important that when you're looking at the police officer's accountability, you have to know what did he know in real time. And that's how you have to judge these officers. You know, you can't judge them what we learned 6 months of an investigation. You have to judge them on what they actually knew, and you can hold them accountable. Like you said, Peter, if you do wrong and you screw up, you know what? Then you've got to pay the piper. Perfect example is Mark talked about the shooting, about the officer knowing the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando. There was an off-duty police officer working at that bar. He saw the shooter go inside, saw the rifle, watched him go in, heard the gunfire, and called out to dispatch what was going on. Never went into the building. So it has happened where we've had officers, you know, that
Scott, he may have an explanation too. Let's not throw him under the
bus. No.
What his story is.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is he chose to do what he needed to do, and that was his decision. You can't judge someone what they're doing in real time. That's what I'm getting at. You're not there. You have to know in real time what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah. I really appreciate it, you guys. I mean, this was invaluable. This was like something that I think will really help people understand what it's like for these lawyers and clients. Hopefully there's not a lot more like this in your situation, but what they're thinking, what they're going through as we're in the middle of another trial similar to this. Any parting words, Mark, you got?
Well, first of all, thank you for always being fair. I remember when Scott and I were feeling like the media was all against us. We talked about your podcast and how you were at least open. You weren't like pro Peterson. You were just being open. That to us was refreshing. We would take anybody who would just be open to knowing what the facts were. And you discussed both sides. That's it. Like you just were fair. So we thank you for that. Yep. We think that what you do is extremely valuable. I'm glad you gave me this platform. As busy as I am preparing for my federal trial Monday, I'm grateful for the time that I had. And it was wonderful to see my dear friend Scott here.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Likewise. Peter, likewise. Like I said, I love your podcast. Keep it going. You know, you're one of the few that are out there that, you know, you really sit there and you tell people, you know what, take your time, listen to the facts, then make your conclusion. So that's great. You got a great podcast. Love it.
I really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much for coming on. For everybody listening, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I can't wait to read the comments on this one. But until next time, we're out of here.
That was interesting. Hope you all enjoyed that. We are moving past the game. Dave's upset. We've given him enough. We've given him enough abuse. It's quite tough when you build your whole life around two teams and they both lost on the weekend. You're welcome, Sarah P. Right. Let me see where we're at here. Let me put this back on. I need to. It was interesting. The one thing that I really picked up on, and I'm not sure who said it. Was it Lovely or Jersey Jet? I don't remember who said it, Jugs, maybe. I don't. About a mistrial. You know, I don't disagree, but I hadn't thought about the fact that they didn't want a mistrial because they like the jury. That has something to say. If you like your jury, you don't want a mistrial because the next trial, you don't know if you're going to get the same kind of jury again because you've just alienated hundreds of people. They've gone. So maybe they were confident in the fact that they had a good jury that can see past it. I hadn't thought about that, if I'm being honest. I hadn't thought about that. So that was quite interesting, I thought. Oh, yeah, it was you, Lovely. Yeah, it was an interesting point. Because just remember, if it's a mistrial, they will retry it. They were going to retry it. So and it's really hard to get a jury. Like, all these jurors know about this case. They all know about it. It's just, are they willing to be open-minded? So yeah, that was interesting. And I'm glad that we learned that as well, because that's definitely not something I would have remembered. Right, before Lady Di comes back, let's move streams or something just to piss her off. Here she is. Hey, how you doing? Just talking positively about you, you know? I was just saying you're...
Guess what? You're a bitch.
I haven't been to Arby's. What is Arby's? I've heard of Arby's, but I don't know what it is. What is it? You know what, you want the song. Here you go.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Right, 2 seconds. I'll be back. 2 seconds. So I have that's it because I have heard Arby's roast beef. Fine, I know what you mean. Yes, yeah, we don't have Arby's here in the UK, so we got the meat. No lounge music. No, not today. Right. Who doesn't like a bit of roast beef? Do you know what I mean? Right. I had beef last night, roast beef last night. Oops, let me mute this bad boy. Yes, moved it, fine. Let me he entertain you. Let me he entertain you. I saw you checking AJ out in the army green suit. No. Laugh me half off, Jugs. Arby's, my kids hate. I do need to try Arby's. Is it everywhere in the States? Do you all have Arby's? Look at that. I love it. Please keep talking to me the weekend. I love it. Before anyone think Dave deserves every message about it the weekend because he is the biggest boaster in the chat. So if anyone else had a bad weekend, Dave would be jumping on you right now. So you can abuse Dave as much as you want. Roast beef. Yeah, I like roast beef. I like big roast beef, I can't not lie. Taking out the loan to eat there. Is he that? Whoa, okay. Nah, he deserves it. All over the state. Okay, I'll have to try it next time out there. Who doesn't like a roast beef sandwich? We all love it. Get in there, Badazza. You know it. Thanks, Jen. I'm used to being disappointed when it comes to the playoffs. That's your wife says the same. I'm used to being disappointed. What took you so long to show your face this weekend? I even said that you did. And I forgot the Packers were playing. I didn't think the Packers would lose, but they did. So, most definitely, I'm his mistress. He doesn't know about what? Oh, right, AJ, fine. I was thinking, am I? What? I think our last one in the area closed. Still have the original big hat. Oh, is it a cat, is it? I mean, this morning. Weird because my two sister wives. I'm a new man. You're back on the weed now. Arby's isn't that expensive on the same price point as Chick-fil-A and Whataburger. Okay. Hi, Lady Di. I saw your comment and laughed. There you go. Right, let me look up Arby's then. Arby's. There's an Arby's in the UK. Hang on, there's some in the UK. Let me have a look. Let's go, girls. Why won't it open? I don't know. Why won't it open? I don't know. But there is Arby's in the UK, but it just won't show it to me. Show it to me, baby. Okay, maybe because I've got my Surfshark on open. Oh yeah, I've seen it. Okay, Italian beef dip, classic beef and cheddar. What? Right, let me just tell you one thing. Right, let me just tell you one thing. There is zero chance. I call bullshit on Arby's. Kiss on the neck, Badazza, you know it. They are saying, right, that this bad boy, with all that meat and cheese and bread, they're saying that's 450 calories. 450 calories. Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. That's way more than 450 calories in that. Way more than 450 calories. What a load of bullshit. That is ridiculous that they make that shit up. That's why you can never trust. You can't ever trust these places. New Italian beef dip. So they're saying like beef dip was 680. Classic beef and cheddar 450. This meal fine. Curly fries on its almost 550. Greek gyro chicken kings. What's this? Oh, fish and that. No. Roast turkey. Oh, this looks nice. 800 calories though. No, it's true. If you don't eat the bed, 450 calories. Those pictures lie. You don't get that much. And the bun itself is going to be like, a lot. Who doesn't like a bit of meat and meat in a box? We all love meat boxes. Don't we, Bad Dazza? Right. Oh, do they have root beer? Sweet Caroline. Da, da, da. So I made the mistake once in Boston of getting unsweetened coffee. Is the most horrible thing ever. So you never get unsweetened anything. Right. Soft drinks. We do have Five Guys. It is best burgers. I love it. No worries, Bad Dazza. Mark. Love a nice juicy meat box. Yes. As long as it's not too much meat. Sometimes you can get a bit too much meat, Bad Dazza. Roast beef slider. Right, a roast beef slider is 180. I even call bullshit on that. That's like women. Always look better than the real thing. Do you know what I mean? I'm joking. Well, not really, but you can say the same thing about men. Right. Apple pie shake. What the Jamaica shake, chocolate shake, apple turnover, jeepers. That's good money, that is. You're right, Jugs. So too bad when the meat is hugging your cheeks. Bad Dazza loves it. Double big cheesy bacon burger, 990 calories. What's in the meat in 3 boxes? Oh, right, you can choose. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Bye, bye, Miss American, bye. Pull the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old girls drinking whiskey and rye, saying this could be the day that I... Flapjacks! I like flapjacks. I do OT flapjacks. Nice. It nice. Lovely knows it. Lovely knows a sense of humor. Obviously, sometimes in this chat, you have to have a bit of a sense of humor. Especially, I woke up this morning feeling fine, and I did not expect to come into a chat and actually start calling Jersey Jen Jugs now. I did not expect that today. That was not on my bingo card today. So Jersey Jen is now known as Jugs. I did not think that. I saw meat flapjacks. You see, this is why we're in the gutter. I thought we were talking about golden glaze, I like flapjacks, the golden glazed ones. Now I get the joke, Dave. I thought we'd actually talk about flapjacks. I like OT flapjacks. Patriots quarterback Gonzales is in concussion protocol. Jugs loves it. Jersey Jugs, Jen Jugs, just Jugs. The thing is with you, Dave, I was going through the food menu, so I actually thought there was flapjacks there. Women's version of teabag is called a flappuccino. Oh, Bad Daza brings the humour. It must be awful if you don't understand some of these jokes. That must be awful. Do you know what I mean? Or, luckily, can you imagine if I was just thinking of if we had Sherry Berry still here, her mother-in-law's listening to it, like, you know, that would be bad. Flapjacks? No, they're not pancakes. They're not. Muffin guy. Da, 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 da. I love pancakes, but no, flapjacks are different. They're more oaty. I do like, but they're so bad for you, flapjacks. I mean, so is everything, I suppose. But flapjacks are bad. Bad boy, what are you gonna do? Bad boy. Muffin Man. Corp should be back in a few minutes. Oh, here she is. Nope. Oh, I didn't think you were here. My 22-year-old daughter's with me, and she doesn't. Fine. She's not here either. Fine. This Bad Daza and Dave have brought the chat down to its knees today with their dirty talk. So yeah. Some reason, yeah, I just was worried that your mother-in-law was here. I was like, shit. For some reason, pancakes and waffles give me heartburn. Well, I'm not surprised. It's not for some reason. And your profile picture, jeepers, Dave. I've not had a good waffle before. I've not had an American waffle before. I need to have an American. Did I have an American waffle before? No. What's the other one? You got pancakes. You got waffles. Oh, you got French toast. I had French toast once in Boston. Delicious. Delicious. Rhonda's like, forget it. I invite everyone down to my level. The gut is lovely. It is lovely. I would say that you're probably above most people's levels here in the gutter. But we would get on these for Daz all day. I know you would. KD. Street level humor, absolutely. Wait, what's going on in chat? Chat has all gone. Chat is all gone. It's gone ever since this morning when we're talking about young, dumb, full of cum, and all of a sudden we've just gone to another level. Belgian waffles. So I've tried a waffle, but like I'm imagining a different kind of waffle, not the Belgian kind. Like Belgian's more toffee and stuff. You would love. Yes, Lead, I would love it. I have a waffle iron. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I'm always here getting stuff done. You're always with me. Oh, happy days. There you go. Thank you, Sherry Berry. Only short, just bending these a little. Fucking hell. Oh, Lady Katie's. Oh, I can't leave your fight. I know. Again, I just blame the mods, so we've lost it. The chat's gone. We blame the mods. It's fine. Waffles are so much less work than pancakes. Yeah, I just love pancakes. I love homemade pancakes. But I like them as dessert as well. So we do thick ones I will put butter on it on top and then a bit of sugar or something like that. I like those. But if I have bacon and stuff on it, I'll just put some maple syrup on it. So you're like a foot taller than Erin Hack. Erin Hack's just over 4 foot. She's like 4 foot something, 4'4", 4'5". So you're like a giant next to Aaron Hack. More for first thing Billy said to AJ was how good he smelled. He was teasing us from the start. Cheapers. AJ Love in the chat. 5'11", I think. So I'm just over 6 foot as well. So me and Bad Dad are similar. Yes, I commented on it. I was like, why have you got that, Dave? Jeepers. Morbid, Dave. It was a bad weekend, Dave, but not that bad. Oh, right. Why are we not in the algorithm, we ask? Because we talk all this gutter shit. But would we change it? Probably not. So there's about 10 people here. Well, there's 14, but Lady Di is 4 accounts. So it's another 10 people here. So we've just offended like 10 people. 59 Chevy hearse belongs to a guy in our motorcycle club. Why is it not a surprise? Okay, back to being professionals. Nah, there's no point being professionals. If you can't handle a little bit of sense of humor, then there's no point being here. Do you know what I mean? Some things tells me you would make anything work. Lovely. You see, if Lovely is fine with it, that means everything's fine because she's too innocent. And she's still here, so it's fine. Also, so Lady Di, I was looking, you got the Virginia trial starting, I believe, on Monday. That Virginia one about the au pair, that husband sleeping with the au pair and killed his wife or something. That's starting Monday, I believe. What's your thoughts on that trial? We'll still be on this trial probably, but still, what's your thoughts? What do you ride other than your cheapest Jersey jugs? The chat is gone. The chat is gone. Yes, it's going to be televised. It's going to be televised. Yes, it will be televised. But I need a lowdown from you. I need to know what it is. Oh, I've not seen Mama Ames either. I was thinking of that trial because of you and Mama Ames. I hope Mama Ames is okay. I've not seen her. Well, probably September because I've not been streaming much. Jugs, things are difficult but not impossible. She's retired and put away. Do we have any news from the OnlyFans trial? There was news. I think the OnlyFans trial is in the summer now, I believe. It's been pushed on, I know that much. But I don't know when. When will I be famous? I can't answer that. I can't answer that. When will I be famous? So I don't. Hang on, let me have a quick look here. I do know it's been delayed. Courtney Clenny trial date. Oh, April 27th, 2026. That's when it's scheduled for now. April 27th. So, is that the New Jersey one? There's a New Jersey one starting today as well. I don't know what it is though. That's your birthday! Happy birthday, lady. Oh, it is. Courtney Clenny is scheduled for then. Courtney Clenny, scheduled for April 27th. And my birthday is 7 days before that, the 20th of April. So, 420. Yay! But it might, these trials, they might push it off. They might push off again. No worries at all. Lovely. No worries at all, my darling. I'm not sure what the next trial here. Oh, here we go. We're back. Right. Fuck. I can't find the stream now. Here we go. You're a week younger than me, aren't you? You're a week younger than me.
Okay, please be seated in court. Members of the jury, when we recessed for lunch, we had passed the witness for cross-examination. So, Mr. LaHood, when you're ready.
Sure. Good afternoon, Ranger.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nico LaHood. We've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, pleasure to meet you. I'm one of the 3 lawyers who represents Adrian Gonzales. And you testified before, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know how this works. It's cross-examination. I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't understand my question, just ask me to repeat it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you went over some of your training and your kind of your specialties. I'm not going to go through your academy and being a trooper and then ranger and then going to ranger school. But you mentioned something that caught my attention. You said, I think the government asked you if everyone is trained the same. You said some have specialties.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what do you mean by specialties?
So within the Texas Ranger Division, we have certain rangers that have gone to additional and more advanced shooting reconstruction schools. Me, myself, I'm one of the instructors for the bloodstain pattern analysis program. So I've had additional training in that realm of things. So that's what I was referring to when I say that we all have the same foundational training, if you will, and then from there go on to different things if that's what it calls for.
Got it. Well, part of your training is you've trained in firearms.
Yes, sir. I have had firearms training.
And you continue to train in firearms every year.
Yes, sir.
And you've been trained in tactics.
Yes, sir.
And so you understand security and safety, and you worked on school cases before, I'm assuming?
What do you refer to by school cases?
I mean, any type of school shooting, active shooting in a school?
As far as an active investigation,
yes,
I believe Robb was the first active school-related shooting, but I've been involved in other mass casualties, yes, sir.
Okay. Mass casualties is a better way to describe that, generally. Have you ever been in an active shooting situation yourself as an officer?
No, sir.
So and not a lot of officers have been in an active shooting, actual situation. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
So an officer or law enforcement individual that has an opinion based off their training, not a lot of times it's because of actual being through that scenario.
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention to the actual investigation that you did. You showed some pictures, and you showed pictures of room 112 and 111. You recall those?
Yes, sir.
And we saw defects, and that's a word that I think the jury is acclimated to now. A defect means what to you?
In the realm of shooting reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
It means where a projectile's entered a substrate.
Okay. And it's affected that substrate in some form or fashion?
Yes, sir.
And are you a trajectory analyst?
I've had training in it.
Okay, so have you testified on trajectory analysis before?
No, sir, I can't recall that I have in an actual trial setting.
Okay. Well, this won't be the first, but I may ask you some questions about that. But in relation to those pictures of the doors, we saw a number of defects on the doors. Okay. Do you recall looking at those pictures of 112? You're going to get it up close
Gotcha.
right now. 112 and 111?
From the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Here they are. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'll direct your attention here. And so we see a number of marks, defects on these doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any defects on the handles?
Defects on the handles?
Yes, sir. Or around the handles?
Not that I recall.
And you looked at them on both sides, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the locking mechanism is on the handles?
There, yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you saw no defects affecting the handle and the locking mechanism?
Not to my knowledge.
And so with your expertise and your investigation, so if somebody went into these doors, most likely it's probable that these doors were not locked.
I can't speculate to that. I can just tell you how they were found when I got there.
Well, the locks weren't damaged.
The lock, I can say that, yes, sir.
Okay. And I was just asking if you use some common sense. If locks aren't damaged and people got in the door, then they were probably, and I know there's a probability in your profession, they were probably not locked.
You would take that into account, yes, sir, and then hopefully look from there to decide,
Right.
get that answer, yes, sir.
And you came to know it being part of this investigation that those doors were not locked. Did you come to that knowledge at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question about the probability matched up with the reality that those doors were not locked.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you about some tactics, okay?
Okay,
You've heard of something called a fatal funnel?
I have.
Can you describe to the jury what fatal funnel means to you?
So a fatal funnel, a lot of times is described too when you're entering a threshold. So, for example, you've got a doorway in front of you, and if you get sucked into that doorway, that's the funnel, if you will, or in this case, the fatal funnel, because if you have a threat on the backside of that room and you don't approach it tactically correct, for example, that's what the fatal funnel is. You can put yourself in a fatal position on how you approach and how you go through that room.
And you said if you don't approach it tactically correct. So may I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
And so when you're entering a dangerous situation where there's deadly force potentially being used, you don't just walk into the situation like this and try to handle a circumstance, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you do or you do not?
No, I would not.
Yeah. So there's a tactical way of doing it. There's a tactical way of doing it.
There is, yes, sir.
And when we say tactical, meaning safety for you and for the people that you're trying to protect.
Yes, sir. More so myself, just giving myself the best advantage of being able to approach that situation.
And you're not being selfish when you say more for myself, right?
Not in that statement, no, sir.
I can tell, and I know what you meant by it, because a police officer that's dead is no good to anybody, right?
That's correct.
So you need to be alive and be able to protect people so you can minimize the loss of life.
Yes, sir.
You ever heard of a blue gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are practice guns. There's an orange one too, right?
Yes, sir.
Will you believe me if I tell you that this is not a real weapon?
I'll take your word for it.
Will you believe that we have the bailiff check with this?
I believe, yes, sir.
This magazine can't come up. Would you like to inspect it?
I'm good to go.
Okay. And so when we look at tactics, there's a way to tactically hold this weapon and a long rifle or a handgun, correct?
Correct.
So this would be a low ready?
Correct.
I don't even like the fake gun pointing at people. This is a high ready?
Yes, sir.
This would be a side ready?
Sure.
And this would be Sewell.
Yes, sir.
And we explained to the jury what Sewell means, what the Sewell position is?
As you can see, he's got the gun sucked to his midsection. It's just a way to have the gun safely pointed down, but at the same time, close to your body, and it's a way that you can easily re-engage a target if needed.
And re-engage, you mean go from a Sewell position into an active shooting position, correct?
Correct.
And so the 4 gun safety rules are always treat a weapon like it's loaded, correct?
Correct.
Never pointed at anything you're not prepared to kill and destroy.
Yes, sir.
Always keep your finger, I like to say high and outside the trigger guard, but at least outside the trigger guard.
Yes, sir.
And this is the trigger guard.
That is.
And this would be the trigger.
Correct.
And always know what's behind your target.
Yes, sir.
Those are 4 gun safety rules that everybody that carries a weapon, especially law enforcement, should know immediately.
Yes, sir.
And so that's why a Sewell position is important tactically when you're approaching a situation, because you don't want to do something. I'm going to do it to Jason because he doesn't care. You don't want to sweep somebody. This would be called sweeping them, right?
Yes, sir. When you point the barrel at him.
When you point the barrel at somebody, and that means that if the barrel's pointed at somebody, even if your finger is indexed, at some point it could go off.
Correct.
Right. And so when you tactically enter a room or a situation, you have to make sure that you're safe so you can engage the threat, but also make sure that other people are safe. Because I'm not going to go in sweeping people and then under pressure, there might be an accidental discharge.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's what you mean by tactical.
Yes, sir.
And so when we go in, when you, law enforcement, go into situations, you have to think tactics before you enter a dangerous situation. Right?
You have to have that thought in your mind. Yes, sir.
And one of the things when we talk about tactics and that fatal funnel, that fatal funnel is important because law enforcement officers in any department are taught to always, to the best of your ability, avoid a fatal funnel.
That's a fair statement. You don't want to put yourself in a bad situation once again.
And a fatal funnel is something like a doorway.
Yes, sir.
A hallway.
In my training, it's always been a threshold, but yes, in a hallway, that presents a whole different set of circumstances and the way you might approach that as well.
May I stand up again, Judge?
Yes.
If this is a hallway without the chairs here, and I'm rounding a corner, and we're gonna talk about slashing the client in a second. And so if the judge, not that he's a threat to me, but if he was in our example a threat, and I turn this hallway, and these are all walls, I'm in a fatal funnel because the judge is the bad guy in our scenario, can shoot me, and I have nowhere to go to get cover. Right?
You could be in a bad situation.
Right. And that can happen not just in a hallway, but if this was a building, and I'm coming across a building, this could be in essence a fatal funnel because I have nowhere to go.
At the end of the day, any position you're in could be a bad situation. It's all about what's going on, the variables involved, and how you approach that.
And let's talk about some of those variables. And so what is the difference? The jury's heard this a little bit, so you can do it briefly. Concealment and cover, what's the difference?
So concealment would be something that you can get behind to conceal yourself, if you will, but may not stop a projectile. And cover would be something you can get behind for the concealment once again, but that you would expect to potentially stop a projectile.
Right. And may I use the well, Judge?
Yes.
And so I'm going to set up a little scenario here for you. Can you see me?
No, sir, I can't.
Am I covered or concealed?
You're concealed in this circumstance.
Okay. And so we're gonna. You're familiar with the term slicing the pie or cutting the pie.
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean? You tell us to the jury.
So once again, taking you back to the threshold I spoke to a second ago, when you slice a pie, if you will, you're taking it piece by piece. In other words, as I'm looking into that room and I'm taking steps and gaining more of a view of that interior room, I'm slicing that pie, if you will, as I'm going through those steps.
You're slicing your visual. So I can see. I mean, you can't see what I'm looking at. I see some of the jurors, and I'm little by little slicing this room, and you can't see what I'm doing, but they can see, and they can see little by little. They see me as time goes on, and so I am slicing the pie and checking for any threats. Correct?
That's correct. Yes,
okay. Sir. And so I'm going to age myself. You look a lot younger than me. I watched Starsky and Hutch growing up, right? You remember Starsky and Hutch?
I do. Yes, sir.
Oh wow.
I'm not,
How old are you?
well, I know of the show. I mean, I've watched
you're not
it.
a woman, so I can ask you. How old? I'm 53. How old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay, you're young. So I'm 53. So in Starsky and Hutch, the old days, no one does this. No law enforcement officer goes to the actual cover and pins themselves, bunkers themselves against the wall, right?
Correct.
This is a disadvantage tactically. I don't want to be here like this because I can't see, and someone can come around the corner, and for me to have to do this, I'm exposing myself to the threat.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so slicing the pie, you can't see me, right?
No, sir.
And I'm gonna point this. Do you mind if I point this at you when I make the cut?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do mind or you don't mind?
No, you can do it.
Okay. And so if I'm here and I'm slicing the pie, I'm little by little, I'm there. Now I can see you, and I'm covered. I'm truly covered by this. I don't have to be on the wall. Matter of fact, you don't want to be on the wall. You want to be at some distance so you can slice. And then as you slice, then you make entry and you'll start working into a room to try to clear the room, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's tactics.
That is.
So bad tactics would be expecting an officer to get close to a wall, right? And to make that turn from that cover position.
That could be considered a bad day. Yes, sir.
That's a bad day, right? And are you familiar with the term in gunfire, echoing?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like an echo. Like when firearms are discharged, there can be an echoing sound.
There can be, yes, sir.
Right. And the larger the firearm, the larger the echo.
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that it's hard to tell, especially with echoing on buildings, where gunfire is coming from?
It could be, yes, sir.
Right, it's challenging. You're outside, it's open, there could be a vibration off this or an echo off a building, and then trying to determine where this is happening if you don't have a visual, it can be difficult.
Can be. That's a first statement.
And so would you agree as a law enforcement officer, you should never rush into a situation without assessing it?
To a point, yes.
Have you heard of the term OODA loop?
I have.
Will you explain to the jury what OODA loop means?
So OODA loop, in lack of better terms, essentially means you're considering something, and your OODA loop is your thought process, your functioning, and typically you'll hear somebody say, well, I missed with his OODA loop, which means whatever you did could have interfered with that thought process or what somebody might have perceived or the way they would have acted or so forth.
Can we break it down a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, so OODA loop, the first stands for observe, right? The first O is observe.
Yes, sir.
So you get into a situation, you try to observe what's happening. Yes, and part of it is listening and hearing from witnesses or what you're hearing or how you're feeling, but it's observing your circumstances, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second O is orient. Because after you observe what's going on, you have to orient how you're going to respond to this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the D is decide.
Okay.
Right? You decide what you're going to do, and then the A is act on it.
Okay.
So that's a process. Would you agree?
It can be, yes, sir.
And then someone can go through several OODA loops in one incident, one situation. Because new information comes to you, and then you cycle that OODA loop again, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, I'm going to talk about some specific tactics. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Yes, sir.
Will you please review 7, 8, 9, and 10?
Okay.
And you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 as the corner, the southwest corner of Robb Elementary, correct?
Let me think about my direction here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Defense 8, do you mind if I stand behind you?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. It is an overview of Robb Elementary showing the south side and the west side.
Yes, sir.
And the east side, essentially.
Yes, sir.
And then Defense 9 is a similar but a different angle pulling away from Robb facing the west side.
Yes, sir.
And 10 is a bigger view, but also bringing in groves and the street in front. as
Correct.
well.
Yes, sir.
And would you say that Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10 are fair and accurate depictions of Robb Elementary, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm handing to opposing counsel Defense 7 through 10, offering into evidence.
Objection?
Submitted.
We're going to look at Defense 8.
Yes.
So this is Robb Elementary, and I want to, I'm not trying to give you my back, but I want to make sure we understand. So this would be the west entrance?
Yes, sir.
That would be the south?
Yes, sir.
East, and then here's the north. There's not an entrance, but, so this is where that monster came into the elementary school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then matter of fact, this is a police car from your knowledge of this investigation. This is Adrian Gonzales' police car. They left it in the same position.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I wasn't outside for this, so I can't. I knew I've heard about it, but I wasn't
Okay.
there. So
Well, if I represent you, that's Adrian Gonzales. You have no they'll correct me, I promise you. You have no
Sure.
reason to disbelieve me.
Sure.
Okay, so you can see that if this is Adrian Gonzales' police car, and where he went into the circumstance, he's into the situation, he acted and did something, the monster entered over here, correct?
yes, sir.
And in your training experience and just practical in life, you've been to this area. Is there a line of sight from way southeast of Robb Elementary to the west?
Not from that position.
Matter the school is in the way,
That's correct.
right? And so it would be impossible, not probable, not unlikely, impossible for any human being to have a visual of what's going on the west side of this building from where that car is.
From the ground, yes, sir.
Now, tactically, if somebody was hearing gunfire, could you tell in your training experience, or have you even heard of somebody being able to tell that's coming from the west side of a building, just from being in a situation similar to this?
That's a lot of speculation on that.
It is a lot of-
Again, I mean, number one, you have to be in that situation. I mean, on one hand, I can understand if somebody was there and they're saying they can't, but on the other hand, if somebody says they could, I wouldn't dispute that either.
You would not. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. It's a lot of speculation you started with. You're saying that you've heard of a scenario where somebody can be in a okay.
No, I'm not saying a scenario. What I'm saying is
Okay.
based on my knowledge, I can see if somebody was there and if they're trying to tell me they can't hear anything there, I can potentially understand because of the circumstances, but at the same time, if somebody told me they could hear something there, or if I was to understand that you did hear something there, I wouldn't disprove or dispat that either.
So if somebody is discharging a high-powered rifle, are you saying that you've heard of anybody with the training experience to determine whether they're on the west side or the north side of this building? From this position, can you tell if you hear someone discharging a weapon, you can tell between west side or the north side where that fire was coming
No,
from?
what I'm saying is if somebody's on that side of the building discharging a weapon and you're on the complete opposite side, to your point, could they be on the north side? Yes. Could they be on the west side? Yes. What I would say is he's not right there where they're at, but he is somewhere on that side of the building.
Well, what he would know is it's not on the south side because he's on the south
I
side.
would assume that,
right?
yes, sir.
And he has a somewhat visual of some of the east side.
Correct.
Right, because there's an L shape, so he's got some of the east side. So just, he can deduce that he's not on some of the east side and definitely not on the south side,
I would
correct?
agree with that, yes, sir.
And in your training experience, if somebody made the claim that there were multiple gunshots from a high-powered rifle from the west corner of this building, this way, southeast, you would expect to see multiple defects on the building.
Not necessarily. no,
Not
sir.
necessarily.
No.
If they were shooting up, maybe that you wouldn't, right?
Correct. I can tell you from my personal experience, we saw one on one of those, but I was involved in that documentation, if you will. So I know that particular one that was on a building on that side. I believe it was in front of where that car is, or somewhere in that general area.
Was it at the bottom of the building or higher in the building?
It was up high.
Okay. And if somebody claims to be on the floor or close to the floor, and someone is shooting at them with a high-powered rifle, would you think you would see defects on the bottom of the building or higher in the building?
It just depends, sir. It depends on angles of fire. It depends on any variables in between them, like once again, shots hitting something prior to their objective, if you will.
We'll talk about ricochet in a second. I'm just saying, is if you're sitting down, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they're trying to prosecute a case on me for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, because that orange gun was a real gun and I
Yes,
shot at you, and thank God I missed. Would you think you would see defects around the chair and around the desk, or up in the ceiling if I shot at you?
It just depends, sir. Once again, with my experience in investigations, just because you don't have a defect, if you're crouched down like you said, and I'm working that scene and I see no defects behind the area that I believe that you were crouched down, I wouldn't automatically believe necessarily that he missed or he wasn't intending to hit you there, or she for that matter. Because once again, in my experience of investigations, just because somebody's shooting at you doesn't mean they hit where they're aiming.
So in a court of law, if there was a claim that I shot at you 30 times where you're sitting right there, you're saying it's reasonable to a jury that there'd be no defects behind you, not even one?
I'm not necessarily saying it's reasonable. What I'm saying is if you told me there was no defects back there and somebody was shooting at you and we could prove, assuming we could prove that they were shooting at you,
sure,
that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for me simply because of my, once again, everybody has different shooting, experiences and training and what have you. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying that it didn't happen that way. What I'm saying is essentially is that if you have somebody that's saying they got shot at 30 times and there's no defects behind them, that would maybe initially make me say, okay, what are we dealing with here? And then work the investigation from there. But could it be that they shot high, shot low, or whatever the case may be? You have to take those into account as well.
I want to make sure you said a lot. I want to make sure you said assuming that we could prove they shot at you. How would you prove that someone shoots at somebody? Without a video. How would you prove that someone got shot at?
You would potentially prove it by by interview processes, by eyewitnesses. It could be other things besides the video potentially.
You mentioned only two, and both of them had to do with people's opinions.
Okay.
Aside from someone's opinion, objectively, how would you prove that somebody was shot at?
You would hope to find defects in that area to corroborate that.
Right,
Yes, sir.
and that's all I was saying.
Okay.
In general, defects. How about shell casings?
From where they were shooting?
Well, back to our example. I'm going to go low just because if there's a claim that I shot at you, there's 15 rounds in this magazine.
Yes, sir.
I shot 15. I extracted the magazine, loaded it, and then came back in 15 more. How could we objectively prove that I shot 30 rounds at you?
So typically speaking, you would expect to find in your scenario 30 fired cartridge cases on the ground or in that general area. Once again, assuming that they didn't have a catch or something like that going on.
Yes, sir. And a catch means something to catch the shell,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But if they didn't have a catch, these rounds are going to be coming out to the right, correct?
On a right-handed firearm, yes, sir.
And so the objective, aside from eyewitness, because you mentioned the two things, eyewitness testimony, things of this nature, but aside from that, so you would find shell casings at some point to my right, not to my left, right? If I'm claiming to shoot from here.
Once again, not trying to be difficult, but
Okay.
from my experience as an investigator, once again, could they be to the left? Absolutely. And that's simply from the standpoint of, did they get moved prior to my arrival, right?
Okay, but that means someone interfered with the scene. I'm talking about naturally evidence.
Gotcha.
So right. So if there's 30 rounds, you're going to probably see 30 shell casings to my right.
In that scenario, you would expect to, yes, sir.
Because the ejection port is on the right side.
Correct.
Okay. And so objectively, how would you prove that I fired 30 rounds at you? Two objective ways.
So once again, find out where that person was shooting, find those cartridge cases potentially to corroborate what you're hearing or the evidence you're seeing. And then once again, like I mentioned, the testimony or the defects down the range.
So that the objective parts are the defects, right?
Yes, sir.
So there should be some defects around you or behind you, and there should be shell casings to my right.
In that scenario, yes, sir. Yeah,
Yeah,
you would expect you would expect to find cartridge cases to link up to the defects that you find, hopefully downrange.
Right. And you were investigating a homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
But actually, it was a mass murder of children, right?
Correct.
And an attempted capital murder of police officers.
Yes, sir. That could be correct too. Once again, I'm looking at a crime scene 112 in this case.
But you know now what happened. You know that animal shot at children and shot at police officers.
Correct.
And that animal is no longer on this earth.
Correct.
And Adrian Gonzales is not that person who did all that horror that we saw on those terrible pictures, right?
Adrian is not Salvador.
I want to do one more thing. Let's go to number 10, please. Am I approach, Judge?
Sir.
Okay, so this is a different aerial. Robb Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll do my best not to block the jury here. Same west entrance here?
Correct.
South?
Correct.
And we saw Adrian's cars over here on the other picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you know now that there were 3 other officers on the scene before the shooter went into the school, right?
I can't speak to that, no, sir.
Okay. If there were, because a lot of other people can speak to that, if there were 3 officers roughly here, they would have line of sight to the west entrance, correct?
Assuming that vehicles or what have you may not be blocking their view.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's what I've always been saying. 3 officers had line of sight.
And assume, we'll put another assumption that is a fact, that if you don't know, that one of them had a long rifle, one of them had an AR-15.
Okay.
That would be a weapon that is more capable for reaching that animal before he went into the west building versus the handgun that we were using as an example earlier, correct?
A rifle is a better long-range platform, yes, sir.
Right. And so the people on this side, the 3 officers on this side had line of sight, would have had the opportunity, in our scenario, opportunity and the ability to stop the shooter from entering the school.
Are you telling me in your scenario that there's nothing in between their line of sight and that door? Because once again, I don't know. So.
I understand, and I'm glad you're being cautious. I'm just saying, let's say in my scenario, one of the officers asked for permission to shoot this animal.
Okay.
Would you believe that if he asked for permission to shoot, that that person was in his line of sight?
I would assume so.
That's the witness. Thank you, sir.
And his line of sight.
Wow. I would send the video to Lambert, but there's lots of cussing. As you know, this is a stream that we don't allow cussing on this stream. We're very PC on this stream. So, hippie chick.
Change if somebody's moving.
Yes, sir.
Could you pull that back up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Hood? Mr. Hood?
Yes, sir.
Can we lose the consent?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Thank you.
You didn't like it?
Couldn't see it. That's not unusual.
Just from the photograph defense exhibit number 10, if we have 3 officers by this ditch, and we've seen a video of the gunman actually running or jogging to this doorway.
Yes, sir.
That indicate that he's moving.
Yes, sir.
And would a vehicle conceal line of sight from an officer down here?
It very well could.
And would this vehicle also?
A vehicle.
A vehicle, depending on
Yes, sir.
the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
But you could see them for a short vehicle, but they're moving, they could then become no longer available.
That's possible. Yes, sir.
So it could be a very short window of time in which the officer could see that person.
That very well could be. Yes, sir.
The second thing I wanted to ask you about,
But that makes no sense. You're saying that Adrian Gonzales was able to shoot around the corner. There were cars there when he was trying to shoot. Now, also, the cars mean that the other people can't shoot. And according to the defense right there, they asked for permission to shoot. So I imagine that was the case. I mean, what the fuck are we doing here?
Exhibit number 8, if I could.
Yes, sir.
The defense was talking to you about if you're here where Adrian Gonzalez' vehicle is.
Yes, sir.
And you're not sure if the sound is coming from the west or the north. Do you recall those questions?
I do, yes, sir.
If you do hear shots fired at an elementary school during a school day, and you're not sure if it's here or it's here, do you stay by your car?
I would not.
What would you do?
I would make the best decision I could and go towards those shots.
Go toward the shots?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you're trained?
It is.
All law enforcement in Texas.
To go towards the threat, yes, sir.
So you would make a move.
So how do you know where the shots are fired, officer? Or whatever? Like, this is such a bullshit argument, because how do you know where ideally, you know where the shots are. Happy days, you can go there. What happens if you don't know where the fucking shots are coming from? Fucking bunch of dickheads.
One way or another.
I would like to think I would, yes, sir.
You wouldn't stay.
I don't believe I would, no, sir.
You wouldn't wait for cover.
I would not in that scenario.
Wait for other officers to arrive.
No, sir.
And if other than shots, you had a witness telling you where the shots would come from, would you consider that?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
If you had a witness standing in front of you telling you where the shots were coming from, would you use that information to decide where to go?
I would.
Not just the shots, but what people were telling you.
I would in that scenario.
And finally, the hallway. I believe you testified that a threshold is what you considered a fatal funnel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you show the very first
It annoys me that, like, in a ideal situation, yes, you will do everything that he's just said, but like, this is not a training scenario. This is not like where you 100% know where the gunman is.
Just take just 1 second, John, until we pull that exhibit.
Okay.
That's it. Look, is that a fair and accurate representation? Looking at the exhibit that shows it's at doors 111 and 112.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate representation about the doorways in that hallway?
Yes, sir.
And is that consistent all the way down the hallway as to all the rooms?
To my knowledge, yes, sir. The majority of the rooms.
And those doorways, are they inset?
They are, yes, sir.
Is it a place on down the hallway you could hide
That's correct.
and be concealed?
Yes, sir. Somebody could be concealed in that scenario.
So fatal funnel being a threshold, a hallway could be a fatal funnel, or there could be areas of concealment.
You're asking if the hallway can be areas of concealment or a fatal funnel?
Yes.
Once again, my knowledge of a fatal funnel would be a threshold. I would consider a hallway a little bit different scenario. Tactics still apply in that scenario, but to your point, in this type of school and this type of insets, you could also be concealed as well.
And if you have an active shooting outside of a schoolway and then inside of the schoolway, would a fatal funnel then prevent you from going in?
No, sir. Once again, you want to assess it the best you can, right? And these things happen quickly. And to your point, whether somebody gives me information or whether I believe, either I know, I believe, or somebody gives me information, you try to make the best decision. But ultimately, with my training, I would like to think that in that scenario, I would be quickly trying to approach where I believed that threat was to address that threat.
Okay. And you've had the training as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
In tactics as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you go in through a threshold, you were just talking about a doorway, correct?
I am, yes, sir.
Once you get in, things can spread out and
Correct.
be concealed.
Correct.
Correct. And movement helps, does it not?
It can, yes, sir.
And also, as tactically, you can walk through a doorway, I guess, standing up like this, make yourself a big target.
You could.
Tactically, can you change how big a target you are?
You could.
Can you squat?
You can.
Can you get down even lower?
Yes, sir, you could.
And that would present a smaller angle than someone standing in the hallway.
That could, yes, sir, depending on the scenario, but yes, sir.
And would you have to approach the south doorway before you could approach what would be called a fatal funnel?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I mean, are you in a fatal funnel if you're standing by Adrian Gonzales' car?
Any position you could be in, whether it's inside, outside, hallway, room, or whatever the case may be, you could be in a position that is not advantageous to you, tactically speaking. So from that regard is how I would probably answer that, because once again, fatal funnel, it could lead to other things and other tactics, if you will, bad or good. But bottom line, no matter where you are, no matter what position you're in, you could present yourself to that.
Okay, fair enough. Pass the witness.
I sure do appreciate your honesty, sir. I mean that, because you answered one of the questions I like to think I would. I don't believe I would. And I love that about that you answered that way, because that's honest, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't know until you're in that situation.
That's correct.
Right. And so I want to talk a little bit about what you hope that you would do and not do. Number 7, please. May I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
So this is that corner, southwest corner, and this is that AC unit. And this is that west side of the school leading into the entrance.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that cutting the pie with that AC unit there with that fence is different than cutting the pie as if it was not there?
Yes, sir.
Right. Because this is not cover.
That is no, sir.
This is not even concealment. I mean, if I ducked behind an AC unit,
Correct.
maybe,
Yes,
right.
sir.
But if I'm trying to use that setup,
The chain link itself is not.
right? I mean, it's not even. You can see me. I mean, I don't even know why I'm trying to cut the pie. I might as well just run in. That's nothing for me from a tactical position.
Once again, short of getting down behind an AC if you need to.
Right. But if we're talking about running after people and chasing a noise, not a person.
Yes, sir.
Remember, we're still in this chasing the noise. So this complicates negotiating this corner. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that I would agree with that necessarily, because you could go around it, obviously.
Right. But as you go around it, as you get far, you don't have cover or concealment.
You don't, but you didn't also leading up to it in that scenario.
You did, but what I'm saying is it blocks you. So you can't move past it quickly. You have to go around it.
Once again, sir, I wouldn't say it that way, because I can go around it just as depending on the angle you're coming at. I'm not trying to be difficult, but what I'm saying is if you're in this scenario, if I'm further to the right and I'm trying to go around it, it's never in my way to start with.
Let me ask you this. Is this exactly the same as if it wasn't there? Is that corner the exact same tactically navigating by it as if this AC unit and chain link fence is there?
And once again, to answer that question would depend on which angle I'm coming in at. If for some reason I'm coming past that door and I'm hugging or not hugging, but necessarily close to that wall, where in other words that AC unit is directly in front of me, well then that obviously presents a potential issue, right? As opposed to if I'm 3 or 4 steps to the left in this scenario and I'm trying to get past it, it's not in my way anymore, so I'm going right.
It's not, but are you covered or concealed?
No.
That's what I'm saying. So if there's danger on the other side, it's not that it's going to stop you. It's not a barrier
Gotcha.
to you, right? And it's a bad question, so I'll take the heat for that one. But it's not that it's going to stop you. So I agree with you on that. I'm saying from a tactical safety position, if you're trying to stop hurt and death, if you don't even know it's happening, by the way, right? Let's go back. just because you hear gunfire, that doesn't mean people are getting struck by that gunfire, correct?
I would personally take it as they were, because if somebody's shooting, they're shooting, in my mind, at something or somebody.
But it doesn't mean that people are actually getting hit, though. They may be missing.
It may be, but I have to assume they're getting hit in that scenario.
And remember I asked you earlier about the 30 rounds, and you said maybe they missed? I mean, so I'm just, it must be in your thinking somewhere. All I'm saying is this, that it's not a barrier to you, but you have to negotiate around it. And if we're trying to consider your safety, like you said earlier, so you can help the most amount of people, it makes it more difficult for you to be safe and tactical around that corner. That's all I was trying to ask you earlier.
Right. If that AC unit is in my line that I'm trying to get to, could it potentially? Absolutely. But at the same time, I could very easily move over if I needed to get around it.
And you would not be as safe doing that?
Possibly not.
Right. Tactically. Can we go to 9, please? Here's a little bit different of an angle. It's in evidence. So there's the vehicle over there, right?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And so let's assume, now remember, let's assume you hear shots and you're told that the shots are coming from over there somewhere. Okay? You're saying that you would automatically run to the shots without considering tactics? Because there's no cover here or concealment, right?
If I believe that the shots were coming, you're asking from this side of the area? Personally, I believe I would run as fast as I can to get to that corner where the tree is by the AC unit, which is, yes, sir, right there.
Okay.
Because I know the threat in my mind would be on this side, maybe up there, maybe down there, but I don't believe in that moment it's over there. So I would have gotten as quickly as I can down to that corner and then start assessing things as I'm moving forward.
And we're speculating, we're hoping that's what you do,
I would
right?
hope so, yes.
But you're not, this is not a covered or a concealed situation.
What's that situation?
In your scenario where you're running to this corner, you're not covered or concealed, right?
Not by getting there, no, sir.
That's right. And all this is open, so you're not, so the only cover you have is the engine block here for a moment.
But yes, sir.
Because I think a lot of people think that a vehicle is safe. It's not safe to be in a vehicle when you're in a gun battle, right?
That'd be correct.
And it's not even safe to be behind a vehicle. A vehicle at best is concealment. It's not covered.
Yes, sir.
Right? People shoot through vehicles all the time.
That's
the
correct.
engine block is some cover. Would you agree with that?
I would.
And then the rim, like the wheel rim,
Could
the
be.
tires are, if you're on your, and there's a tactical way to be on your side to shoot underneath the vehicle, that could be some cover, correct?
I would agree. Yes,
Okay. And so the only cover in this scenario that we're seeing is some of that vehicle.
The engine block one, yes, sir.
And so if in our scenario, you tried your best and you're running with your handgun to this corner, and if the shooter is running down this way, and you haven't seen this person, by the way, right?
Okay.
You still have no visual on him. You're not just running around this corner at top speed. Is that a fair statement?
Not around the corner. Like I said, once I got to that corner, if I believe the shots were coming from over here, and once I got to that corner is when I would start wanting to assess the situation better.
And it takes time to assess, right?
It can.
So this is not to scale, but so you hear shots. Let's assume that you observe. You didn't observe, but you listened. You oriented. You made a decision to act, and you said, "I'm just going to go." You run to the corner, and you're going to slow down once you get to the AC unit because you're going to do your best, even though you're not protected, to cut the pie around that building. And now you're on the west side of the building, and you can see how long that is, right?
So if I heard you correctly, did you say cut the pipe before the AC or at the AC?
Well, I mean, you're going to use the AC to try to use that to cut that corner because cutting the pie is just trying to get around
Correct.
the
At
corner.
that AC, yes, sir. At
Right.
that corner, if that's where that corner would be.
Right. I don't want to fall in front of everybody. You're talking about shooting. Okay, so you try to use this AC to cut the corner of that building, and you have this long building, and then so as you start moving down this building and working, if somebody has a long rifle, who usually wins? A handgun or a long rifle on a straightaway?
It just depends on distance, and it depends on accuracy, and it depends on ability.
If you and somebody were going to get in a gunfight, if each of you had a choice, long rifle or handgun, which one would you pick first?
Close quarter, or personally, I mean,
Anywhere.
I'd want a rifle.
Of course you would. Everybody would. And so my point is, so from this long way, the rifle is a more advantageous weapon than a handgun, correct?
From a distance, yes, sir.
And so let's say you cut that corner, and then in our scenario, you see the person go in the building, okay?
Okay.
How they got into a door that should be locked, we'll talk about that in a little while. But then you see them go in. that doesn't mean that they can't go in that building and come right back out and kill you, right? You have to think of that tactically.
They could.
Right. So just because they go in that building, you're still going cautiously. You're like, oh, I hope they don't come back out that building, right? And you're walking all the way down to that door.
So I would think in that scenario, I'd like to think that if I was placed in that scenario, we've already addressed the fact of how I got to the corner.
Yes, sir.
If I see somebody go into that building, I would try to get there as fastly and as tactically sound as possible, trying to get to that threat again.
Would you tactically go out to these cars and get some cover and at those cars as you make that corner? Or would you run just directly down the side of that building?
I would try to get there as fast as I could.
Well, I mean, I respect you, lady. You would not try to get at some cover, concealment in these vehicles and so you can have a better angle at that door just in case he's waiting for you or that person's waiting for you?
I could see somebody doing that.
Right? That would be a tactical decision, right?
It could be, yes, sir.
So let's say you get to the edge and the person doesn't come back out and shoot you, right? And so now you're going to have to cut the pie on this door too.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
You're going to have to cut the pie again on this entrance door.
Yes, you would have to, tactically approach that doorway. Yes, sir, that threshold.
And then you realize it's an outward swinging door. That's different tactically than an inward swinging door.
Yes, sir.
We explain to the jury why.
So on an outward swinging door, obviously the door's coming out to you, right? So with an inward swinging door, let me do it the opposite way. With an inward swinging door, you can open that door and still slice that pie, and that door is not really a problem for you. Whereas a door coming towards you, you have to contend with opening that door, keeping it open potentially, and then also entering that room.
Now, real quick before, Jason reminded me of something, just so people can get a kind of a visual of how big this is. You can see that's a person walking here, right? You can get up if you don't mind.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. I mean, so that just kind of gives, that's a human being. That's a person walking. This is after the fact during the investigation. So there were more cars here. This is not to scale of how many cars were during the incident.
Yes, sir.
But that's a person. So that shows you how big that coming around that corner, coming all the way down, that kind of gives you perspective of the size of a person to that school, right?
Okay.
Okay. And so as you you realize that's an outward swinging door. So you're cutting the pie, hoping at some point you're going to move in and you're going to have to negotiate that outward swinging door, right?
That's correct.
And then you're going to make entrance into a building, right? Into a hallway.
Yes, sir.
Now that takes time, right?
As fast as you can make it happen, everybody's got different tactical levels. So
right.
I would like to think that somebody with much more training than me can get in there probably quicker than I could. But at the end of the day, yes, it takes as long as you can get into that room and address that threat.
You're making a distinction between training, and that's important to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Not just because someone's law enforcement or someone has taken an active shooting class or someone has taken an alert class, that doesn't mean that everybody has the same skill level, right?
I would agree with that. And
so in our scenario, as you navigated that corner and you still have to navigate another corner. If you even are familiar with the building and try to anticipate where this shooter is going, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Because you don't know. I mean, if someone is shooting, you have no idea where they're going.
That's correct.
Right? And especially if somebody is not familiar with that building, they don't know where they're going. They're hearing stuff, so they have to move cautiously but expeditiously, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know, in the scope of your investigation, that shooter, his home room was room 111, but he ended up shooting him?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did you know that shooter, that his home room was room 111 that he ended up going into and shooting up?
I've heard that.
And so it's safe to say in an investigation that shooter had a targeted room. He knew where he was going.
That's possible.
And somebody that never put eyes on him would have no idea where this shooter is going. And the insinuation is that Adrian is supposed to follow the sounds without having any visual on the shooter, right?
I'm not sure what your question on that was.
What I'm saying is you have a person responsible for this horror had a connection to room 111, right?
Yes.
And so it's safe to say, possibility that was a targeted attack on that room.
Right.
Right. And somebody who never put eyes on that shooter, just only heard the shots, is having to guess where this shooter is going, right?
In that scenario, yes, if you didn't know where he was at and you're basing it strictly on sound, you're having to address that as you're going. Yes.
And then you have to apply all the tactics that we've gone along. I mean, just because you hear something, you're gonna tactically try to get there as expeditiously but safely as possible, right?
That's correct.
Because as you said earlier, you have to think about your own safety, not selfishly, but if you are injured or killed, you're no good to people that you're trying to help,
That's correct.
right? Yeah, I mean, and if you had a choice, and it's a reasonable amount of time choice, would you rather have backup or not have backup? As an officer?
Just in general?
In general, yeah, in general terms.
Anytime we can have backup, it's always a plus, but that's a generalization.
And if it's in a reasonable amount of time, that's a better tactical decision to make, right?
That could be, but once again, that's a very loose generalization depending on what you're faced with.
I get it. And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Are you familiar with school policies?
Well, it depends what you're asking, I guess.
Well, I guess, is it reasonable to believe that most schools require their exterior doors to be locked?
I would assume that's correct.
It's a safe assumption,
I would assume
and it's true. And so in your participation in this investigation, did you come to discover that this door was not even locked?
That's correct.
111 was not locked.
That's correct.
112 was not locked.
That's correct.
The two doors between 111 and 12, there's doors between them.
There is.
That was capable of being locked, right?
Yes, sir.
It was not locked.
One of the doors was open upon our finding.
Right. And out of all the scenarios, and we can speculate all day long, one thing that we can all agree on is if that door was locked, it would have stopped the shooter the animal from getting into this building, right?
I can't say that.
You can't say it wouldn't have stopped him?
No, sir, because I can't speak to whether a locked door would have. That door might have stopped him if it was locked, but I can't speak to the fact that he wouldn't have found another way into the school.
I didn't ask that question. My question was, it's okay. It's a bad question if you didn't understand it. I'm saying if this door was locked, it would have stopped that animal from getting into the building.
So I'm still hearing it the same way.
If this door was locked.
If that door was locked, he might not have been able to get into that door, but I can't speak to any other doors that might have been unlocked.
Fair enough. Let's go back to our scenario. And let's say there's those three same officers are still there. Remember those three officers that had line of sight on this guy? And one of those officers that had a long rifle? Remember that?
Yes.
So if that door was locked, knowing that Adrian is on this way over here on the south side, but that you have three officers with line of sight on this guy, if that door was locked, at the very least, it would have delayed this animal from getting into that building.
A locked door there, I believe, yes, would have delayed him because then at that point he would have tried to find another, assuming he would have found another entry point.
Do you wish that door was locked?
I think we all wish that door was locked.
We all do. Thank you, sir. That's the witness, Judge.
That was like pulling teeth. Dude, I understand what he's trying to say. It's like, we don't know what the scenario would have been, but the door's locked, he's not getting in. Not that way. Jeepers.
Starting with Defense Exhibit 9. And the whole concept about cover.
Yes, sir.
If you hear shots coming from this direction or this direction, is this corner covered if you're at the police car?
If the threat is over here,
Yes.
then yes, that building itself would be cover and concealment at that point.
And would it be both cover and concealment all the way up to this housing unit for the air conditioning?
Yes, sir, assuming that that's still where the threat's coming from.
If the threat's coming from here or here,
Yes, sir.
either from sound or from sound and witness. And so when we talk about whether or not this wall is covered, it would depend on if the threat is coming from here, it wouldn't be covered. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Cover just means it's something that protects you from the shooter.
Something, yes, sir, that's correct.
So if the shooter's here, you've got cover all the way to the edge of that AC unit and its fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The next thing we talked about is, would you rather have a rifle or a handgun, and who would win in that situation? Rifle in the open or handgun with cover?
You're asking which one I'd rather have. Once again, it depends on the scenario and everything in my mind. But at the end of the day, if I'm having to deal with a threat, either one would be good. But if I had to pick one, I'd pick a rifle.
Okay. But if you have cover, you're protected.
Yes, sir.
And if you have a handgun, it'll reach this distance, will it not?
It would from that corner, yes, sir.
And you don't have to be accurate enough to hit the shooter to distract him
That's a fair statement.
or to delay him
Yes, sir.
while your buddies are coming down from the rec area, right?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
That OODA loop doesn't just apply to police officers, does it?
That's correct.
That's
humans in general.
everybody.
Yes, sir.
So if a police officer is shooting at somebody, then their OODA loop
Absolutely.
can be affected.
It would be, yes, sir.
Distracted from their mission
Yes, sir.
until they decide what to do with a police officer shooting at them.
Yes, sir.
Do things like drop a bag full of ammunition
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
if police officers drive up.
Yes, sir.
That's affecting the OODA loop, changing their mind on what to do.
Yes, sir.
So a police officer, just their appearance on the scene is important in an active shooter situation, is it not?
It is.
Saves lives
It can.
by quick action.
Yes, sir.
And quick action is not standing by the vehicle.
If you're just standing at the vehicle and not acting, then that's not quick action.
Standing at the vehicle, waiting for cover to come.
Once again, depending on the scenario and where the shots are coming from, but yes, sir. I mean, just standing there alone is not taking action.
Okay. Waiting for other people to come.
Yes, sir.
And do they train you in active shooters to wait on other people? Or is there such a thing as training about solo entry?
There is training on solo entry, but in general, everybody's trained that you get to the threat, whether you're by yourself or not.
You get to the threat by yourself or not.
Yes, sir.
To get to the threat, you have to know where the threat is, right?
I'm sorry?
To get to the threat, you have to know where the threat is, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've come to know now that there was a dispatch of someone at the school with a gun running. Did you get to know that? Did you know that?
I'm not aware of that dispatch.
Matt Process?
Yes.
Hi, Pixie. Hello, Pixie. Good day, mate.
Adrian Gonzales. They drove. And so whoever drove this car, let me represent to you Adrian Gonzales, they drove into this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
They're not way out here.
Yes, sir.
Three other officers. He's into this situation. Did you come to learn that Adrian Gonzales was one of the first officers in this building?
I'm not sure about that. I know he was one of the first ones there, but I'm not sure about in the building.
But if he was in the building, that's taking action, correct? If he ended up in the building, that's taking action. If he's one of the first officers in the building, that's taking action.
Yeah, if he got in the building, that is taking an action.
Well, right. And driving into this scenario, going after the description that's been relayed over the radio is taking action.
That is an action.
So if someone was reported to have a gun running to a school, and if Adrian Gonzales saw someone running and he drove to the person that he thought was running, that's taking action.
That is taking action.
Now I want to direct your attention to some decisions and opportunity. So if you have Adrian Gonzales here, the shooter on this side, and three officers here, who has better line of sight? Those three officers or Adrian Gonzales?
In that scenario, those three officers.
If Adrian has a handgun from this distance and they have a rifle with line of sight, who has a better opportunity and ability to take out that shooter?
Once again, they have the line of sight, so they're the only ones that couldn't take a shot in that scenario if he's right there in those where you're referring to.
They're the only ones that what?
If you're saying that if Adrian's right there You asked the question, I believe, if I heard you right, so he has a handgun, who has a better way of making a shot, I believe, him or them? It's only them, because in that scenario, he's by his car.
But you said it specifically, you said they're the only ones that couldn't take a shot.
No, could take a shot in that
Could take a
scenario,
shot,
because
got
they have that line of sight.
Right. And you don't shoot at things you can't see, right?
Correct.
That's the witness, Judge.
No further questions?
Recall.
No, you are. No, you are.
Okay, sir,
That was a mic drop. It's not exactly rocket science. It's not rocket science, people. They're hanging their hats. Prosecution are hanging on their hats, saying he didn't do anything. What do we do? What do we know? He was the first there. He knew he was an active shooter, so he was the first there. Where did he go first? He saw somebody in a distance that he, allegedly thought was the shooter. He drove like a barrel of hell straight at that person, believing that was a shooter. Then he gets to find out it wasn't a shooter, but he didn't know that. So now all of a sudden, 30 seconds later, the other three are on there, line of sight with the person to the shooter, and also Adrian is at fault. What kind of world do we live in? They're trying to say that he just stayed there, he didn't do anything. Like, again, this is probably his first time with an active shooter. What's he supposed to, like, everyone, if you were to ask every single officer in Texas, what would you do? Oh, of course I'd run straight towards it. I'd just run straight at the danger. But put yourself in that position. You don't know what you're going to do. Because you've never been there. Do you know what? You're probably scared shitless. You know, so, and I don't think he had any relevant training. I think he had training, but not like SWAT training and stuff like that. He's a school resource officer. He's not going to be like a massive training. He's just going to have the basic training of it. I don't know. I try not to judge people on this. And also, there's whatever it is, a minute window, and they're trying to by every second say this is what he should have done. This is what he should have done. Well, shame on these prosecutors, is what I say. Shame on them. I just don't understand this.
Rule is invoked. You're excused from the subpoena. You're not subject to recall.
So at the hospital, assisting Ranger Williamson identify all the victims from.
We fucking skipped something here because we were behind this way. Right, this guy is Ricardo. Here we go.
Roberto Montalvo Jr.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a Texas Ranger with the Company D Texas Ranger Division.
Where are you assigned?
I'm assigned in Alice, which I cover Jim Wells and Duval counties.
And how long have you been a ranger?
March 1st of 2026 will be 7 years, so just under 7.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I started my law enforcement career in 2004. I became a deputy from 2004 to 2006 with the Jim Wells County Sheriff's Office. 2007, I went with DPS and became a trooper.
2007. You became a trooper?
Yes, sir.
And have been with DPS ever since?
Yes, sir. In 2007, became a trooper, was stationed in Falfurrias from 2007 to 2012. In October 15, 2012, became a special agent with the Criminal Investigation Division. Did that to 2019. March 1st, 2019, I became a ranger in Rio Grande City. Did that for a year. Then I was transferred to Alice.
And where were you working on May 24th, 2022?
So I was stationed in Alice, but I was actually in Rio Grande City giving evidence to the 229th District Attorney's Office in reference to a murder investigation.
So part of your work is also to hold evidence or to organize evidence?
Yes, sir.
And so what happened? How did you end up going to Uvalde?
So I'm also a member of the Company D crime scene team. As on May 24, 2022, I was notified by a message by Company the Texas Ranger Patrick O'Connor. He was our team leader for the Company D crime scene team. He activated the team to head to Uvalde in reference to the shooting.
And what time did you get there?
So the notification that the team was activated was around noon, and I didn't get to Uvalde until around 5:30ish.
So the event was already over, is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you do that evening?
While I was en route to Uvalde to Robb Elementary, I was redirected by Lieutenant Joey Evans to assist Ranger Tyler Williamson at the Uvalde Memorial Hospital.
And what did you do at the hospital?
So at the hospital, assisting Ranger Williamson identify all the victims from Robb Elementary. And while I was there, I made contact with 2 deceased children.
And who were those 2 deceased children?
It was one male child, Jose Flores Jr., and one female, Jacqueline Cáceres.
And so most of the children from Robb Elementary School went from Robb Elementary School to the medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
But these 2 children went to the hospital and then went to the medical examiner. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I made contact with the deceased children there at the hospital, and then I also made contact with the Justice of Peace, who declared them deceased, and then I released the children to the funeral home where they were transported to Bexar County Medical Examiner.
So those would be the last 2 children on the medical examiner's number 1799 and 1800.
I am not sure about the number sequence.
Fair enough. And then what did you do after going to the hospital?
After the hospital, I did meet up with Company C, Texas Ranger Jason Shea, and I received victims' clothing that he had recovered. Since I was going to Robb Elementary, I recovered those items and then eventually placing them into the administration room there at Robb Elementary for evidence storage at that night.
Okay. At some point, did you take over evidence storage?
Yes, sir. So the lead Texas Ranger, Jose Sanchez, he assigned me to be the evidence custodian for the investigation.
And what's the evidence custodian?
Just receiving, documenting, collecting, transferring, releasing of all evidence or mostly all evidence involved in the investigation, kind of just being a manager over the property.
As evidence comes in, it would come into you then?
Yes.
As central housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because you started being the manager of the evidence, were you sent out on assignments when additional evidence was observed?
That's correct. So on a couple incidents, I was tasked to go collect a few items.
And tell us about those tasks.
So on the first incident was Staff Captain Troy Wilson at the time. He tasked me on May 31st, 2022, to go to Robb Elementary and collect some items that were discovered after the initial processing of the crime scene. Those items were in room 111 and room 112. One of the items was in room 111, a Hellfire trigger snap-on device. And in room 112 was 2 spent cartridge casings. I proceeded to the school, documented my involvement. I photographed, collected the items, and then placed them into the evidence room.
And did you then thereafter get an assignment to go collect 2 more cartridges?
That's correct. On June 6th, myself and Company F, Texas Ranger Nick Hill, were tasked by Staff Captain Troy Wilson to go and collect 2 spent cartridge casings on the outside, the west side of the building of Robb Elementary, and some projectile fragments that came from room 111.
And did that information come from civilians that were working around Robb Elementary?
I was told it was from a cleaning crew. I have no details on who located those items.
Your purpose in being here is just to say when you got there where you found these items.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But this is clearly a month later. Is that correct?
On
June 6th?
So one was May 31st, and then the other one was June 6th.
Excuse me, May 24th, then it would be 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
And have you reviewed, just in the last few weeks, the photographs that you took documenting this work?
That's correct.
Please.
It states 870s, 871 and 881. Those are the exhibits that you reviewed before coming here to testify. Is that correct?
That's correct. I did review these, but I did not take this photograph.
You didn't take the photographs, but did they fairly and accurately depict what work you did?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I look at most
Yeah,
of them?
please look at all of them.
And on this one, I took these photographs.
That is room one.
This is room 112. I took these on room 111.
And do you recognize the children in exhibit 880 and 881?
That's correct. I'm looking at Jacqueline Gonzales and Jose Flores Jr.
The children that you went to see at the hospital?
That's correct.
The state offers 871 and through 881.
Yes.
Photograph.
I'll be back here.
Okay.
Thanks for having us. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the west side of Robb Elementary.
And the windows there at Robb Elementary, does it look like there's been some work done there?
Yes, they've been boarded up.
Okay. And would you stand on the outside of that building in order to put those boards up
That's correct.
in close proximity to where that orange cone is?
Yes, orange cone is a marker for where the shell caissons were located.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 872?
That's just a mid-range photograph of that same west side wall and a little bit closer of the to the cone.
And it shows the concrete lining at the bottom, the ragged concrete. Does that help us identify where those casings were?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 873.
And that's just a close-up of the exhibit, the one that we collected, the two cartridge casings.
And will you show that, please, to the jury?
So the spent cartridge casings were located right here. It was about 9.5 inches from the wall.
Thank you. And 874 just shows that you've marked those as Exhibit 29, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Next showing you State's Exhibit 875, can you tell us what we're looking at now?
Yeah, so that first picture that was on June 6th, those first series of pictures that was on June 6th that we recovered those two spent cartridge casings. This one's on May 31st. This is in room 112, and this is a kind of a mid-range photograph of Exhibit 55, which is two spent cartridge casings.
And State's Exhibit 876?
It's just closer picture showing Exhibit 55, which is the two spent cartridge casings.
And that's the only additional cartridges you recovered from 112, is that correct?
From 112, that's correct.
Then did you move into room 111?
I believe I was in room 111 first, and then I went to room 112. But yes, same day, just I went to room 111 and collected the Hellfire trigger device.
Showing you Exhibit 877. Is that room 111?
That's correct.
And what caused you to go back and look for the Hellfire trigger system?
So I was tasked, like I said, by Captain Troy Wilson. He advised me that it was ready in a bag on top of the desk that's why I kind of knew exactly where to search for. And basically to go and collect that device. I believe I was shown a crime scene photo there that day to kind of picture what the device was.
So pictures have been taken on the day of the event or the next day?
Whenever the Rangers processed the crime scene, that room.
And then studied by other officers?
I was just tasked to go and collect those items.
Had you ever seen a Hellfire trigger system before?
Not that device. I believe I've seen a version 1, but I haven't seen that version.
Thank you. And on Exhibit 877 is that Hellfire trigger system. Excuse me, I guess we're on 878. You tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, that's a bag on top of the desk. The Hellfire trigger device is underneath that. Is inside that bag.
And 879.
It's just another side of the bag to show the exhibit.
Would you point out the Hellfire trigger system?
This is the Hellfire trigger mechanism.
Thank you. And I'm just finishing. This is just quickly, but where you started the investigation, Robb Elementary at the hospital, I'm going to ask you at State's Exhibit 880.
Judge, we just asked again for a warning. These are going to be 2 autopsy pictures of children. Just a warning for the audience.
Just of the faces along with live photos, just because these photographs need to be displayed.
Yes,
And the names repeated.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are presented in the same way that the other autopsy photos were presented the other day, so you're welcome to step out if you like. Never see.
So State's Exhibit 880, that's Jacqueline Caceres. 1399 autopsy number, is that correct?
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit 881, Jose Flores, autopsy number 1400, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
So Ranger Montalvo, I want to talk a little bit about, my name is Jason Goss. We haven't met before.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian. And I want to discuss a little bit about, you first talked about shell casings on the outside. Judge, can I approach the television?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you can turn around, we got Defense Exhibit 9 up here. Okay. So I think, if I'm right, that cone was somewhere maybe in this area here.
It's from the south to the north between the 5th and 6th window.
Okay, so if we counted windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would be right here.
Yes.
Okay, and these are shell casings that would be here.
The 2 shell casings by the west side wall. That's correct.
And so I just want to ask a little bit of your experience with, a little bit of your experience with firearms. I'm sure you've been trained generally in firearms.
That's correct.
Are you a firearms instructor, or have you done anything like that?
I am a firearm instructor.
So let's talk about is it TCOL instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so TCOL is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
That's correct.
Right. And a lot of times, as you know, they'll ask people to be instructors, and then you take a class on how to be an instructor, basically how to present stuff, right?
That's right.
And I mean, some of the classes, I think where you start is, all right, teach the class how you make breakfast. Something like that. And it gives you a topic, and then you go through a PowerPoint or whatever else when you take that class. And then now, I guess they're helping you to understand this is how you present information to people so they can learn it properly, right?
That's correct.
How many hours do those instructor courses usually take?
I took mine in around 2013, 2014. I believe it was 2 weeks in. It may be short, it may be longer now, but it was around 2 weeks. First week is for the instructor portion. The second, the firearm instructor portion for DPS
This area here, lovely.
is 1 week. And I went through a whole different instructor course.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So, and that's the instructor course is kind of what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Actually for lawyers, it's called like train the trainer.
Yes, sir.
So it's something like that where they're trying to teach you how to do that. Now, you also can agree though that there are some some training courses that involve like everybody sitting in a room
a trainer's clicking through a PowerPoint and possible scenarios, right? Like that's one of the ways that people are trained. Another way is like active, like live simulations of those types of situations, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, for instance, in Bear County at the courthouse, sometimes when we go there, it's like all shut down because they're having active shooter training. That's when they're actually in the hallways of the courthouse with various scenarios where they're actually going through a simulation of something that's happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your simulations, well, let's first talk about shell casing. So as a general firearms instructor, you know that I've heard a lot about ejector ports, eject out to the right on a gun that's made for a right-handed person.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so we know that it's not an exact science, but seeing a line of shell casings here and then up here, and the reason I'm asking is because you found some kind of right here.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know if you know, but there were also shell casings all the way kind of down here.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that?
I do not.
But it would be consistent if somebody's going down shooting out these windows, which we have heard testimony about. It would be consistent that shell casings ejecting to the left would be ejecting along this grassy area until you get to that entrance. That would be consistent to you.
That would be consistent, yes, sir.
Right, because somebody, if I said, look, Ranger Montalvo, somebody's firing in this window, and you find shell casings over here to the right, that would be consistent with somebody squared off against that window firing into it, and the shell casings ejecting the way they're supposed to.
Well, we all know that even though it's ejection port to the right, they could be standing here and it's ejecting to the right. They could be having the gun to the side and it's ejecting up, and they can actually be have it upside down and now it's going to the left.
Right.
So we can't really just assume that it automatically ejects to the right. We just can't assume that.
It's true, but you know, one of the things here is that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt things, right? What we're talking about is kind of probabilities, though, because we don't have the burden. So I want to talk about what's probable. Yes, it can, and there always can be those like, well, there is that one time that a guy approached the school with an AR turned upside down and ejected left, but most of the time that you've ever seen or heard of somebody shooting it, they're not holding it upside down when they're doing it. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so the probable, sure, there's always all the possibilities, but let's just, they have beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't. We have probabilities, we have possibilities. So the probability is that shooting, ejecting out to the right. That's most likely, right? The most likely scenario.
We recover spent shell casings and we just document the facts.
Sure.
We can always assume, but we're not gonna. We just present the facts.
And I'm with you, but I think you know, because others have testified as well, other rangers have testified that, you know, one shell casing here or there is one thing, but when they start grouping up in a line like that, it does start to tell you kind of some probabilities of shooter movement.
Yes, sir.
Right. And if you're looking at it like that, you are assuming if you're going to the scene and you see a line here and a line here, you're assuming that the shooter's standing to the left of that line and it's ejecting out to the right if you know where their targets are. Like, for instance, each one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and we have this little person here we pointed out. You see this person here?
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking you to identify the person. It's a small person. Maybe not in real life, but on that screen, you'd agree with that.
It's a person.
Right. And it looks very small, almost to where you can't see him. And the reason I'm doing that is to point out that the angle and the perception that we have, this would be the size of a person in this photograph. So this car to this person, this car to that person, those are long distances you can tell just based on the size of the person in the photograph.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about, we talked about, I heard you say a couple of times, you said, you were talking about Captain Troy Wilson. Captain Wilson told you, Montalvo, I need you to go. I don't know what he calls you. I'm assuming probably calls by your last name or
Your first name. Yes.
Oh, your first name. Okay. You probably don't call him by his first name.
No, I don't.
Yes, Captain.
Yeah. Yes, Captain.
All right. And so I heard you say that, Captain Wilson said, look, I need you to go out there. I need you to collect these and these. And you did what he asked you to do.
Yes.
Chain of command. How important is it?
It's important.
How important is it to follow orders that your supervisors and the people above you in the chain of command, if they give you an order, how important?
If it's a legal order, very important.
If it's a legal order. Now, you would follow, I'm talking about you would follow that chain of command in a Situation like this, where there's not any active emergency, you're just going to collect evidence. Of course, you would follow because you did follow that chain of command, right?
Yes, sir.
You would also follow it if you were in the middle of an active shooting and Captain Wilson is there and said, Montalvo, I need you to go do this. You would go do what he told you.
I can't testify to that. I wasn't there.
No, but you would follow your supervisor's orders and commands in any kind of situation.
If it was illegal, that was correct.
Right, like I need you to go out and call SWAT, or I need you to go and do this over here. You wouldn't say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay here.
That's correct.
Right. So if a person is ordered to go somewhere else, if you were ordered to go somewhere else, you would be in dereliction of your duty if you didn't follow those orders, right?
Oh, what circumstances are we talking about?
In any circumstance possible. You're at a mall and there's a shooting. Captain Wilson's standing next to you and he says, I need you to get over here and do this thing right now.
It depends am I seeing the shooting? Am I involved in the shooting? Obviously, if I'm involved in the shooting, I'll probably have to handle that situation before I listen to an order.
Well, so you're in the mall and your captain's standing next to you and he says, we need help and you're the one that I need you to go call for this help. Please go call for help in this other location. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
By ignoring an order like that, what are you doing? You're not getting the help that he's asking you to call, right? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, yeah. And so in the face of of Captain Wilson telling you, I need you because he's in the chain of command. Because otherwise, and let's talk about why that's important. Otherwise, what will happen is that if you start inserting your own beliefs over his, what you think is right over his, that can cause a problem in chain of command and in active scenes. You would agree with that?
In training, with involving emergency situations, we've always been taught that, command kind of stops at the threshold, right? On tactical situations, it's your kind of rank stops at the door because potentially a high ranking official doesn't sometimes make proper decisions. And saving lives is I guess the goal.
I guess they don't. Maybe they don't. But I think what you're testifying to is that insubordination and not following an order, not following a good order, an order that needs to be followed. Because you just personally think that you don't need to do that.
No, if it's a legal order, then we follow it.
Right. Because there's 15 people in a hallway. And one person needs to leave the hallway and go and call SWAT while the other 14 remain.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't say, no, I need to be the 15th person in the hallway. You would go and call for help.
Correct.
Right. Because we're not talking about just you and somebody else. Now let's talk about a group of people assigning positions. I need you to go do this. And then after that, I need you to go evacuate these other kids. I need you to go and help and evacuate other children who are still in danger from a shooter. Right?
Correct.
You go, no, I'm not doing it. I'm staying here in the hallway. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't disobey an order like that.
It kind of depends, sir, because if it's an active shooter situation, the number one thing is stop the killing.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
It's pretty set standard.
It is a set standard, but there's also other things. It is, you have to stop it. Yes, and you do, but you have somebody there telling you, I need you to do this. I don't need one more guy here in the hallway. I need you to go make sure the kids are safe. You get that?
If there's a driving force, you go and stop the killing, sir.
Right, but okay, so 370 sat out in the hallway. You agree with that? They didn't go to that door. You agree with it?
I don't know the details on this.
You know now
Yes.
that 370 people stood out in the hallway, did not go in once the shooter was barricaded. You know that?
Correct.
Okay. Or they were outside, or they were around, or they were this, or they were that. But, and regardless of how you feel about that, there were Rangers on the scene that didn't go in. You agree with that?
Correct.
Yes, Rangers that were trained just like you. They didn't go kick that door in, did they?
No, sir.
Vortac went in, finally kicked the door in. And you know now that the end of the stick on Vortac got shot in the head.
Correct.
And you know that the shield that came in first got shot.
Yes.
He was putting targets and rounds on the shield as they were coming in. And so you know if Ranger Montalvo would have walked through that door without any of that protection, that would have been you. Dead. Next, dead. Next, dead. Because that was a fatal funnel in room 111. You agree with that?
I would think that the goal is to isolate, distract, or neutralize the shooter.
That's true. That's true. But stacking a bunch of bodies in front of that doorway because you can only go in that door one at a time.
Yes, sir.
Right? And when they finally, and they still didn't make it out without the end of the stick getting shot in the head. But at least they had, when the shooter started shooting, they had enough protection that they could find and locate where he was and put as many rounds into him as they could.
Yes, sir.
Right? I mean, 'cause that's the thing. I mean, the shooter, they're showing pictures of him. The shooter's like it's grouped right here in his chest. They were just, once they knew where he was coming from, they all unloaded everything they had on him. Rightfully so. But before that point, you have a fatal funnel in the sense that the shooter is in a closet directly across from the door, waiting to be a cop killer. Right? That's what he wants, is to be a cop killer. You know that.
I know it.
Well, he tried to. It was attempted capital murder of a police officer. You knew that.
As the first incident when they approached the door, I'm sorry, I really don't.
Okay, first incident when they approached the door, yeah, one of Adrian's colleagues was shot in the head at that point. But Wayne Jackson, we know that Wayne Jackson was at the end of the stick on the Vortex team, and Wayne Jackson got shot in the head, turned it around, and I think it made him drop his gun in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
But I guess before they have that ability to go in like that, we had Rangers, we had Uvalde PD, we had Uvalde ISD, we had basically DPS, Highway Patrol. We had groups of officers, all sitting there, all apparently having the same training. And we've had every officer come in and say they would have just run in that room. All of those people did not run in the room at that time. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And there were still shots going on, right? There were shots even 40 minutes into it. There were shots, 4 shots fired later in the process with everybody standing there.
I'm not sure on the timeline.
But you knew that there was the initial 100 and something shots, and that happened within the first 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then there were some various shots after that point. You may not know the exact. All right. Because if a claim is made that each one of those shots puts the people in the hall on notice that they should go in, you're saying that you should just go in and one after another.
I'm saying from what I've learned from alert training, which is a standard, is to isolate, distract, and neutralize the individual.
Right. Sure.
Right.
Sure. But the how of it is the problem. Do you agree with that? In a situation.
It's definitely a concern, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he had the drop. The shooter had the drop, and a dead police officer, you would agree, a dead police officer cannot save a child. You would agree with that?
That's correct.
I mean, they can't. And so one of the things, and Nico mentioned it too, keeping yourselves safe, because it feels horrible later when we talk about it, but keeping yourselves safe is not just a selfish thing to keep me safe. It's I'm keeping my gun safe to be able to hopefully be able to use to help other people. But if I go down, I can't help. If the next guy goes down, they can't help. That takes you out of the ability to try to go in and help save children or or adults or anybody else who would agree with that.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So if I'm a police officer and I say, well, my training says just run into this room and then I'm hit dead. Next guy goes, well, my training says it hit dead. Training says it hit dead. Training says it hit dead. We have a situation where, yes, I totally agree with you, that if you can get in there, but it's not if you can get in there, it just by any means necessary, including your death. Those officers that were in the hallway were trying to figure out how to get in. Do you agree with that? They wanted to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, they were trying to and they wanted to, but making themselves dead is not going to help anyone else.
You would hope that the raid entry or the room entry would affect the OODA loop of the individual to attempt to get more people into the room and neutralize the subject. Yes, I know I can't Monday morning quarterback what had happened, but the standard or the standard that alert teaches is isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Right.
The room entry techniques of a 1-man, 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, and possibly affect the OODA loop of the individual, which is absorb, ordinate, decide, and act, and recycle that possibly could buy time for law enforcement.
I mean, it's true, and it's going and sacrificing, and I understand that. But let's talk about this. Everybody who is there can't all do the one thing. There also has to be other things that are done, like contacting certain people and trying to get the other children out of danger and out of harm's way. That's also important. You would agree with me?
The standard says neutralize the suspect first, or isolate, distract first.
Well, I know, there's 100 people there. They can't all do it.
I understand that.
Somebody has to go and do the other thing as well. I mean, you had a teacher shot in the stomach in one of these other classrooms.
Mhm.
Somebody has to go and try to get medical attention. I understand medical attention, stop the dying, right? Like, and stop the threat and do all of that stuff. But at some point, nobody in that hallway was going into that room. And other people, you would agree, need help out there. There's other children.
There's other jobs that need to be done, correct?
Right. There's other jobs that need to be done. And if your supervisor is saying, Pablo, I don't need you here, I need you here, you would, no, I'm staying here. Or you would say, I'll go where you have told me that you need.
Yes.
I will go where you told me that you need.
If it's a legal order, yes.
Right. So. And you wouldn't be doing that out of fear for your safety. You would be doing that. You would be doing that because you know that you have a chain of command that you have to follow. And if it's a legal order, it makes sense, then you have to go do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as far as the So let me just talk about, I guess as a rank, well, you know, you were in Jim Wells for a little bit. And we've been asking a few people this. Like, I am assuming that your involvement with any kind of active shooter situation is investigating it after and not having been through one.
That's correct. Other than just a basic level 1 alert training.
The alert training.
Yes, sir.
And I guess another thing is if somebody didn't get that alert training or receive that alert training, they wouldn't even know the same things that you did about them.
Correct.
Okay. But have you ever, because you talked about the OODA loop and I want to talk about it. Have you ever been in a situation where you were taking fire or there was fire, guns were being fired around you?
Correct, yes.
You have been in that situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're a firearms instructor, so you also know about gunfire, and especially rifle fire, that it's loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're trained that that in areas like urban areas, areas with buildings, even like, I guess, mountainous areas,
Mhm.
right? If you fire a rifle in an area like that, the echo can fool your senses about where the gunfire is coming from. You've been trained about that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Because echo will bounce off different things and make your ears believe it's coming from the right, but it's coming from the left or behind you or wherever else. Because if we want to just break that down, what echo means is just a sound. Just can I use the one? Yes. Thank you. A sound comes out, it hits, and it bounces. And it bounces, and it bounces, and it bounces. And so depending on where it's bouncing and how, our human ears will perceive the sound. But if we're perceiving, if the shot comes from here, but the echo is hitting our right ear from here, that gunfire, the brain believes the gunfire is coming from that direction, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what echo is. Because the sound of gunfire in and of itself can maybe tell you where a gunshot is coming from, but also can be deceiving about where it is coming from.
That's correct. It could be deceiving.
Right, and so you could get a situation like, Judge, may I press the TV? Sure. You could get a situation like what we have here. Actually, Nico, can you move it up twice? Just use the right arrow. Or once. Sorry, once. Thank you. Okay, so we get a situation, and we've heard a little bit. We're going to hear a little more. Not necessarily these cars here. You have to think of it like these three cars are a little bit back here. Okay. Because there were 3 officers that were here on the west side as the shooter is coming up the west side of the school. Now, one of these officers gets underneath his car because he thinks that the gunfire is coming at them, is being directed back here at them. Now, with your training experience, we know the shooter was firing into these windows into that building, right?
Yes, sir.
But the echo would come off of that building and it would hit their ears as if that gunfire is coming in their direction. That is possible.
It's possible.
Right. So they're taking cover because they think that the gunfire is coming at them when it's really coming 180 degrees the other way. And that's something that, as law enforcement officers, you're trained that the fire, what it sounds like to you alone, you can't believe your senses sometimes based upon some of those the physics of sound and echo and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in particular, we know about echo that the louder the sound, I mean, the more that's going into something, the more it can be
bounce
disturbed,
off.
the more it can bounce off. And I don't know how many of our jurors have heard what that rifle that he had, that Daniel Defense rifle, but they will hear it when these videos come in. But that the sound of a rifle like that is extremely loud.
It is.
So we're talking about a lot of echo, right?
Possible.
Possible. Because we know for sure that it's bouncing off structures and buildings because this is not just an open area. Okay, so when we have this echo, that's one thing, and I think the prosecutor will say, because he has been saying, prosecutor will say, well, you would also maybe have witnesses to tell you kind of, okay, the location of the gun.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk about that, because that's also part of your training, even in active shooter training. Part of your training is, I'm assuming with alert, I read alert, so I know that they tell you this. When you receive information, communicate that information.
Yes.
Get it out. That's how they train you to do.
Yes, sir.
In active shooter, something just like this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And so going back to you, you're in a situation, this is going on. Somebody's communicating a potential location of the person with the gun. You are getting on that radio and you are radioing that gun.
That's correct.
Right? A description. You might be wearing all black. He's supposedly wearing all black. He's over in the teacher parking lot. He's on the west side of the building. Those kind of descriptions, if they were given to you by a witness, you would put out.
Yes.
Now, you would not put that out 30 seconds after the witness told you that. Right?
It depends if active fire and you're taking cover and, but I don't know the situation. I would assume that once you get the information, you would try to relay that.
Well, sure. And even in the active fire situation you've been in, did you have an opportunity where you had information and you were in cover but still radioing from cover? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Right, because you get down, but you're still going, and your adrenaline's going crazy in that kind of situation. You would agree.
Yes, sir.
And you start to have auditory exclusion, tunnel vision, all of those things happen. And you've been trained that you have to recognize that about yourself as a human being in that type of situation because your body starts playing tricks on you. Right?
During stressful situations, it has been taught to us that you would lose auditory disclosure and tunnel vision.
Right. So the auditory exclusion, and you stop hearing what's happening, like your ears kind of cut off, maybe because your eyes are focused or whatever else. But that is something that you're taught and trained that can happen.
Yes,
okay. What that means is you might not hear everything or hear everything correctly that you're being told.
Correct. Yes.
Right. So the other thing though is what I guess I'm saying is yes, assuming you're not like in a gunfight, like where you're, this guy and I'm trying to do this or whatever, but information is being relayed. You're relaying that information as soon as you can. You agree with that?
You would try to process it and see if it's correct information as well.
Sure. Right. Because and that's part of the OODA loop, right? So then it'll set you back in the OODA loop because now if they're saying something, but your ears are hearing something different, then you're trying to go, okay, which one is which, right?
Yes, sir.
But as far as descriptions, it says it in the training. It says if you get description, radio it out. If you get this, radio, tell other people that are coming because the response here, they talk about Adrian being, one of the first. He was there maybe about 25 seconds before other officers are there as well, right? So just with that in mind, once he's radioing, there are now other people that are also at the scene that could benefit from the information of where is this guy? What does this guy look like? What do we look like? You would agree with that? So, and that would be following training to radio out the description or like where something is. Right? It wouldn't be considered, like nobody would ever consider that you know of. Would not be considered, hey, I'm trying to get other people to do my job for me, so I'm a radio description, right?
No.
That would be ridiculous. That's what you're trained to do is to get it out and get the information out for the safety of others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So so let's talk about this. When you are, as an officer, when you are approaching a scene, you are trusting, you have to trust what dispatch is telling you about what you're going into, right?
Or what you're observing.
Or what you're observing, right? So let's talk about let's talk about this. There's kind of an overview here that we can see, and then we can Judge, can I press the TV?
Yes.
Okay, so what the jury's heard. I don't know how much you know about this, but I do know is, obviously, as a member of the Rangers, that this was of interest to all of you who were involved in this. And I know that you may not have known this at the time you were collecting shell casings, but you have also seen and know some of the basic facts of what happened.
Correct.
Okay. So you know that this is a culvert here that he was coming from this street and just kind of flies through here in Rex's
That's
truck.
correct.
Right. Jumps over this fence here. Now, starts shooting at the people from the funeral home, kind of in this area that are coming to help him, and then he starts shooting his weapon.
That's correct.
All right. So you know that initially it's dispatched as a vehicle accident that then becomes a person with a gun, right? So Adrian, as he's responding, one of the things we talked about with the funeral home director is that he was obviously very emotional. Of course he would be in that situation. I mean, we heard, his kind of blood-curdling 911 call where he's watching this guy advance, with his gun. Now, one of the things he said, and we talked to him about it, and you could tell on the 911 call, he says there's a guy with a gun and he's running towards the school. Turns out he was walking. You've seen the video of this guy just like Terminator, just like walking slowly, getting to this parking lot, disappearing, right? I've seen that. And the funeral home person said, yeah, this white car goes through, but he's already between these two cars and the white car couldn't see him as they're going through it. Now, I want to talk about that because Adrian comes here. It's radioed that there's a person with a gun running towards the school. That person is witness one in their indictment, Melody Flores. Now, I want you to talk about your experience as an officer. You've gotten that call. You see a person here running, right? That's what you're going to focus on. If you've just gotten a call that a shooter with a gun is running towards the school, right? Only person outside running. You would go to what you thought the threat was.
That's correct.
Right. So, shooter hiding here. Adrian goes by, speeding, going about 40 miles an hour on this dirt. Boom, he gets to here, where Melody Flores has now fallen down. It is when he gets out that he realizes he's not confronting the shooter, right? Now, that's a mistake, but it's a mistake that any law enforcement officer could make with those facts, having those facts at the time, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, is that action or inaction, believing that you're driving to try to intercept a shooter? To believe that you're driving to do that, is that him taking action or inaction?
Action.
Action, right? Because if you've got a car and he's got a rifle, if he turns around and he shoots you, right? Like that goes through the car, it could go through the windshield, it can kill you. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So it is not inaction to try and speed towards the person that what's been called out over the radio is a running person towards the school who has a gun and has just shot at people, right? That's an action. Okay. Now that action, where does it take it?
It takes them to the east side of the building.
Well, the south side.
Or southeast. Yeah.
Right, southeast. We know, and we've been talking about it, you know, that he's now on this side of the building going this way, right?
Yes, sir.
So his action, perhaps a mistake, his action is now taking him, what you can see with the little people here, you can see his action is taking him pretty far away from where the shooter actually is.
Correct.
Okay. And now when these gunshots are going off, as he's shooting the windows, bang, 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 those gunshots are echoing. They would be. I mean, the laws of echo don't suspend themselves. If he's shooting at a building, it'll echo off the building. We know that.
Yes, sir.
If there are other buildings around, echo fire is going to start coming around. So because of his first action, thinking that he's confronting a shooter, he is now taking himself in a place that is more difficult to locate the shooter. Do you agree with that?
From the presentation, yes.
Right. I'll pass it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Professor Goss's questioning, there was an issue about shell casings along this wall. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
As well as defects in windows along this wall. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Indication being shots are being fired into the wall.
Yes, that would be evidence that shots were being fired against the wall.
And the issue about echo would be them bouncing off the wall and being heard by the three officers that come to the ditch.
Correct.
And if there are additional shell casings here, would you expect that those shots are going toward the building, there to be defects in that building?
If there was defects consistent with where the shell casings were located, that would be correct.
And if there are shell casings here, but there are not defects in the building, would that indicate to you from that short distance that the shots are not going into the building?
That's correct.
Could be going directly at the officers.
That's correct.
Which would not be an echo.
That's correct.
We'd have to ask the witnesses to look, actually eyewitnesses instead of hypotheticals. The eyewitnesses that inspected to see if there were defects in this building, correct?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't know if there was defects on that building.
And next you talked about communicating is where the location of somebody is part of the training.
Yes, sir.
So if you communicate, he's over there, he's wearing black, he's at the teacher's parking lot, that would be part of training.
That's correct.
And if you communicated, he's over there, he's in black, he's in the teacher's parking lot, that indicates you have that information.
That's correct.
So you've gone through the OODA loop, made your decision to communicate that information to others.
That's correct.
No matter where you got that information, either personally viewing or somebody told you, you made the decision it was accurate enough to talk to other police officers through the communication system. And you were sharp enough to do what you were trained, communicate the information. That indicates no confusion, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
You're doing exactly as you've been trained. And in an active shooter situation, trained to communicate, but you're also trained to isolate,
Distract
distract,
and neutralize.
and neutralize. Correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about what that means. What does isolate mean?
If you can basically, with fast response, if you can isolate the individual to a certain part of the building or to even isolate them to outside the building and have the shooting outside, isolating from more potential victims. That would be an ideal situation. Distracting.
The idea of isolation is isolate from victims.
Isolate from victims, yes.
Get to them before they get to victims.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And distract.
Just distracting them from going and getting to the victims, distracting them, maybe just making contact with them and distracting them. You're the distraction, and you encounter that subject, distracting them from the potential victims.
So if you make your presence known, it distracts his attention from the victims,
That's correct.
thereby saving lives.
Yes, sir.
And the final is neutralize.
Just neutralizing the individual, either in the shooting or getting them apprehended, just taking them out of the situation in general.
So during this period that Mr. Goss talked to you about, Adrian Gonzales, if he was communicating to other officers where he was following his training.
Correct.
Do you have any indication that he isolated, distracted, or neutralized the gunman in this case?
It doesn't appear that like that.
That's his training too.
His training is definitely, the standards are set to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
That's the way.
But Randy Fontana, one thing that you didn't know, that the jury knows from our opening statement, is that when Adrian communicated that, the shooter had gone into the building the second before. He wasn't even there. And see, and that's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, so you would assume that at the time he communicated is the time that he knew that this was happening. At the time that he got the information, and he's calling it out over the radio, which your training says. Officers should communicate the following information to responding units: location of the threat, direction of travel, as well as any other known locations, any other descriptions.
Yes, sir. Conditions, everything. Yes, sir.
Right. So when he communicates, at that moment he communicates, it is a second after the shooter has already entered the building. Right. So he does end up, and what the prosecution presented to you is if, I agree, he had this information and could have done something about it. But you would agree, if by the time he got the information, the shooter was already in the building, the only information that's good there is like the color of the clothes that he's wearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because he's no longer in the parking lot.
That's correct.
And evidence can prove that, because we can time it to the second, what time Adrian called that out and what time the shooter entered the building.
Yes, sir. If that was the circumstances, if the timeline shows that,
right,
that's correct.
Right. And so then now you got another OODA loop, which is, and I kind of wanted to talk about this. Shots in the building, shots outside the building. That's something that is probably easier to tell if something's outside or something's inside or something's like down the hallway from where you are, even if you're outside and it's happening inside.
Possibly. That's
right. And so, and we're going to see from the officers, we're finally getting to that point, we're going to see from some of the officers that were there that the shots start happening inside. And Donald Page and Adrian Gonzales from the south side, along with Coronado, start running into the south side of the building, which is what you're trained to do.
That's correct.
Because now they're going, this guy's not like, he hasn't run around and gone off somewhere over here. They know he is inside the school, and if they do rush inside the school when that happens, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's correct.
Okay. The, because it's like you're trying to isolate. So let's talk about isolate real quick. Just may I press the TV?
Yes.
So isolate means like, yeah, keep them outside if you can. And remember, just and make this assumption, because we've been talking about this. Adrian over here finally gets the information that he needs, what the guy's dressed in, and this is the teacher parking. He's on the west side of the building, teacher parking lot. A second before that, this guy has like, whoop, just walked into this thing. Now, if this door is locked, does that make it easier for officers to isolate him outside?
That's correct.
Right, but it wasn't locked. He just walked right in. Okay. If the hallway doors are locked, because now, at this point, Donald Page is pulled up here. Adrian's gotten out from around here. The teachers run off this way. Adrian's gotten out from around here. Him and Donald Page are here. They hear gunfire from inside the building, and they run in this south door. So what we've kind of seen is that this door kind of goes like this, and this hallway here, 111, 112 are here. This door goes like this, and they run in when they hear the gunfire inside. Okay, so as they run in and they go down the hall, they're not running down the hall because the hall is full of gun smoke and they can't, and there's not a shooter in the hallway when they come in. But as they're making their way down the hall with their guns, trying to figure it out, doing all of this, right? You would agree that hearing gunfire inside of a building and running into that building towards the gunfire is action.
That's action. That's correct.
Right. Okay. And it's potentially deadly action. And every officer who's doing that knows that they're now in a hallway with a guy with a rifle and they have guns.
That's correct.
Handguns, right? And just because I know you know, officers will tend to wear Kevlar vests, which are rated for certain types of weapons, right?
Yes, sir.
So a regular Kevlar vest can stop a handgun round, but it can't stop a rifle.
Level 3 will stop a handgun round.
Right. So somebody shoots you in the vest with a rifle, it goes through the vest and into your body.
That's correct. If it's level 3 protection.
Right. Now, to get to that rifle protection, you need to start having like hard plates that are put in there that like steel that can actually stop the round.
It's not steel, but it's additional armor to stop it. It'll make it level 4, and it's more of a Kevlar and then ceramic.
Right. And so if the officers, you know, because I guess some officers just go around with a level 4. Is that?
Some officers on their outer carrier, like you see like more of a tactical officer, and they have an outer carrier. It could be a level 4 protection.
Okay. But like you, let's say, you know, something happens and you go to put on your vest, what kind of protection do you get?
I put it on level 4.
You put on level 4. Do you know other rangers that put on level 3? Do you know other rangers or other law enforcement?
Our soft armor for the Rangers, I would assume that they would put on level 4 protection.
Okay. Highway patrol guys that are just out on the highway.
That's level 3.
Level 3.
Yes, sir.
So those officers, if they're out on the highway making traffic stops, people
pistol only,
speeding, and then have to respond to something like this, they would be responding in their level 3.
if they had the time to put on the level 4, which they have it readily accessible, just throw on the level 4.
Okay. And so if they had a level 4, they could put on one. If they didn't have one, though, they're stuck with the level 3.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So with level 3 protection, and I'm just saying, it's not that they shouldn't go in. They should go in. I agree with you. He went in. So he went in, but even going in there, it's you know that like that dude comes in the hallway and shoots down that hallway. If you got level 3 on, he hits you anywhere center mass, that's going to be a problem, right?
That's correct.
All right, but continue to advance down the hall. Now, you know from not from the specific part you did, but from later finding out in the investigation that the shooter used that alcove and came out and pointed a rifle the other way on 2 other officers that were coming this way and shot one of them in the head, where you didn't know that.
I know that one had a gunshot wound. Yes, he was shot. Yes.
Right. And it was these guys coming here. So one of these guys coming here. So if somebody's in an alcove, the shooter's in an alcove and not presenting his body, these guys here can't shoot. These guys here may not have line of sight depending on where they are. But that rifle round going off in the hallway and an officer saying, you know, he got me, right? So you're hearing all of this. That you would agree as an officer, that's an emergency, crazy situation, right? That you're dealing with.
Yes.
Right. But you have the option of going, forget this, and running out the door. Or you can stay. You can continue to try to advance and continue to stay in the hallway to see what you can do.
Well, the alert standard is on the priority life is hostage, civilians is number 1.
Sure.
Police officers are number 2, and 3 is the suspects.
Absolutely.
So they're above us. The hostage and civilian are above law enforcement, where their life is more priority than ours.
As it should be.
As a standard.
That's right. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, that you would not expect to see a police officer run out here. You expect them to continue to advance towards the gun.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even when one of their officers have just been shot, continue to go towards the gun.
Yes, sir.
Not turn tail and run out the other way. Okay. Now, I want to talk about something about going in solo or not. So here's the distinction. If you have not figured out what the decision is yet, right? If you're sitting here solo and you know he's in here, I hear gunfire in here, I'm the only one out here, you know your training says run it.
Run it,
right? However, if you're sitting here and now people have started to come and you hear gunfire together, well, you're not going to say, well, no, I'm running in solo and you run in solo. Y'all start to actually, now let's come in together. If reinforcements have come, if you're back up, or if other people have responded, you would agree with that.
It depends how far. I mean, that's a big traverse field that you would have to traverse. If they're on the other side of the street and they're coming and you hear gunfire, you would hope that to go in and then just to isolate, distract.
Right. But you hear gunfire when they actually get there and pop out. Now, not the gunfire over here, right? Because the gunfire over here, we talked about by the time, and it's going to come out, and by the time that he communicates, he's on the west side of the building. He should be he's supposedly wearing black. The guy's gone into the building. So he's no longer over here. But what I'm saying is that it's a different thing to sit around and go, I'm not going to go until I have backup, versus like the guy is pulling up right there. And then he gets out and you're going, all right, here's the deal, and let's go. Like, let's get it, right?
Yes, sir.
Because none of this training tells you to be stupid. It doesn't tell you like, okay, you go in individually and then you go in after him individually so everybody can be like Lone Rangers trying to go down the hallway. If other people are present, you are trained to get into a team with those people to try to do what you're supposed to do.
That's correct.
Okay. Distract. Does it actually tell you in the alert training how to distract, or does it just say distract?
It just states distract.
Okay. Yeah, Nico was telling me that's, it's like saying a football player, go win the game, but not really telling them how to do it, right? It's just saying distract. And I guess in your mind, you're thinking of things that you could do to distract, but obviously you can't distract anybody if by the time you know where they are, they've already gone to another location that you don't know where they are. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Because what I've noticed about your trainings, I've looked at your trainings, and I've looked at alert trainings, and I've looked at other active shooter trainings, and almost every example involves the officer knowing and seeing the shooter, or knowing where he is. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's focused on the officer actually knowing, like, I see a shooter. I see somebody walking into the school. He has a gun. Go to the shooter. There's a shooter over here. He comes out into a hallway. Go to the shooter. I know that the shooter is in that classroom. Go to the shooter, right? It all is predicated on knowledge of where he is.
Yes, sir.
Because if you don't know where he is, you can't respond to a place you don't know where a person is. You agree with that?
That's correct. Unless there's a driving force.
Right. I mean, you can try to respond, but I mean, by the time he figures out he's on the west side of the building, let's say he runs around to the west side of the building and cuts the pie and goes around, and you have to approach tactically and slowly. You can't just run out willy-nilly, right? You have to have cover. You have to see, like, all right, is this guy about to take a shot at? You would agree with that?
On when you're responding to a shooting, you want to isolate, distract, or neutralize the threat as fast as you can.
Right.
Yes, you would love to slice the pie and do a threshold evaluation, but we need to try to get to the potential victims.
Well, sure, I agree, but you would be the victim if you're just like running willing. If the way you're distracting him is just running like out into his arms while he's got a rifle on you, that would be some sort of distraction. But do you understand distraction as, offer up, not approach tactically and then offer up your life to the guy as a distraction until somebody else comes? That's not how you understand distraction.
No, sir.
We understand distraction, and I know it sounds weird, but it's like sometimes it feels like that's what's expected, and nobody's saying though that officers don't go towards danger. We all know that that's the role and that's the obligation.
Yes, sir.
But you don't want to go towards danger where you're just running out into a field and then somebody's just right there, because that's not smart. You would try to come around a corner. Even the prosecution agrees you need to be careful coming around the corner to try to make sure that the guy's not there, right? But let's go to.
That's just a rambling statement. He hadn't asked a question for 4 minutes.
I'll sustain the objection.
The
Next question.
The rambling statement. Yeah, I understand. I'll cut it up. Thank you. I guess what I'm saying ultimately is that had Adrian gone around there at the time that he communicated, if all that lines up, where he communicates this is his location, but the guy's already gone in. Then Adrian would just be now on the west side of the building while the shooter is inside in the classrooms shooting people. But now he's on the other side of the building, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But where he was put him on the south side of the building, which allowed them to come up the hallway. Some people coming this way, some people coming this way, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
if you have that situation, it does create a crossfire. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And crossfire is you have friendlies, people who are other officers, or people who are on your side and not the bad guy. Other officers on the other side of you. So if everybody starts shooting at a guy in the middle of you two, or the two groups, then there's a risk that you shoot each other.
That's correct.
Right. However, in these situations, regardless of crossfire, you would take that shot, even if you knew that there were people right past him. The people that were past him were your own people.
Based on the standard of prior life.
Right. Because their lives in there are worth more than whoever's life is out there, even if it's a guy you've been a ranger with for 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Right?
According to the standard, yes, sir.
Right. And if they had that opportunity to do that, then they would have an opportunity to do that. But in this case, you would agree with me that when we talk about isolate, had the doors in 111 and 112 been locked, and it took him time to get in there because he was shooting at the door, but there's gunshots through the door, but he doesn't shoot to disable the lock. You know now that those doors were unlocked.
Yes, sir.
Right. But had they been locked and he's doing this, trying to get in, you have two teams of officers that are coming in and he wouldn't have gotten in the room.
That's correct.
Right. And they could isolate him out there in the hallway.
Yes, sir.
And he would be, and the shooter, this monster would be taking it from both sides because these guys are going in and up the hallway, and he would be taking it from both sides of them trying to neutralize him.
Yes, sir.
Right. But because the doors weren't locked, he just went right in before they had time to come up, and now he's in the classroom with the kids, firing hundreds of rounds in 2 minutes. And I mean, that's part of the situation that we're in, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can see that some of the circumstances of not locking these doors from either the outside and even the inside make it harder for officers to isolate, distract, and neutralize what they're trained to do.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
Yes, sir. 4 quick areas. The first one was on communicating the location of somebody.
Yes, sir.
The first incident would be if you heard where the person was. The first part of the communication, right?
Yes, sir.
You hear it from somebody else. The second communication would be to key up your radio and tell others where he is.
That's correct.
There could be a difference in time between hearing where somebody is and communicating where somebody is, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you communicate where somebody is, that would be on radio dispatch. There would be timing. We would know when that happened, correct?
Correct.
And if you heard where somebody is, either the person who told you, or if you heard it, you could isolate the time that you heard it. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much time was in between those two things would be based on witnesses and dispatch.
Yes, yes, sir.
So we would need to hear actual evidence as opposed to hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
As far as rifle protection, there was a rating of 3 and a rating of 4. If you have a rating of 3 and there's active shooter, what do you do?
It all depends on your situation. If you have a level 4 right next to you, you can put that on. But if level 3 is all you got, if 0 protection is all you got, you go in, right? There's some officers that possibly could respond from their house on an active shooter, and they're not carrying any level 4, level 3 protection, or just any responding officer. It's what you have at the time. You're not going to go home and get your protection. You're just going to respond to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
And the training, I believe Mr. Goss said that he's looked at all the training, and the training is all about seeing the shooter. But you responded, well, no, driving forces.
Yes,
So
sir.
tell the jury what the training is about driving forces. What is a driving force?
So a driving force is gunshots that you hear, and that it's driving you to go and handle, neutralize that individual. On certain trainings on alert, you're clearing floors or structures, and there's nothing driving you, so it's slow, methodical. And then you hear a driving force, which is gunshots, and then at that point, it's not slow and methodical anymore. It's get to the gun, go to the gunshots, enter that room as fast as you can, and neutralize the.
So the training is not just about seeing the shooter. It's
No.
if you hear the shots, it drives you to the shooter.
There's definitely some scenarios in the alert training that you're clearing structures slowly, and then you hear a driving force, and you respond to that.
Just wanted to clear that up.
Yes,
We talked a little bit about some of the stressors and some of the things people go through when there's something like this, or especially an officer. Have you been trained on time compression?
Time compression?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. So, because what the prosecutor was asking is, when a witness says that something happened, but have you noticed in your own experience that auditory exclusion plus tunnel vision, and also time, your time kind of gets messed up because your adrenaline is so high that you think things happen in closer amount of time than they actually did happen, or further amount of time. Have you experienced that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and that's, so as far as when a witness, any witnesses or officers or anybody in a traumatic, stressful situation, your training tells you that what they believe is going on and happening may not be exactly what's going on and happening based upon how the human body reacts to those things and perceives what's happening to them under that kind of stress. You agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. Right. So I think you were talking about the training is like in the training, you're kind of clearing a building and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, gunshot, and you run towards the gunshot.
That's correct.
Right. But if you don't know where they're coming from, like if it sounds like it could be here or it could be there, and you don't know which way to run, that would complicate.
You still move, at least go from slow methodical to a more active, faster pace towards what you believe is gunfire.
Right. Even if it's a complete opposite side of where the gunfire actually is.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And the yeah, and then I guess you had alert training, but not all officers get alert training. Did you know that?
I think it's a standard now.
After this.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so, yes, I mean, and so if something so horrible happens, and now of course they're given that training, but training records before this happened, that would tell the story about what kind of training a person got.
Correct.
Okay. That's good.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recall, anybody?
No.
Thank you. Okay, Ranger, the rule's been invoked. You know what that means. You're released from the subpoena. You're not subject to recall, but please don't talk about the case till you're aware that the trial's over with.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go ahead and take your afternoon break, about 15 minutes. Would everyone rise for the jury?
Okay, so we're on break now, 7:09. Oh,
Okay,
no.
we've heard a whole lot of hypotheticals and
I know. I'm just like, I need a break from this. Hang on, let me put it down. 7:09. I need a break from this. 7:09. 7:09. Break. Today's been a tough listen, especially when it's bollocks. Was I muted the whole time? For fuck's sakes, if I was. I just like, It's the same thing. On these, it's the same thing every time. Officers can answer questions so easy for the prosecution. I did like what the attorney said for the defense, saying the prosecution have the burden of proof. We don't. And when the guy was on the stand going, well, you can hold a gun upside down and or to the left and shoot, but it's like, is that probable? Is that more probable than not? Probable than not? It's like, what fucking dummy's gonna hold it upside down? I mean, the odd occasion maybe, in a rush, but like, come on. No, I think they said they're going to try and cap it at 2 weeks, Dave. Yeah, originally it was supposed to be 4 weeks, but they're trying to cap it at 2 weeks. That's why the defense are agreeing to everything. Now, whether it goes over, I don't know. Hang on. Right, let me do this. Hippie Chick sent me a video. So she's doing her hair. So let me play this. This is Hippie Chick. Oh, shit. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look. Hippie Chick's out on the fucking street somewhere right now. But hey, I'll be honest with you, Hippie Chick looks fucking good, yeah. Meow, look at that. Hot stuff. Look at her. Right. Look at she's unbuttoned the top ready. Meow. Ah, fuck, you won't play. Hang on. Hang on. It won't play. Hang on. This is on me. This is not on Hippie Chick. This is on me, not Hippie Chick. So hang on. Let me. Hey, Hippie Chick. What are you doing later, Hippie Chick? Hot stuff, baby, this evening. Hippie Chick, she's hot stuff, baby, tonight. Right. That won't work. Right. I need to go. Maybe in here then. Bow, 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 bow. Right, let's try this one. For whatever reason, why won't it play? Right, hang on. Let me try and look at it this way then. I might have to do something here. Because for whatever reason, Facebook's played up for me today and yesterday. Right. Let me forward this to my. I'll forward this to my collection first, and then I'll play it afterwards. Right, hang on. Let me screen record it. No bras. Happy fucking days. I'm looking forward to this already. Right. Let me.
I'm going to try to do this.
I know. I'm trying to fix this. Right, I might have to play it on screen for you. I was watching it, yes. Right, so what I'll do, I can't get it. I was going to say I can't get it up, but I can definitely get it up. That was hilarious. I'm going to play it this way. Hang on. Right, hang on. I'll face the screen this way so you can all see it. All right, Dave. Hey, Blue Cord Dave, I hope you're taking your meds already because you might get a heart attack here. We're going to watch Hippie Chick half naked here now. Hang on. Right.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do this. Understand this. It's not catching my hair. I don't get it. What the fuck is this thing supposed to do? Can you help me out here? Lexi, what the fuck is this thing supposed to do? What good is this thing? It's not doing anything. I don't understand this. Help me. Help me, please. And I didn't want this. I wanted my hair to be like I don't want these big boofy curls. I wanted my hair to be like my normal curls. Like my hair is like curly, like your mom's not as much, but like what is this? What is this? What is this? What do I do with this? I'm getting my hair in a knot. The fuck? See, I don't know what I'm doing.
Hippie Chick! Hippie Chick's a fucking hot mess. Oh, hey, that was great, Hippie Chick. We need more of those videos. I won't show all of them, obviously, but fucking hell. Silk PJs, happy fucking days. Right, so Hippie Chick set the tone now for you ladies. Let's get more videos in. Come on. You're a mess, but you're a hot mess. You look fucking great, Hippie Chick. You look fucking great. Fair play to you. As they say, a hot mama. Right. Aidan just announced. Just a correction. Morrissey is not running for re-election. This isn't the same as resigning. So. Right. I don't share Lady Di's pictures now. Lady Di is naked. She doesn't wear PJs. She's just naked. Right. Let me get this. Let me get it up. It's already up after that. Right. Let me just. Where's this gone? Right. Let me get the stream back on for when it's ready. Right. We go here. So there you go. That's a Dyson non-vacuum. I'm getting better on it and realize I need to do in sections. It is tough though, isn't it? Like, we're lucky as men. We don't have to blow dry anything and stuff like that. There's this machine, right? I don't remember what it's called. You girls who wear it. You girls wear this thing. Do you know one of those things? You know that contraption you put in your eye? You put it to curl your eyelids. Fucking, that's scary. I tried that once. Oh my days. I don't know how you do. It's like a big machine come in. It's like, oh my God. And every time I've worn, so sometimes I've had to wear eyeliner when I'm on TV and stuff. And the makeup artist put it on. Every time I cry, because all I see is that pen coming to my eye, and I just all sort of whoosh. I cry, like it just fills up with tears. We're still going, still going. Aye, that's cooler. That's the one. I've had that. I did that once. I don't know how we do that. That once was enough for me. I don't know how we do it. For fuck's sakes. There you go. I tried my hair a little bit first, but it dries so quick. Wasn't prepared for that. So Aspirant break. Women are experts handheld devices. The London, they are experts. You know, oh, I've heard so. Allegedly, I've heard they're experts. Yeah, I was just like, we just shake it, done. So I've got a lot of respect for you women, how you do stuff, because as I say, I can't handle that curler. I once did this thing where when I was in college, somebody bought a machine in that waxes hair off your legs, and it's like one of these things that it goes really quickly. So I tried it on my leg. I nearly hit the roof. It was so painful. I was like, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. My hair takes forever to dry. Dave and Bard, now you guys film a video and send it to them. Hippie Chick says, Lady Di, you must be thick because mine is dry, lickety split. Doing your hair, laugh my ass. Not just a video. God, I need to get. So Dave's got long hair. Dave's got very long hair, so he probably does have to. His hair is probably longer than some of you ladies. Beep 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 beep. But yeah, I do respect the fact that you guys go through a lot of stuff. Do you want Donald's channel gone? Okay, Dave's hair is long, super long. He hasn't cut it for years. Not up for re-election, no. I think you might be a little behind. You might be a little bit behind, lovely. Yes. He's not up for re-election, yes. Like Jerry Garcia, long. 6 inches and I'll get a hit. Oh! Most people would crave for 6 inches, Dave, so don't just say just, 6 inches. Did you shave it because you were crying on the weekend? Anyway. Your husband said he needed trim as well, so just relay the message there for you, Di. But this trial, I still don't know. It just feels like we're going around circles a little bit here. I think even the jury are going to be like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, and also even the Rangers are saying different stuff. Oh, you were back. Are we back? No, we're not quite yet back, but we will be back. The weight. Hey, what's wrong with my weight, bitch? My cast don't recognize me and my wife. It took her a couple of minutes before she figured it out. I went, oh, you don't look homeless now. Katie's naughty. Unhoused, yeah, because you would know, because like all the words we can learn is from Erin Hack. She knows the big words. Loved that video demonstration of the dice. It was so cute. There you go. KD Law. Right.
Yeah, and I think about the Allen Mall officer who ran towards the gunfire because they're saying, well, if you hear gunfire.
I learned the words not to use. Like most of the words that I use here, bitch, cunt, fuck you, prick. Erin, I can't wait for my daughters to see me. Ah, that's sweet, Dave. That's sweet. How many grandchildren have we got now, Dave? 3, is it? 2 or 3, I believe you got now. Is it 2 and 1 on the way? Well, he got chapped. Oh, no way. She did not hear that potty mouth. Does she not? Has she seen your video? Show her your video. This is Lady Di.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
I'm sorry, Lady Di Jr. They will be shocked. That was when my dad finally shaved off his beard. I still remember that. I'm in that weird position. People say I shouldn't have a long beard, so I keep trimming it, but my double chin's on show, so it's tough. Right, here we go.
Talk or anything, just sit there quietly.
Right,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Judge is back on the
Hey
bench.
man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Okay, be seated in the courtroom, please.
There you go, Lady.
Thank you.
Hello, Lady
Members of the
Di
jury,
Jr.
the witness has been sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Would you please tell us your name?
Jimmy Klaevemann.
And Mr. Klaevemann, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And on May 24th, 2022, what did you do for a living?
I was employed by Uvalde CISD, and I was the electronics technician / security coordinator.
Would you tell us what an electronics technician / security coordinator is?
So what my job was to maintain the vast majority of low voltage electronics, anywhere from building automation controls, fire alarm systems, intercoms, and the security camera systems. And the / security coordinator part of that was also administrate the security systems and both security alarm systems and security surveillance systems.
Now, I think I want to drill down on the security video systems. What's the word or term you use for that, the videos?
That's going to be referring to the internal security surveillance system.
Surveillance, okay. And so are you familiar with surveillance cameras that were at Robb's school?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what your familiarity is with those cameras and the placement of those cameras?
So my familiarity involves the type of system that it was at the time, and that was a on-premises based network video recording system. And there were only 4 security cameras directly attached to that system.
Could you tell us why there are 4 security cameras attached to that system?
So that was a campus that previously had not had any security cameras before in the past. We had a number of campuses that had not ever had any security cameras. So that campus, among a few others, were campuses that were approved for a security, safety and security grant. It wasn't a real big one, but enough to get some cameras, a system in place to get it started, and then potentially in the future add more.
So a grant authorized the expenditure of funds on security cameras?
Yes, sir.
But that was a limited grant?
Very limited.
So did you use your own expertise, or did you seek expertise from others as to the placement of those security cameras?
So originally, there was another gentleman that was working on that project, kind of outside of my knowledge. And once that was secured, as far as what campus we're going to get what, and even after it had been determined where the cameras were going to be placed, it was then later dumped in my lap like, okay, hey, we spent this money, this is being installed at these locations. We need you to now finish up getting, people set up where they can, log in, principals, district police officers. So it kind of was dumped out on me at the very end,
You were the implementer,
in a matter of speaking.
but not the decision maker as to where the cameras went.
That is correct.
By that, I mean, you put the cameras where you were told to put the cameras.
Well, I didn't even install them. And there was another company that was involved in that. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe that vendor name was Century Security. They were the ones that proposed what would be the best location for 4 360-degree fisheye IP cameras.
And tell us what a 360-degree fisheye camera is.
So that is a specialized camera that is designed to be ceiling mounted. It looks straight down, but it has a very wide view that is capable of seeing 360 degrees full time. And they call it a fisheye because when you see that camera in its native raw format, it looks like you're looking through a fisheye. That's why they call it a 360 fisheye.
So you can see to the left, the right, forward, and even behind.
Yes, sir.
And so it looks kind of distorted on the edges, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
That's the nature of the system that was purchased.
Yes, sir.
And is the camera system video only, or did it also capture audio?
That particular system also included audio on those 4 cameras.
And could you tell us the difference between a constant feed camera and an event feed camera?
So an event feed camera is if you configure the software and everything accordingly, what would happen in that situation, it would require detection of motion or either a trip line event. You can create virtual trip lines, or in some cases, you can even say, well, I want this to record if it recognizes what looks like a human being. That would also be event-based. The downside of that type of system is that it requires the system to recognize one of those types of events to record, and then it's a predetermined amount of time of how long it will record versus what was the other that you said?
Event camera and a constant feed camera.
So versus a constant feed is continuous recording, 365, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The advantage of that is if something very subtle happens and you need to go back and replay it, you have a better chance of recovering or seeing that event versus maybe it was missed because the system didn't recognize a certain event. But the downside of that is you only have so much space. You can only maintain so many days of recording before the hard drives fill out.
So you have to access it. If something important happens, you need to get to it fairly quickly.
Yes, sir.
But that was not a problem in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we've all seen those camera systems where there's somebody sitting in front of the monitors monitoring the cameras 24/7. Was that going on May 24th, 2022?
So normally, we had not reached a point in safety and security where we had a designated team that's just all they do. Not like what we have now. When I became aware that something was happening, I pulled it up my thought process was maybe I might see someone that they're looking for, but I see them on the camera and I could potentially report it.
Okay. And I'll get to that day in just a minute. I just wanted to finish that up. But so I guess you had cameras throughout the school district,
Yes, sir.
but not one person or number of people was surveilling all of those cameras for all of those campuses.
Correct.
Fair?
Yes, sir.
It was more designed to capture events and go back and retrieve.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And as to the timing on the camera, was the timing in that camera accurate as to actual time or real time, I think is a word that's been used.
We had determined that there was a 7-minute and 10-second offset. So there was a need for the real time to be displayed so that it would correct that factor.
So there was 7 minutes difference between what the camera is telling you the time is and what the actual or the real time was.
Yes, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
And we had marked this as State's Exhibit A. We previously showed it to the defense. May I approach the witness with defense?
Yeah, there's been no objection. We have no objection to the motion. Good. You may approach. It's admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit A, do you see Robb School down in the, guess which way you're facing? I'll have to call it the lower right-hand area.
I see Robb School right here.
Okay. And is this the 4th grade wing then for Robb School? Or are you familiar with what grade?
I've never been able to keep track of wings and grades.
That's fair enough. Could you say, you told us that there were actually 4 cameras in place?
Yes, sir.
On this day? And are those 4 cameras marked on this State's Exhibit A? In the red numerals?
Yes, sir. I do see 4 cameras. Yes, and that does look correct.
So Exhibit 2, is that inside a building? That camera is inside the building?
Yes, I was at an intersecting hallway.
And
Ceiling.
Exhibit 1, is it also inside a building?
My memory is not clear on that one. I do not remember.
Either just inside or outside?
May have been just right outside, may have been inside. I'm
Okay.
not clear on that
And
one.
number 4, is it in a breezeway?
Yes, sir, it is. Mounted directly under the canopy.
Under a canopy?
There's a walkway canopy that runs all the way down here. So there was one mounted, I believe that is correct there and there.
Okay. And so underneath the canopy, that's open air, but it has a roof to keep the rain off people if they're using that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have cameras 1, 2, 3, 4. We have an event at the south end of Robb Elementary. Were there any cameras there?
No, sir.
Okay, and that's not by design. That's just where they ended up.
Just how it ended up.
Thank you. And now I'll take just a moment. I know this is very unpleasant, so I'm going to go quickly. Fair enough. On May 24th, were you tending to business around 11:30 hour?
I had initially, at the start of my day, I had called in sick. And then later, as the day progressed, I started feeling better and decided to go ahead and put in half a day. And I decided before I would return to work that I would take care of a personal matter, you know, get a vehicle inspected and then go to work.
And did anything interrupt that?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us what that was?
I remember I had made it to the inspection station on the west side of town, past the police department. And initially, I met and had to yield right away to several emergency vehicles departing from the police department. And my first initial thought was maybe another bailout. We had been having a lot of those at the time. So I continued on to the inspection station, and once I arrived there, I had one of my radios that I usually would carry to work with me. I had with me, but I had not turned it on yet. And I still kept hearing all the sirens, and just this is just way more than another bailout. So I turned my radio on subsequent to that, and then I realized that we had a serious problem.
And just to shorten this, from there, did you go to your office and watch the events as they unfolded on channel 2 of Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were the cameras working appropriately at that time?
Yes, sir.
Recording the events?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recovered by law enforcement?
Yes, sir, it was.
When was that?
It was fairly quickly after the breach, and everything had been neutral, you know, towards the end of it. Then they started calling for certain district personnel to arrive to the campus. That was Kenneth Miller was one of the ones requested to respond directly to the campus. And then fairly quickly after law enforcement met with him, they inquired from him who is the point of contact for the video surveillance systems for the school district. He informed them that was me. So they immediately requested my presence. So I had to make the location. They kept me at the FBI, one of their incident command vehicles. And then a little while later, they met with me and then asked me all the technical details of the system. And then immediately afterwards, came back to my office located on North Getty, which is just right adjacent to the central office. And they oversaw the whole process.
By process, what are you saying?
Of transferring through the network to their provided storage media. So straight off the network video recorder directly into their storage media, which that process took till about 3 a.m. to complete and verify the integrity of it.
And you transferred the actual video, the accuracy of which you observed that day to law enforcement without making any changes in it?
Yes, sir.
Before being transferred.
Judge, we don't have any objection to these videos. We'll stipulate to their admissibility.
We'll pass the witness then.
All right, that's.
Okay, we have a number.
I was going to offer it after they were through, but we can do it now. The state office exhibits 14 and 15, exhibit 14 being the hallway video, exhibit 15 being channel 4.
They've indicated they have no objections, so they'll be admitted.
Mr. Klaevemann, my name's Jason Goss. I just want to say sorry that you and everybody in Uvalde went through this, and families, everybody. And so I appreciate that you got the video, and you did what you had to do to document the evidence of what that monster was.
No further questions?
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you've been excused, not subject to recall. That means you're released from the subpoena, but the rule was invoked, and I'd like for you not to talk about the case until you hear the trial's over with.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's what.
At this time, we've asked to play the hallway video. We only have about the first 15 minutes. We did not do the whole hour, 15 minutes. I think the relevant portions were covered in the first 10 to 15 minutes.
We just asked the court to warn it's extremely distressing, especially the first couple minutes, but it's gut-wrenching video.
Yeah, well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, graphic video. It's going to be difficult to watch, so anybody who wants to step out is welcome to do so, but it's in evidence. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uvalde County 911. Yes, there was just an accident right there behind Robb's school. Behind Robb, they ran into the ditch. Look how he did it. It's one truck, it's a pickup truck. It's a pickup truck, ma'am? I said, He's like, yeah, guys, I can come move. Oh my God, they're running. I don't know why. I don't have the around 715 Oak Greenville Road, have a one vehicle accident, white pickup truck crashed in the ditch. Hello? Okay, then how many people running? 3 people running? Hello, ma'am? Okay, ma'am, what is your name? Amy. Okay. Miss Amy, how many shots were fired? Okay, ma'am, he's on campus. Okay, he's on the house. Miss Amy, can you give me a description of the man with the gun? Okay, can you remember what he He came on campus. Okay, that's it. Can you remember what he was wearing when you saw him exit the vehicle? Where was he running towards? You said he ran into the school? Okay, ma'am. Are you going to get away from the building? Okay, now where are you going to get? Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, I did not get it started pulled up. Okay, now can you tell? You know the body college?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd just like the record to reflect 11:33 on the timer of the video.
All right. Yes, Your Honor, I think this is the entrance of the shooter. We'd also like the record to reflect the radio traffic that's going on the second after the shooter.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, record also reflect, you never see it.
Swick, can you see me now? Okay, so you can't see it anymore? Oh, okay. Okay, then he went inside the building? Okay, ma'am. and we do have the officers on scene, okay?
That's what we have for this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Next witness.
Arnulfo Reyes.
There just wasn't any need for that. There was just no need to play that. Dave, they crossed him already. They just thanked him for coming, and that was it. They left. They just played a video that.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence in this testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. You lower your hand, and witness stands right over here, sir. Just have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone. Speak up so everyone can hear you, please.
Would you tell us your name?
My name is Arnulfo Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I was a teacher.
You were a teacher?
Yes.
Are you now?
No.
And when was the last day that you taught?
May 24th, 2022.
And where did you teach?
At Robb Elementary.
And is that in Uvalde County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Who did you teach? In general terms, what grade level?
It was a self-contained fourth grade classroom.
A self-contained fourth grade classroom? What does that mean?
That means that I taught all subjects, math, reading, social studies, science.
You taught all of the
All
classes?
subjects, yes.
Okay. And what age group did you teach?
Throughout my whole career, or just?
Just this year, May 24, 2020?
It was fourth grade.
And how old are those youngsters?
They're 9 at the beginning of the year, and then some turn 10.
How long had you been a teacher before this day?
17 years.
And was your room was what number?
Room 111.
And was it adjoined in another room?
Yes, it was joined to another room. Yes.
And what room did it adjoin?
112.
And were there teachers in that room also?
Yes.
And who were those teachers?
Those teachers were Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles.
Can you tell us how that day started, May 24, 2022?
It started like any other day. I mean, just a normal day, like to go to school. Yeah.
Okay. And did y'all have award ceremonies before the day was over?
Yes, we had a award ceremony that was supposed to take place at 10:30 around there. We were just waiting for them to call us to the cafeteria.
So the cafeteria is where the award ceremony took place?
Yes.
And what is award ceremony?
Award ceremony is like when kids get awards for special things that they can do and achieve. And so we just give them awards for the special things.
And do the parents attend the award ceremony?
Yes, they're invited to go. Yes.
Okay. And how big was your class that day?
That day, my class was about, I want to say 14 or 15.
Around 14?
Yeah, 14.
And after award ceremony, did any of the kids leave?
Yes.
And how many kids left?
I believe there was 3 kids that left that day.
And so after award ceremony, then what happened?
After the award ceremony, we headed back to our classroom.
And that was at Robb Elementary School?
Yes.
Room 111?
Yes.
In the 4th grade wing?
Yes.
Did you get back to your classroom?
Yes.
And what happened next?
After we got back to the classroom, we resumed doing what we were doing before we went to the ceremony. And so everybody went back to their spots, and we just resumed what we were doing.
Okay. When you say they went back to your spots, could you tell us how your classroom was configured?
Well, we were watching a movie, so like most of the desks were gathered together, kind of in the, I would say in the middle of the classroom. And they were, the kids were on the other side of that, and they were watching the movie on the big TV that we have.
And were the lights on or off because of the movie?
They were off.
They were off?
Yes.
And what were you doing during this time?
I was behind my desk and entering grades into the computer, and doing things that need to be done before the year's over.
And where was your desk in the room?
It was in a corner. It's in a corner by a long table.
By long table?
Yeah.
Okay. We've seen photographs of room 111.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the corner where the doorway was? The entry to the doorway?
Yes, on that same side of the door. Mm-hmm.
And was it close to the closet?
No.
Where was it from the closet?
Diagonally across.
Diagonal across to the opposite corner.
Yes.
That's where your desk was.
Yes.
And that's where you were sitting.
Yes.
And then what happened?
We were there. I was doing my thing, and the kids were watching the movie, and I heard a noise, but it was kind of far, but it was still loud. And then
Did you recognize the noise?
no, I didn't. What it assumed to, I assumed that it sounded like books when you bang them on the floor, and that's what it sounded like. But it was kind of far.
And how many times did you hear that sound?
I would say maybe like 5-6 times or around there. And as I heard it, it kept on getting closer and closer, but it still seemed distant anyways, but yeah.
And did it ring a bell to you as to what that may be?
No. Mm-mm.
So then what happened?
So then, I kept on going and doing my thing, and the kids kept on doing their thing, and it was quiet. And then, as we were there, they started again, the loud sounds and more constant, and they were just very close now.
Very close, what do you mean?
Like really loud, really closer. They sounded closer to where we were at.
And did that change your mind about it being books?
Yeah, it took me a while to process that, just because it did change my mind of that it was not books, but I didn't know what it was still anyway, yeah.
Okay. So then what happened?
The sounds got louder, like I said, and I was still sitting there behind my desk and trying to comprehend what was going on. And then for some reason I looked at the wall that's across from me, which would be facing room 112. And then there was just a lot more. And then I saw like pieces of the wall, or some objects falling. Not too sure if it was sheetrock or what it was, but something was falling off the wall. And at that same time, I had a student come and ask me, what's going on?
And what did you say?
And I told her, I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And then I told my kids to go ahead and get under the table where we've always practiced to go when we're on lockdown.
Okay, tell me about lockdown. What is lockdown?
Lockdown is when we turn the lights off in the room and make sure that the door's locked and hide out of the view of anybody.
And is there a specific place that the children are told to hide?
Yes, we have a long table that would be like on this side, and so they would hide under that long table.
And had y'all trained on that?
Yes, always.
And so when you told the children it was a lockdown hide, what did they do?
They all went under that table.
And was this loud banging going on at that time?
Yes. So when the students were going under the table, and I got off from my desk area and was going around to hide from view, that is when I looked at my door, and that's where I saw him.
What did you see?
A black shadow.
And what was the black shadow doing?
The black shadow was holding a gun. And I know that he was holding a gun because I just saw the fire come out of the gun.
And were you sitting or standing at the time?
Standing.
And what did you do?
Well, he shot at me. He hit me in my arm.
Can you show us where he hit you?
He hit right here.
Okay.
So he hit me on my arm, and that's when I fell to the ground. And then after I fell to the ground, he came around and he shot the kids.
How close was he to you when that happened?
He was very close. He was I was on the other side of my kidney table, and he was probably behind the kidney table.
And so it was one of the first things he did after shooting you was to shoot your kids.
Yes, sir.
And about how many shots did you hear go off?
Just a lot. I couldn't tell you how many, but just a lot.
Did the shadow with the gun stay in room 111 the entire time?
I'm not sure if it was the whole time, but what I do remember was a lot of the coughing that he was doing and the footsteps. So I heard a lot of it.
Did you ever hear him leave room 111?
No, sir. The only time that I would say is when that he walked to the other classroom would be when I heard one of the students say, officers come in here, we're here.
Excuse me?
When he went to the other classroom was when a student from that classroom said, officer, come in here, we're in here. And then I heard walks over there, and then I heard more shooting.
And did you hear that voice again?
No.
Is your timing accurate in your mind based on these events?
I would assume that it's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, did you say that it was your timing was kind of jumbled up?
Well, I mean, I didn't have a concept of time, like actual time, but what did seem like 30 minutes or, I mean, what I felt was about 30 minutes.
Okay. Did the gunman approach you anymore?
He did approach me again. That's when he came and he tried to taunt me. He got some of my blood and splashed it on my face. And then he also...
what were you doing when he splashed the blood on your face?
I was on the ground, hurt, yeah.
Were your eyes open or closed?
I closed them.
And why did you close your eyes?
Because I wanted him to think that I was dead.
And did you have a time that you could talk to your children about what they should do?
Just at the beginning, I had told them to close their eyes because I didn't want them to see if something bad was going to happen.
And so as your eyes were closed and you were being taunted, did anything happen at that time?
No, not that I recall. My phone was ringing on my back. Mm-hmm.
The injury to your arm, was that the only injury that you received?
No.
Okay. Tell us about that. How did that
happen? This one or the other one?
Yeah,
the other injury?
Have you told us about the arm injury? Is there anything else about that I needed to ask?
I don't think so. I mean, this happened at the beginning, but when he came back and after he taunted me and did all of that stuff, later on he did come back and he shot me on the back.
He shot you in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And am I correct? You're not sure how long all this took place?
I'm not sure how long. I just know it felt like forever.
And how did you finally leave room 111?
I was dragged out.
Okay. Were you then alert when the breach happened, when police officers came in?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So when, as I was laying there, I heard like the door open, and then I heard little clanking of the desks, the metal. And that's when I told myself, they're coming in, anything can happen. And pretty much prayed, and I just, I gave myself to the Lord and just closed my eyes real tight and just waited for everything to be over.
And what did you hear?
Well, after the clanging of the desks, I just heard gunfire, just a lot of it.
And after the gunfire, what happened next?
What I assumed was a border patrol, because I think I read it somewhere on his clothing. He had said, "Get up if you can get up, or talk if you can talk." And that's when I spoke and I said, "I'm here. I'm alive."
And after you spoke and said you're here, you're alive, what happened?
He turned me over on my back, and he got me from the pant leg of my pants, and he dragged me out of my classroom.
And where did you go?
I ended up in the hallway, like next to the kids' bathroom, and that's where I was with the first EMT that started a tourniquet on me.
So all the way down that to the north T section and then toward the east door?
Yes.
That's where they worked on you?
Yes.
And did any of your children in room 111 survive this attack?
No, sir.
And in room 112, are you familiar with those children also?
Some of them, yes. Mm-hmm.
And have you kept a picture of them on your fence outside your home since then?
Yes, sir.
And did we ask you if you could identify each of these children so we could have a name attached to each of the paragraphs in the indictment?
Yes.
And are you able to?
Yes.
And I'll ask you now just one time as to each of these children, were they alive and well on the morning of May 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
The state offers State's Exhibit 884 through 914. Okay.
It's admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with Exhibit 884, and if I'll ask you to tell us if these children were in your room or in room 112 and whether or not they survived. Okay?
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 884, do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Josiah Garcia.
And whose class was he in?
He was in my class.
Did he survive?
No.
885.
Rogelio Torres, he was in my classroom.
Did he survive?
And he did not survive.
I'm going to ask you about each one, so if you just say that, then not. State's Exhibit 886.
Alicia Ramirez, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
State's Exhibit 887.
Neve Bravo, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 888.
Miranda Mathis, and she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 889.
Eliana Torres, and she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
890.
Leila Salazar, and she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
891.
Annabelle Rodriguez, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
892.
Klaevemann. He was in my classroom and he did not survive.
893.
Eliana Garcia, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
Exhibit 894.
Tess Mata, and she was in the next classroom and she did not survive.
895.
Maite Rodriguez, she was in the next classroom and she did not survive.
896.
Jayla Silguero, she was in the next classroom and she did not survive.
897.
Amory Jo Garza, she was in the next classroom and she did not survive.
898.
McKenna Elrod, she was in the next classroom and she did not survive.
900.
Alexandria Rubio, she was in my classroom and she did not survive.
902.
Jacqueline Cáceres, she was in my classroom and she did not survive.
903.
Jose Flores, he was in my classroom and he did not survive.
904.
Xavier Lopez, he was in my classroom and he did not survive.
Now I'd like to move to exhibit 905.
AJ Martinez, he was in the next classroom and he's a survivor.
And stakes exhibit 906.
Gilberto Mata, he was in the next classroom and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 907.
Jordan Olivares was in the next classroom and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 908.
Kendall Olivares, she was in the next room and she's a survivor.
909.
Maya Zamora, she was in the next classroom and she's a survivor.
910.
Mia Cerrillo, she was in the next classroom and she's a survivor.
911.
Noah Orona, he was in the next classroom and he's a survivor.
912.
Samuel Salinas, he was in the next classroom and he's a survivor.
913.
Jaden Carizales in the next classroom and he was a survivor.
And 914.
Chloe Menendez, the next classroom and she's a survivor.
And when you say next classroom, in each of those situations were you speaking of classroom 112?
Yes, sir. Room 112, yes.
Please.
Mr. Reyes, my name is Nico Gabriel. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian Gonzales.
Mhm.
You've never testified before?
No.
You've interviewed before, but not testified, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you questions. And there's no guideline on how to ask questions about pure evil, but I'm gonna try, okay? And it's not evil that you committed, and it's not evil that Adrian committed, but I have to ask you questions about that incident, okay? And so if you need to stop me or we go as slow as you want to, but I need your permission because I have to ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
I mean, the jury's already given us permission, but I want to be respectful to you too, okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna kind of compartmentalize it. I know the government went over what happened that day and broke it down. When we've all seen the heart-wrenching video. I want to start with lockdowns, like what lockdowns meant to you, to the school, to your community. You'd agree that lockdowns were usually tied to bailouts, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard about it, but you're an individual witness, and so bailouts dealt with someone who allegedly was here illegally and they're trying to evade capture of police, and they will bail out, that's where the term comes from, their vehicle, to get away from police.
Yes.
You would agree that the lockdowns in your community were not focused on active shooters.
They weren't focused on shooters?
The lockdowns were mainly correlated to bailouts, not active shooters, is my point.
No, I think it applies to all. Like it applies to 2 bailouts and active shooters.
The training does, yes, sir. But I'm
Yes.
just talking about the perception in the community it's associated to bailouts, is my point.
I would say so, yes. Mhm.
And so the lockdown rules, I believe you testified, and this is how you were trained, lights off, get under the table and hide, right?
Yes.
But there's another critical point of the protocol, right? Of the lockdown?
Yes, to make sure that we're out of view and make sure that the doors are locked.
Yeah, and that's the part I wanted to focus on.
Okay.
Because the safety aspect of a lockdown procedure is the locks on the door, right?
Yes.
The other part of the lockdown procedure is to hopefully not be noticed by, if there was an active shooter, they're looking around, and if someone is hidden and in a corner and lights are off, they may think that no one's in there and they'll keep going.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there's one aspect of it is not being seen. The other aspect of it, which is the locks, is to try to deter or stop a shooter from entering a room.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And the school had rules on locks, correct?
Yes.
And the rule was that the doors were to be locked at all times.
Yes.
And the rule was no exceptions.
Yes.
But there was a culture in the school where, and because of resources, that there weren't enough keys to go around to substitute teachers, that there was a magnet system used at the school, right?
That depended on the teacher, I guess, yeah.
But it was known, right? It was known that magnets were used to wedge in between the door and the frame so it would not click, and then someone wouldn't have to get up every time to open the door with a key, right?
Yes.
And this is not your decision, but it's not like other schools that have like a key fob where they can just click it and then put it back in and easy access, and it can lock easily as well, right?
Yes.
Teachers actually had a key.
Yes.
And so it wasn't an official system supported by the administration, but it was a system that many, many teachers used, that magnet system, right?
I've seen it not only in our district, but I've seen it in other districts as well.
Yes, sir. And then that's what I mean. This was more of a culture of the whole school district, that for whatever reason, these magnets were used, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the administration discouraged them but did not ban them?
I would say so.
I mean, there wasn't a feeling that said if you use a magnet system, you're going to be fired. It wasn't like that from the administration.
No.
So the administration kind of, and if you don't agree, then don't agree with me, but kind of look the other way. Don't use the magnet system, but knew that people were using the magnet system. Is that a fair overall statement?
I mean, I would assume that she knew. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're talking about Ms. Gutierrez as the principal, but I'm just talking about the whole district, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Because your words were the magnets were used in other schools that you know of, right? Correct?
Yes.
And then also, not only those are for the indoor locks, but the external locks, the external doors were supposed to be locked at all times. Correct?
Yes.
And you know now that the external door was not locked, right?
Yes, now I know.
But the east door was always left unlocked, correct? The one near the library?
Yes.
And the reason why is because kids would go so much that they just left that one. That was knowingly left unlocked.
I think they were all left open due to rotations, going to PE, going to computer lab, going to other places. Yes.
And if I can direct your attention back to your room, You had a front door to 111, but then there was also a door in between you and 112.
Yes.
And both those doors had the ability to be locked, right?
Yes.
And do you know now that both doors were not locked?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they weren't locked?
I didn't know that they were both unlocked.
And I'm not being disrespectful, okay? Whose responsibility is it in room 111 to make sure those doors are locked?
That would be my responsibility.
And so, and the reason why you had left doors unlocked in the past is because your room had printers in them, correct?
I had what we call like a community printer.
Yes, sir.
And not necessarily leave the door unlocked. Sometimes it just didn't latch.
Well, that's a different issue, right? So,
Yeah.
so there's we'll talk about the latching issue in a second and you reporting that to the school. But on the community printer, there was actually, people would come into your classroom 2 to 3 times a day, you said before, and would use the printer. And so you would leave it unlocked at times.
Yes.
But at times you had a student, I think it was Rogelio, that
Yes.
you had appointed. So whenever you didn't leave it unlocked, he would get up to open the door for the printing and when someone needed to come in.
Yes.
But at other times you would leave it unlocked just because it was a distraction, I think, an inconvenience, I believe you said in the past.
Yeah, it was sometimes an inconvenience, but I mean, I wouldn't leave it open all the time. Unlocked all the time. I mean,
I understand. But on this day, the doors between 111 and 112 were unlocked, right?
I believe that one was unlocked just because Ms. Mireles, who was the special ed teacher on that side, she always came in through there to get something printed. So yeah.
But the rule still said that the doors had to be locked, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you had, earlier that day, you had exited your door to cross to room 105 to see if the teacher in 105 wanted to order something because it was a kind of a relaxed day. You guys were ordering food.
Yes.
And so at some point, we can play later for the jury, but you've seen that you leave your classroom from 111 and you cross the hall to 105, and then at some point you come back to your room.
Yes.
And have you seen the video of you doing that?
Yes.
And did you recognize that it looked like the door, just you opened it right away, it wasn't locked?
No, I mean, not that I opened it right away.
Okay. But you don't recall using your key, and you couldn't say whether you had locked the door or not, right?
The only reason that I know that I don't know for sure if I locked my door or not was because I still had my keys on my arm when I ended up in the hospital and all that. So if I still had my key here, why would I have it here if I didn't lock the door? That's what
Is in your mind.
is in my mind, yes.
Are you aware now, today, that the Rangers came to a conclusion that the door was not locked?
Yeah.
And so that was a factual, objective determination that an independent investigator made, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do want to talk about the malfunctioning, because your door, although it was able to be locked, sometimes the catch would get stuck in the door, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to kind of either shake it or jimmy it, and then it would click when you would shut the door.
Yes.
You had reported it. You claimed and I'm say claimed only because we don't have a work order, but you claimed that you reported it to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you have said that you reported it to the principal and to the secretary. Is that true?
Yes.
But there's not an official work order. We cannot, the government or us, we can't get our hands on a work order where you're requesting for them to fix that malfunction, right?
Yes, but I think that the school police department should have a record of that. If they did walkthroughs, how come they didn't report it?
Okay, well, you're asking a question, and I can try to answer that. You guys didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No, but they did walkthroughs.
Well, we'll go one thing at a time.
Okay.
You didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No.
So the high school had a police officer full-time, but unfortunately your school did not have a police officer full-time, right?
No.
And the walkthrough by whomever, whichever PD did it, it was to make sure doors were locked, right?
Yes.
And is it safe to say there was a culture of warning teachers when that police officer, whoever it was, would check on the doors so then to remove the magnets? You remember that?
No.
Like teachers wouldn't tell other teachers that the police officer is there to remove the magnet?
No.
Okay. So now I wanna direct your attention back to a little bit to before the incident happened. I think you testified that you thought you heard books dropping on the floor,
Yes.
but it was far but loud, correct?
Yes.
And then it got closer.
Yes.
And then at some point, you said that you saw sheetrock chipping off of the walls.
Something was falling or, yeah.
Can you, because maybe I'm not clear, can you, Judge, may I stand up, please?
Yes.
If you're sitting at your desk in that room,
Mhm.
will you tell me where to stand where the front door is to 111?
On this side.
Tell me when to stop.
Right there.
Okay.
Right there. Mhm.
And I don't mean to start.
That's fine.
And is this the distance you were sitting as well? I mean, your desk from the door?
No, I would say it's probably further. That gentleman's right there.
This gentleman here?
Yes. Right there. Right there.
Do you know the measurements of your schoolroom, of your classroom?
No, but I would say it's probably like 30 feet by 20 feet or something like that.
Okay. And then when you saw, because I have to ask, when you saw things chipping and you made a decision ultimately to have the children hide, it was because you were worried that maybe they were in danger?
Yes.
In past lockdowns, would you go lock the door in past lockdowns?
Well, I would have gone to go check the door, yes.
And as these sounds got louder and louder, but in this incident, for whatever reason, and I'm not going to try to push you to try to remember why, you didn't go check the door to see if it was locked, right?
No, because I was confused of what the noise was. I didn't know it was a gun at the time.
And again, I have to ask this question. In the lockdown training, you're not taught to figure out what the danger may be. Once you make a decision to do a lockdown, one of the responsibilities is to immediately lock the door, right?
Yes, but we weren't told like how we had practiced before. So when we would go into lockdown, it would usually come out on the intercom, or we had the Raptor system, which we never really used. So I wasn't too sure if we were on the lockdown or not.
Okay, let's break that down because you said two things. You said intercom and you said Raptor system.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody knows what an intercom is. We're going to hear about how the school used it, but let's explain what the Raptor system is.
The Raptor system is an app that you have on your phone. So whenever there's something that's happening bad, it should come up on your phone and let you know that you're on a lockdown or something, or whatever, the problem.
But if a teacher doesn't have their phone with them, then they can't get that part of the notification, right?
That's correct, yes.
Did you get a Raptor system notification?
No, sir.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes.
Because you were receiving text messages and calls after you were shot,
Which is surprising to me because I never got text messages during the school year.
But so for sure, nobody was using the Raptor system to warn of this incident, correct? You didn't get a warning from your phone.
I didn't get a warning on my phone. I don't know if anybody else did.
Right. Now I'm focused on you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the intercom system. In the past, how would the intercom system be used?
Well, she would come on there and say, okay, we're on lockdown. And so we would do what we needed to do.
And she is the principal?
Yes.
But in your training, a teacher doesn't have to wait for the principal to go on lockdown. They can make an independent decision themselves. You agree with that?
I guess, yeah, you could.
Well, I'm just gonna respectfully push you on this a little bit. But no, but the training specifically says that Because if a teacher or principal doesn't act or is not notified of an incident on the west side of a school, they would know, so a teacher can take responsibility in their own hands and call for a lockdown with their students, right?
So I'm guessing that you're assuming that I knew that that was a gun? Because I didn't make the correlation that the noise was coming from a gun until the gun was actually in my classroom. So the noise and the gun, I could not actually tell that we were in danger. It was just a loud noise and it was just banging. So if you're...
I'm trying not to assume anything, that's why I'm asking questions, okay? And I'm really not trying to blame you or do anything disrespectful. I just have to ask these questions, okay? At some point, because we saw in the video, Amy Marin was yelling with another teacher down the hall, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to say yes, just because
Yes.
you're typing down.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's just for the reporter. And you did not hear Amy yelling?
I did not hear Amy yell, no.
Did the teachers in 112, what were they doing during this time?
I'm not sure. I think that they were watching a movie as well.
But at some point, you have stated that they were trying to lock their door. You believe that they were locking their door.
I never stated that.
Have you ever spoken before to grand jury?
Yes.
I'm gonna find it for you, okay?
Okay.
Trish, are you staying in town? You staying in town?
Yes.
Okay. Tell you what, folks, we're gonna go, if he's not trying to drive back to Uvalde tonight, we're gonna go ahead and break for.
Judge, can I just make this last point before we take a break? I found it.
If you found it.
Yeah, I did, Judge. Sorry about that. I had written down the wrong number. And during the grand jury, you were under oath like you are today?
Yes.
And you answered questions honestly, may I approach?
Yeah.
I'm going to direct your attention to the transcript of your grand jury testimony, okay? Can you read line 13 to 17 to yourself, sir? Did you read it?
Mm-hmm.
So as I said again, you testified before because you were asked a question. Did either of the teachers in room 112 come to your room and say, "Hey, I just got the Raptor"? Your answer, no. Lock your door. I believe they were trying to lock their door. Do you remember saying that now?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said before that you believe that the teachers in 112 were trying to lock their door, right?
I believe that's what I had seen or I was told from other teachers, yes.
But that's not what you said in this testimony. You said you believed it because they were right next to you, that they were locking their door, correct?
Mm-hmm. I believe that's what they were doing.
I didn't know if you wanted to stop now, but don't make you go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and break for the evening. We'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Very important, you remember my instructions concerning any publicity, media, etc. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Mr. Reyes, I need to give you some instructions, so if you'll stay with us momentarily. So let everyone rise for the jury.
It's tough to listen to. It is tough to listen to it. Right, I can go out with that because it'll be done now. He'll be back in the morning. It's tough because it is maddening, but at the same time, I'm trying to give everyone grace as well a little bit. And not grace as in that he's not culpable. Everybody, I think, has played a part in all this. My main point in this trial is the defendant should not be on trial, and this witness is an example of that. I am trying to be compassionate in the sense of I don't know how it feels to be in that position where, you know, you are scared and stuff like that. However, I do not believe that he followed protocol, and I don't think you should be evasive about it. You just put your hands up and go, I didn't follow protocol. A lot of people, I imagine, did not follow protocol. By the sounds of it, the principal is culpable, school district is. I just don't like when people try to hide the truth. Nothing's going to bring these children back, but we need to learn stuff from it. And to be defensive and stuff is not going to help at all. This defendant deserves a fair trial. I think this is an example of why he should not be standing trial, because we've just learned there's a lot of people. If we're going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt, which I'm sure we can, in the sense of he was scared, then that could be also true for this officer, which is why he should not be standing trial. We don't know how anyone reacts at that moment. I just don't want people, you know, to lie. At the end of the day, a lot of people fucked up, including this teacher. And I think this teacher has been through hell and back in knowing that. But I just want him to be truthful on there and be able to say, yeah, you know, he's got to live with this for the rest of his life as well. But this testimony to me proves this is exactly why the defendant should be standing trial. So it's ended. Everybody's ended. Again, I can't express this enough. I'm so grateful to you, especially during difficult trials. I appreciate it. No worries at all. Appreciate you, Sherry Berry. Did it end? Yes, it ended. He was just going to give the witness some spiel, you know. Appreciate you dealing with our nasty mouths. It is. But also, after that, with his testimony, I'm just a bit see. Look, I fully appreciate that as well. I'm just giving my perception of it. I understand that a lot of people, Dave more than anybody, is pissed right now. And you're rightly so pissed. I'm not going to say that you're wrong with your feelings. That's your feelings. It's simple as that. It's just more of a, to me, my anger is turning into, this is exactly why this defendant shouldn't be sat on trial. There's so many people that are fucked up in this process. So for the prosecution to turn around and say that's pinned on one person, you know, it's not. This person, obviously, as a teacher, messed up. Rightly or wrongly, I'm not going to judge in the sense of, I don't know how I would react. I honestly don't know how I'd react in that moment. This is why I'm not going to judge what he did, because I can imagine he's scared as shit. So I can't judge him on that. Do I say that he has blame? Yes. Is it criminal? No. So, you know, so there's a lot of people that are going to put blame on themselves. And I think that's going to be enough. You know, you're not bringing the children back. It's now what do we learn? What do we learn from all this? I also think that even with this guy, the more we hear from the principal, there were so many things that they didn't put in place because it's like, it's never going to happen type of attitude. So there's so many people to blame along the way here. And that's why, in my opinion, at least, it's wrong to prosecute Adrian Gonzales. It's a tough one. Dave, I understand your anger. I understand it fully. You're human. And if you weren't angry from hearing some of this testimony, then you wouldn't be human. You wouldn't care. I'm angry, but I also understand that's not going to help these children. It's happened. All we need now is for this witness to be truthful. Absolute truthful. To showcase that he did mess up. Other people messed up. And there's nothing we can do about it. That's the problem. Nothing we can do about it. Right. This is a sad. I don't know. I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words. Told my husband, if he shaves his beard, I'm leaving his house. Yeah, I know the women love beards. You love those beards, women. I need to grow a little bit of a beard for my double chin. Group hug, love the safe. Yeah, and you are, you know, as I say, it's a safe space, and I understand the anger, but I'm also, whoosha. The shooter's gone. They need someone to blame, because that is not it. No, it's not. What needs to be done is reform. If things aren't like they said earlier on, the state Texas trooper, whatever his name was, said that there is training for various things now, but the defense attorney said, yeah, but only after this incident. So there are changes in place, which is good, but it shouldn't take 19 people dying for changes to be made. I hope the whole country look at this and go, shit, we need to shore up one of the most important assets that we have in this world, and those are children. They are the next generation. They are what we should all be fighting for. And that's why I cover mostly trials about children. Absolutely, yes. Devastating, heartbreaking, but trying to defend it won't change it. No, it's just going to make it worse. All I can ask for is every defender to be on there and be honest. The only thing I didn't like from this defender was when he shrugged his shoulders and said something, I guess so. I was like, dude, shut the fuck up, just answer the questions. I don't know, Dave. And the school teacher, that one just there, he's left the court now. The judge gave him his. Hang on, if you want to hear it, I'll go back. Hang on. Hang on. No, court's gone. So, right, there's not much else to say. You know, I'm sorry that you have to sit through this. It is emotive. It is really sad. All I can pray for is that the relevant changes are made in this, and that it showcases how many people fucked up in this process. I'm more mad at the prosecution than anything for doing this. Katie, you women love the beards. Fucking hell. Love it. Right. I'm going to leave it there. We're going to be back early enough anyway in the morning. I'm sure Lawyer You Know or Uncle will cover it tonight. And if so, I'll play it. Or if Lawyer You Know does a stream tonight, I will cover it tomorrow. So if you want to watch something else, that's fine, because I'll play it tomorrow lunchtime. So, yeah. So if Lawyer You Know does play it and you don't want to watch it tonight, I'll play it tomorrow. Just remind me. So with that, everybody, thank you for being here. I wouldn't have it any other way. As you all know, I love most of you. Not all of you, but most of you. And I do appreciate you being here. And thank you for being so respectful. Thank you again for all the coffees, memberships, everything today. I do appreciate it. And thank you to Hippie Chick for the sexy time as well. That was a nice little treat as well. So whoever wants to send us videos tomorrow, please do so. You're more than welcome to do so. Thank you, everybody. And I shall see you tomorrow. Take care. Love you all. Take care. Most of you. Good night.